Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Chain Soilder and had Harem? Part 2. This story is Izuku in Chain Soldier by PixelSpectraVT. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. We can see the 7th squad and Tenka in the dining room enjoying the food from the green-haired boy, being hugged by a very happy Shushu. Hamari. Jealous Shushu. Don't you think you've hugged him enough? Shushu. Still hugging the green-haired boy. I just can't stop hugging my boyfriend. Hamari. Annoyed. You know he is everyone's boyfriend, right? Izuku. Nervous. Gee girls, please calm down. Kyoka. Laughing. And by the way, Tenka, how far along are you? Tenka. Smiling and rubbing her belly. 5.5 months. Kyo-chan, I can't wait for the baby to be born. Izuku. Hey, I thought we could have a date sometime, just like when I had one with Tenka. What do you think of the idea? Kyoka. With a slight blush, I think it's fine, Izuku. Hamari. Looking away. I think so too. Shushu. I want to be the first. The other two glare at her. Hee. Izuku. Hee, that's fine, Shushu. Ring ring. Suddenly, the basie's phone started ringing, and the silver-haired girl got up to answer it. Kyoka. Answers yes. Okay, see you, Commander. Hangs up and returns to the others with a serious face. Izuku. Confused. Kyoka, are you okay? Who called? Kyoka. It was the Commander. Tomorrow we will train with the 10th Squadron. Hamari. As long as those thunder gods remain calm, we will continue with our joint exercises. Izuku. I see, the thunder gods. I wonder why they haven't acted yet. Elsewhere. Shikoku Ne is beautiful. Anything looks good on her. Cute. A pair of braids would also suit her. These glasses look good on her too. Raren. What are they doing? Kusetsu. Shikoku Ne is not feeling very well, so we are relaxing. Kusetsu. Member of the 8 Thunder Gods. Raren. Is she still angry because someone was able to hurt her during her last infiltration? Joryu. That was because to infiltrate their barrier, she had to contain her power to avoid being detected. Shikoku. No, it is unacceptable anyway. At least I was able to understand 2 things. Humans can use their feelings to manifest a power we did not expect. Make sure to remember that, otherwise we could fail in our mission. Kusetsu. I will not lose to anyone. Strength is also beautiful. The 3. Look at her. Joryu. I knew I would absorb the strength of the tributes, but I didn't think I would also incorporate fragments of their personality. Raren. Kusetsu is still a novice. She just has a big mouth. In a quick movement, the white-haired girl punches Raren in the back, embedding him into a wall. Kusetsu. In a battle stance. Who's a novice? Raren. Emerging from the wall. I see, she can transform her form. Shikoku. It's interesting, isn't it? She has become quite strong. Joryu. You mentioned that you were able to understand 2 things. Shikoku. Yes, it seems that, despite being gods, we are not tolerant. Joryu. I understand. Shikoku. Kusetsu, you must continue to strengthen yourself before the final battle. After all, there is still one more to gather, the 8 Thunder Gods. Kusetsu. Then I will continue with my research on beauty. Despite having this personality, I will become infinitely strong. And I will take care of the anti-demon core all by myself. The 3. The next day, headquarters of the anti-demon core. Jinna. Kyo-sama, Deku-sama, accompany me. Izuku. Looks back. Aren't we all going together? Kyoka. Why do we have to separate? Jinna. Those are the orders, from the great Ren-sama. Izuku. Aren't you afraid of the commander, Jinna-chan? Jinna. Her terrifying aura is also part of her charm. It is an honor to serve as a direct subordinate of Ren-sama. Izuku. So not everyone is afraid of her. Jinna. Please proceed to the garden. The 2 enter a Japanese-style garden. Izuku. Surprised, a whole traditional garden inside Motto. Kyoka. They built it after the commander took office. Izuku. So Yamashiro-san has so much power. Kyoka. Her connections with the High Command are deep. She has even been called to be the bodyguard of the Prime Minister. Izuku. So she is also influential in the mortal world. In the distance, they could see Ren playing with two dogs. Looks fun. Kyoka. Commander. She calls the attention of the purple-haired woman and her dogs run around Izuku. Izuku. Oh, how cute. He crouches down and pets their heads. They are very good boys. Ren. A peaceful place where dogs can run freely. Isn't it fantastic, don't you think? Bends down and pets their heads. It seems like Konami and Miyabi like you. These girls will teach you what you need to do. You'll be their little brother. Izuku. Little brother. Kyoka. Annoyed and clenches her fists. Why did you make just the two of us come? Ren. Looks at his dogs. Can they go back to their room? The dogs leave. It's for the loan. We'll try before they get tired. Kyoka. Annoyed. That's it. Ren. We could gain an interesting ability, so we should at least try it once, don't you think? Kyoka. Annoyed. I'm sorry. Izuku extends her hand to the green-haired boy. Then I have nothing to say. The green-haired boy transforms. Ren. He levitates and climbs on top of Izuku. Oh. I like being on top of you. Grabs the chains and the green-haired boy changes into a huge, terrifying black form. Izuku. See, grr. Kyoka. Worried and scared. Izuku. Commander. That form could be dangerous. Ren. Not yet. The green-haired one turns his neck in one direction. It seems there are some Shuki nearby. They fly away at full speed. Kyoka. Wait, Izuku. I've never seen a form like that. Izuku. I hope you're okay. With the commander. Ren. All right, show me your power. The green-haired one starts to massacre all the Shuki, biting and attacking with his claws. Good job. You can take them out with a single blow. More Shuki start to appear from the ground. Wow. It seems there's a large group here. The green-haired one opens his mouth backward and a bite symbol appears on the heads of all the thousands of Shuki. He closes his mouth and crushes the heads of the Shuki, killing them. Scapegoat. Flying. What a sight. Suddenly, the green-haired one tries to bite her, but she barely dodges. Hey, are you trying to bite me? You're a bad boy. I guess I'll have to educate you. See that the green-haired one isn't going to stop. You're not afraid of me. This has never happened to me before. A Japanese character appears in her eye. It's much easier to establish a good relationship. If the other person fears my power, Izuku launches 2 air attacks at her, but the purple-haired girl jumps into the sky and starts hitting him. I have to teach him. Someone like you. Your place here. She kicks the green-haired one, leaving him badly injured, but with her eye, she marks the purple-haired girl and opens her mouth. This power, at great speed, she strikes the green-haired one on the head before you activate it. I just have to crush you. The green-haired one gets back on his feet. Do you still want to bite me? She steps on the green-haired one's head, but he gets up and tries to attack her, but she dodges. Suddenly the green-haired one's wounds regenerate, returning to being fine. His wounds healed in an instant. She smiles sinisterly. Then, I don't need to hold back. She starts to charge all her power. The ability of Yamashiro Ren, the center of creation. With it, he can extract any mandala and embed them in his pupils to be able to use the abilities of any of the 8 incarnations of Buddha. He can even place a mandala in each of his eyes to be able to use 2 abilities at the same time. But there is no person who has experienced each of his 8 abilities. The purple-haired one delivers a powerful kick to the green-haired one, creating a large cloud of dust. Ren. With that now, she couldn't finish because she had to dodge a punch. What? When he looked in the direction the blow came from, he could see how the green-haired guy was being surrounded by bright red electricity, but part of his body was injured. I see you were able to dodge it by using your powers. Suddenly the green-haired guy undoes the transformation. Falling exhausted, he was able to dodge all my power. You interest me more and more. Well, in the first half you were splendid. For your reward, maybe I should pet you a little. He starts to take off his uniform belt. Starts to take off the pants so you won't settle for just a few caresses. I thought you were a cute puppy. Unbuttons the shirt, remaining in a bra, but you're just a beast. Tries to use her power but nothing happens. I can't stop even using my power. When Kyoka and I were testing her power on other Shuki, I could cancel the transformation, but I could never break the slavery contract. I suppose that's the reason. Chains of eternal slavery. It seems to be a more powerful ability than I thought. Crouches down and starts crawling towards the green-haired one. Is it still not enough? Izuku. I'm sorry. The purple-haired one licks the green-haired one's face, huh? The commander pushes him and presses his head to her chest. Ren. Why? Am I the one who should receive the caresses? Izuku. So, do I have to caress her? Caress the commander. He puts his hand on the head of the violet-haired one like this. He looks at the commander's face, how scary. He squeezes the cheeks of the purple-haired one. Ren. You're supposed to be the dog. The protagonist massages her wrists, do you understand? The green-haired one lowers her head to lay it on his lap. You're caressing me without thinking. Damn it, suddenly Ren's body can move. I can move now. Finally, it's over. By accident, the green-haired one tears off the violet-haired one's bra, leaving her breasts exposed, huh? Time skip. Kyoka. Just arrived. Izuku. She bends down to see how he is. You're okay. Izuku. Yes, Kyoka, calm down. Ren. Already dressed. This slave is still not ready for me. You need to train him better. Kyoka. That uncontrolled state is very dangerous. Ren. You don't have to worry about that. Looking at the green-haired one with a death glare, I will make sure to discipline him well. Jumps out of there, embarrassed and annoyed. Midoriya. Izuku. The next day, after finishing the joint training, the 7th squad returned to their dormitory. Kyoka. With closed eyes and remembering the transformations of Yakumo and Ren, suddenly a Shuki appears behind her, but she kills it with a knee to the face. The distractions. They must disappear. I'm still annoyed about lending to Izuku. Izuku. Arriving. Kyoka. Kyoka. Looks at him. You're awake. Izuku. Sorry for making you wait. Kyoka. It's fine. Let's start the training. The green-haired boy bumps his fists but sees they are shaking. Annoyed. Are you still tired? Right. Izuku. I've slept enough. I can do it. The silver movie touches his arm and it starts to hurt. Aha. Kyoka. The repercussions of the transformation with the commander are too great. She grabs her boyfriend's arm and puts it over her shoulders. I told you to rest until you recover. Izuku. I'm sorry. It's just that I missed training with you, Kyoka. Kyoka. With a slight blush. I missed it too, but for now, go back to rest. It's an order. Izuku. Smiles. All right. Captain's Assembly. Ren. The results of the joint training seem to be positive. We should repeat it when we have the chance. Belle. Trembling and sweating profusely, it seems like she's in a very bad mood. Become the heir so no one will notice you. Ren. By the way, Kyoka, where is Izuku? Midoriya. I seem to remember I explicitly ordered you to bring him here. Tenka. Annoyed but hiding it. Did she take an interest in Izu? This is going to get ugly. Kyoka. Annoyed. He's exhausted from training with the 10th squad. He can't accompany me in that state. Yakumo. Looks like I overdid it with the slave Chan. Kyoka. Ren. I see. In that case, smiles gently. Belle, you will accompany me after the meeting. After the meeting. Tenka. Kyochin. Kyoka. Tenka. Now you can lend Izu, right? Kyoka. Annoyed. I already reported it in the assembly. But Izuku is exhausted. Tenka. Kyoka. Remember that he is our boyfriend. I'll check on him later. Make sure he rests well, okay? Kyoka. I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't been his girlfriend for long. But it still bothers me that others are close to him, and especially that the others use him. Tenka. Calm down, Kyochin. Just relax, okay? Kyoka. Yes, Fubuki. Captain Uzen. There is something I would like to discuss with you. Base 7th Squadron. The blue-haired girl was giving a back massage to the green-haired boy. Izuku. Hamari, thank you for helping me with my homework. I feel better now. Hamari. With a slight blush. It's okay. I'm your girlfriend. You don't have to thank me. I want you to be well. Izuku. And, how are you handling the whips? Hamari. I've been training with them like you told me, and I can almost control them completely. Izuku. Smiles. That's good, but remember not to activate the OFA, I don't want you to break anything. Hamari. Smiles. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Kyoka. I'm back. Hamari. Captain. Welcome. Her smile fades upon seeing the person next to her. Finally, she has come. Fubuki. Pushes the younger blue-haired girl away from the green-haired boy. Move aside, Hamari. Hamari. Huh. The older blue-haired girl turns the green-haired boy onto his back and sits on his legs. Fubuki. It's not enough to treat his physical body, she lifts the shirt of the green-haired guy. This is not a power or anything like that. The Azuma family's massage. She intertwines her fingers and places her hands on the chest of the green-haired guy. Izuku. Wait, I already feel better. Fubuki. I'm going to continue, so just relax. Kyoka. I see, so she has to move her hands that way. Fubuki. This technique was born out of the need to relieve fatigue when you don't have time to rest. Hamari. The Azuma banquet will be in 2 months. Hamari. The banquet of the Azuma. The war where the next head of the family is decided. Fubuki. After seeing that the first squad passed the baton to the next generation, my mother has decided to do the same in the Azuma family. Normally I would take the place of the head. But in the Azuma family, everything is decided by strength. Take a break and come to the Azuma mansion. All the captains were already debating to be informed. Hamari. I'm not going. I don't want to return to the Azuma mansion. You can handle that alone. I'm not interested in knowing who turns out to be the next leader. Her mother stands up and faces her daughter, and Hamari does the same. Fubuki. Hamari, do you want us to take a bath together? Hamari. Surprised, no, thank you. The older blue woman bends down and grabs her leg. Haya. Fubuki. It's a good muscle. You were raised very well, but the fact that you were seriously hurt only revealed your weakness. If you keep this up, more people will get hurt trying to protect the weak Hamari, just like what happened to Yakiho. Hamari. Annoyed, you can't be sure of that. Fubuki. Before Hamari continues to embarrass the Azuma family, it would be better if I, like your mother, give you a lesson. Hamari. Shaking a little, then if I oppose you, I will have to go to the banquet and prove my strength. All right, I've decided that I will defeat the Azuma family once and for all. Time skip. We can see the 7th squad and Tenka in the dining room. Shushu. The truth is, I haven't talked much with the girls from the 9th squad. Hamari. There is no need to talk about anything other than work. Tenka. Actually, Tobara-san was the commander not long ago. Some thought she was a demon. Kyoka. You seem to have a good relationship with the Azuma family. Tenka. Well, after all, they have entrusted me with their precious heir. They even frequently invite me to their mansion. Izuku. They really do have a good relationship. Tenka. It seems you have already recovered, Izuku. Serious, yes. When the commander mounted me, I lost my reason and started attacking Yamashiro-san, and I would prefer not to be her mount again. Tenka. Then we need to be stricter with the loans. We don't know when it might take a dangerous turn. Kyoka. You're right, Tenka. We shouldn't make the loan so carelessly. It would be best to keep training with my form. Izuku. Well, I'm feeling better now. And it's all thanks to Fubuki-san. Suddenly the girls started to exude a strong killing aura. Kyoka. Jealous, I saw how she moved her hands. I think I can do it too. Tenka. Jealous, I'll do my best. Nay will also do her best. Shushu. Jealous, I can do it better. They all rushed towards the green-haired guy to start massaging the protagonist's parts while Hamari. I know I said I would defeat the whole family in the heat of the moment, but the Azuma family. Azuma Mansion. 3 women could be seen in a flower garden watching another smaller woman dressed as a schoolgirl. Tobara. Hamari will also participate in the banquet. Tobara Azuma, member of the 9th squad, current head of the Azuma family. Fubuki. That's right, mother. Maya. Adjusting her glasses. Even so, Yakiho is the one with the highest chances of winning the succession battle. Maya Azuma, vice captain of the 9th squadron. Homer. Yakiho has always been very soft on Hamari, so I don't think she has a chance. Homer Azuma, member of the 9th squadron. Tobara. Smiles. Hamari. She asked me if she would wither away without a chance, or if she will be the only one to bloom. Either way, whether in the fight with the Thunder Gods or in the election of the new commander, soon we will know who is the best. Homer. I will take care of Hamari. I will make her cry like in the old days. Maya. It really doesn't matter who faces her. Homer. Annoyed and changes her outfit to a dress with a strawberry-shaped bag. Haha. How can you say those things wearing that outfit? Next. I'll aim for the head. Maya. You won't succeed. Homer can hardly move anymore. Homer. It was true, her body could no longer move Maya. Fubuki. Today they took care of quite a few Shuki and still want to fight. Tobara. That enthusiasm isn't bad. Fubuki. Huh, Tobara. Steals the vitality from a blue flower, the Azuma, don't need the weak. Base 7th Squad. Izuku. Hamari. Hamari. Yes, what's up, Izuku? Izuku. Serious, are you planning to use that at the banquet? Hamari. I don't plan to use it. I was thinking of using the captain's ability, so I'll need your help. Izuku. Smiles, count on me. We'll show that family what you're made of, Hamari. I believe in you, Hamari. Smiles with teary eyes and hugs the green-haired boy. Thank you, Izuku. I'll love you so much. Izuku. Hee, me too, but you don't have to force yourself to say it, Hamari. Hamari. Blushing and pulling away from the hug. It's okay. Good night, Izuku. Izuku. Good night. With the gods. Shikoku and Joryu were playing video games, specifically Mario Kart. Shikoku. There's a shortcut over there. Joryu. Shikoku knows a lot of things. Raren. They're playing with the buttons again. Shikoku. We're just testing human training, before we eliminate them. Raren. Stop playing already, we have things to do. Shikoku. Yes. Kusetsu. Passing by sleepy Joryu. Shikoku Nisama, where are you going? Shikoku. We're going to revive the 8th god of thunder. Kusetsu. Wow, that's cool. Stretches, I'm really hungry. Joryu. Could you absorb 3 more people? Kusetsu. Yes, those with powers are very good, because then I will keep their powers, and I also think those 2 would be happier with more company. Joryu. You have a good stomach not to feel full from that. Kusetsu. But I won't accept ugly food. Shikoku. It seems they have also been given unexpected weaknesses. Joryu. Should we attack the anti-demon body to obtain tributes? Shikoku. Until we revive the 8th, it's better not to mess with the anti-demon body. Smiles. Instead, I have a good idea. Kusetsu. Shikoku nay, that's a beautiful smile. The next day. Izuku how will we train this time? Hamari. Our goal will be to improve your transformation. Izuku. Improve it, Hamari. Try to use all your strength and spirit, to turn your very body into a lethal weapon. Izuku. If I do that, I'll end up exhausted. Hamari. But wouldn't it be fantastic to be able to enhance all your physical abilities to exorbitant levels? Izuku. Sighs, I'll try. The green-haired boy starts to channel his power into his body, causing it to swell and his veins to stand out. Hamari. Keep it up, Izuku. Suddenly, the green-haired boy's legs start to change but disappear due to exhaustion. Izuku, thinking, tired, Hamari. Don't you think it's impossible? Hamari. Smiling, I know you can do it, you were very close. We have 2 months until the banquet, we need to be ready by then. Izuku, thinking, sees the enthusiasm of the blue-haired girl. Yes. Let's keep training. 2 months later. Tamagawa. A few minutes from the Kunado station, there's the Azuma mansion. Yakiho. This brings back memories, doesn't it? Hamari. Hamari. Although none of them are pleasant. Yakiho. If you're nervous, you can take my hand. Hamari. Don't be silly. Tobara. Thank you for coming to the Azuma banquet. Yakiho. Surprised, Tobara-sama. Hamari. When did this happen? Tobara. Hugs Yakiho. Seriously, you are very cute. Yakiho, you are the treasure of the Azuma. Yakiho. Tobara-sama. Hamari. Come on, come here. Tobara. Pulls away from the hug and looks at Hamari. It seems you haven't retired from the anti-demon body yet. Hamari. Am I disappointing you? Tobara. If you're looking to become stronger, that's fine, otherwise I'll have to take measures to prevent you from tarnishing the reputation of the Azuma. I didn't remember that you were so overprotective. Tenka. We heard it was a very dangerous tradition. Kyoka. And they are our precious subordinates. Tobara. There's no need to say it like that, it will be a fair duel. Kyoka. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. She puts a hand on Hamari's shoulder. After all, Hamari is strong. Hamari. Captain. Tobara. The Azuma don't value forming a bond with men at all. Hyoka Uzen must be planning something to use her slave. Tenka. We brought you a souvenir, hands her a box of flowers. Tobara. It's just what the matriarch is frozen upon seeing Tenka's belly. Are you? Tenka. Smiles. Yes, I am, Tobara-san. Tobara. Surprised, huh? And who is the father? Izuku. Raises his hand a bit nervously. Well. I am the father, Azuma-sama. Tobara. Huh, that boy is the Captain Uzen's slave. Besides, I heard he has a unique ability. Smiles. Captain Azuma. Won't stop me from bringing him into the Azuma family. No need for so many formalities. Boy, you can call me Tobara-chan. Izuku. Oh, okay. Tobara. Well, let's all go inside. Everyone enters the mansion. At first I thought Fubuki would be the winner of this banquet. But this has become more interesting with Yakiho participating. After all, she reminds me of myself, so I eagerly await the banquet. By the way, today 8 participants gathered. Izuku. So many. Tobara. Yes, 4 from the main family, and 4 from secondary families. Izuku. Whispering. Are all of them from the anti-demon corps? Tenka. 3 out of the 8 are not. Izuku. I see. Tobara. The Azuma family has a wide variety of talents. They are from a special division of the police that has abilities to stop other users. Well, I think it's time. With this, we will decide the next head of the Azuma family. Let the Azuma banquet begin. They will all fight in a special dimension. If they surrender or cannot continue, they will be disqualified. The last one standing will be the next head. Is that all? Tobara. A portal opens behind the matriarch, if I may say so. When each one enters, they will end up in a different place. Izuku. A portal. Hamari. It's a portal created with a skill to tear space. Izuku. With stars in his eyes, it's an incredible skill. They all had an anime-style sweat drop except Tenka. Tenka. Giggles. I love it when he gets excited. Izuku. Embarrassed. I'm sorry. Homer. Bumps her shoulder against Hamari's. This will be a full-blown battle, so you've come back for more. Hamari. Do you remember all the times I made you cry in this place? You don't need to return to a traumatic place for you. You don't have to force yourself. Yakiho. Annoyed. That idiot. I'll hit her and then turn back time. Homer. You don't even come close to Yakiho. Huh. The blue-haired girl pushes her arm away and stands her ground. Hamari. Seriously, you are a rotten woman. I don't need to hold back. I will send you flying. Homer. Smiling wickedly. Damn it. Tobara. Please step into the portal. Those who hesitate better not dare. They pass one by one, leaving Hamari last. Hamari. Riding Izuku. We're the only ones left. Tenka. Izu, you can do it. Izuku. Yes. Thank you, Tenka. Tobara. It's fine to enter, but you will be afraid to return. If you are afraid, it's better not to enter. Hamari and Izuku enter the portal. Don't enter. You girls will be observers. We can see the fights happening inside in this projection. Come on, it's about to start. Inside the portal, Azuma. Who would have thought? My prediction that they would send us to a beach was correct. Azuma too. You are being very presumptuous, sister. Fubuki. I thought I would have to look for them one by one, but if they come together, it makes my job easier. Hurry up and let's finish this. Azuma. Thanks to knowing how conceited they are, we were able to prepare several plans. We will take the position of the head of the Azuma family. Far away, Azuma 3 could be seen aiming with a bow. Yakiho. Running. What a good place to start. I have to go to Hamari before Homer finds her. With Hamari, the two could be seen at the edge of a cliff. Izuku. It's incredible. It looks like a real island. Hamari. In this place, wounds won't heal quickly after a fight, so be careful. Izuku. It's different from the joint training. Hamari. Smiles with a slight blush. Thank you very much for helping me, Izuku. Izuku. Pulls down the handkerchief and smiles. Hamari. Remember that I'm your boyfriend. If any of you need help, I will always be there to help you. Hamari. Smiles. You're right. We will show the fruits of our labor. Izuku. Yes. Homer. Appears behind the duo. I found you. Hamari. Turns around. Homer. Homer. If only you had stayed as a hostage locked up. I could have done something with Yakiho. The green-haired one tries to hit her at high speed but only hits the jacket. Izuku when suddenly had to dodge a blow coming from behind that was close. Homer. Using his ability, not bad. I need to improve my upper body. Hamari. That is Homer's programming. Izuku did she find us using that ability? With a slight blush, but what was the point of taking off her clothes? Homer. She's crazy, starts spinning some daggers in her hand. My skin is very delicate, and I can collect more data using the sensitivity of my skin, starts attacking with her daggers. Homer's ability, Python. Izuku it seems like she reacts very quickly to my movements. As soon as she reads my movements, she changes hers while executing them and I can't compete. Hamari starts shooting at her. Homer. I will finish collecting the information. In 3 more turns, this will end. She lunges at the green-haired boy, supporting her hand with his and kicks him, sending him flying and crashing into several trees. Hamari. Izuku. Homer. With his injuries, his movements have started to slow down. Just 2 more turns, it's useless. Will you continue with this? Hamari. Then, I'll have to prove it. Runs to where the broccoli hair fell. Izuku. I think it's time. Grabs the chains. Izuku with his eyes closed, let's show them how we overcome the odds. Izu high. Plus ultra. With the others. Fubuki. I guess it's my victory. Azuma too. It was impossible, if he had helped us. Maya. Bringing defeated Azuma 3. I have finished cleaning up around here, still with whatever they had planned. Fubuki. It's impossible, because I am still improving. Azuma 2. Since she was little she was far superior but has now reached this level, it can't be, falls into unconsciousness. Maya. Only Homer is left. From afar, a great ray of power appears, that's it. With Hamari. Homer. What insolence. I didn't know you had that power. Izuku can be seen in an enhanced form surrounded by blue electricity. Homer. So that power allows you to remove the limits of your body. Hamari. I don't need to explain it to you. Before you can understand it, we will have already finished with you. Homer. It seems you are good at talking, types and starts running at great speed around the island. I don't think I can maintain that form forever. When it runs out, the green-haired one quickly catches up to her and strikes her, slamming her against a tree. Gu. She attacks him again with her daggers but the green-haired one blocks them with his hands. With one blow he snatches them away and jumps to land on top of her, leaving her badly injured on the ground. Izuku TC, we did it. Hamari. You did very well. Come on. Homer gets up from the ground. Hamari. Stay still, you can't fight anymore. Homer. I could defeat you just with my fists. Hamari. Gets off Izuku, then I'll take your word for it. I warn you, I'll kick your butt. Homer. Raises her fist, she underestimates me. It's true that hurt, but if we fight with our fists I'll win. Don't come crying afterward. I'll make you remember this. Hamari punches her, knocking her to the ground. What just happened? Hamari. You thought I was having fun in the 7th Squadron. Homer. Looking into Hamari's golden eyes, I hate those eyes. Launches an attack with her dagger. There's no doubt, you have blood from that family. I decided that I would steal everything from you. I will become the next head of the Azuma family. Hamari. You say you hate the Azuma family, but you are just like them. Stops the dagger with her arms, well, even though punches Homer, knocking her unconscious. Homer. With blank eyes, she's strong. Hamari. I also want to give them what they deserve. Outside the portal, Kyoka. Smiling, you were fantastic. Tobara. This is unexpected. Good job Hamari. Tenka. Izu, you are capable of reaching the top. Tobara. Now that the fights have stopped, I will recover the losers. Inside the portal, Izuku. I'm sorry, I still can't maintain the transformation for long. Hamari. Calm down, we managed to defeat Homer, that's what matters. Izuku. Smiles, alright. Hamari. Blushing, now. Stick out your tongue. The confused green-haired one sticks out his tongue and Hamari connects it with hers. Even if you were my boyfriend, this is still indecent. Suddenly, the older blue-haired one appears beside them. Izu, hi. They notice her presence and blush. What? Fubuki. Continue. Fubuki. This is the reward. For your slave. She presses her breasts against the back of the green-haired boy. Hamari. We're almost done, so you can just wait a moment there. Fubuki. I can't allow that. Hamari. Why? Fubuki. If you're going to give a reward, make sure to do it properly. A kiss isn't the only thing you can do with your mouth. She bites the green-haired boy's ear. Izuku. Blushing. Fubuki. You also have to put your hands to work. Suddenly Hamari lunges and kisses the green-haired one while touching his body. Fubuki. You are too precocious. You should take your time. Looks at the blushing green-haired one, and the older blue-haired girl gives a small smile. How cute. Outside the portal. Tobara. The appetizers are over. Now the main course begins. Look, it just started. Inside the portal, Hamari and Izuku in their slave form were in front of Fubuki. Fubuki. Hamari, show me the power you have acquired. A very long spear appears, the spear that pierces the sun. Sunset grabs the spear. Izuku. Thoughts. Hamari told me something about a spear that changes length. It's simple but very strong. But my celestial form can face it. Plus Ultra. Changes to the form I used against Homer. Fubuki. That's how. They defeated Homer. Hamari. And we will also defeat you. Fubuki. Smiles. Fufu. Hamari. Let's go. Izuku. They run against the older blue-haired girl, but she starts hitting the green-haired boy with her spear. Izuku. Thoughts. It's overwhelming speed. Smiles. She's not like that other girl. I need to create distance. He moves away, but the blue-haired girl quickly catches up to him and strikes him in the chest with her spear, sending him flying, breaking several trees, and getting embedded in a wall. Hamari. On the ground. Izuku. In the distance, you can see the unconscious green-haired boy being carried by Fubuki with several scratches and bruises on his body. Fubuki gently lays him on the ground. Despite his battle experience, he couldn't even land a hit on me. Hamari approaches the green-haired boy worried. Izuku, please wake up. Fubuki pulls out her spear again, but, once again, someone has to protect you. Is that all? This is your strength, Hamari. If I were to fight with your slave, I would prefer to do it with Captain Uzen. Hamari transforms her two arms into two rocket spears. Hamari launches the rockets towards the captain. Even if you try to cover yourself by spinning your spear, the shockwave will reach you. Fubuki. Naive. With her spear, she cuts all the rockets. I can adjust the power that my spear releases. This time, it was only 10%. She charges against Hamari but protects herself with a shield and falls to the ground. The vice captain, at least, makes me use 30%. Hamari. Tobara. So this is where the banquet ends. Kyoka clenches her fists. Yakiho. Just arrived. I arrived late. Hamari. I'm going to save you. Was about to intervene, but her body becomes rigid, and when she looks to the side, she sees Fubuki's ally, Maya. Maya. Upon seeing that Hamari was in danger, you let your guard down. Yakiho. Annoyed. Hey, let me go. Maya. Yakiho won't be able to move. This is for the good of the Azuma. Fubuki. Yakiho won't be able to save you this time. So, what are you going to do? Hamari stomps on the spear and strikes. I left her body exposed. Fubuki stops the strike with her hand. Even when I use my spear, my ability allows me to reinforce my own body. That's why my specialty is close combat. Hamari launches an explosion at her, but she covers herself with her spear and strikes back, leaving her badly injured. It's over. With just this, you became vice captain. Neither the 7th Squad, nor Captain Uzen and her slave were that great. Hamari. Flashback. Hamari. You want me to be the vice captain of the 7th Squad? Kyoka. Since you arrived at the 7th Squad, I've been watching you. That's why I know you can do it. Hamari. The Azuma might get angry with you all. Kyoka. I don't care. I need you. Hamari starts to sob a little. Hamari. Sobbing. I'm sorry. Tobara. If you are an Azuma, you should be better. Homer. The Azuma don't need you. Hamari. Captain, thank you very much. Sees that the silver-haired girl sheds a small tear. Kyoka wipes the tear and smiles. You made me cry. I thought I couldn't cry. Stands up and hugs Hamari. This is a position you earned with your effort. Hamari, you should be proud. End flashback. Hamari. Yes. Gets up from the ground and suddenly her body starts to be surrounded by blue electricity. Flashback. Izuku. Hamari. Hamari. Yes, what's up, Izuku? Izuku. Serious, are you planning to use that at the banquet? Hamari. I'm not planning to use it, so don't worry. Izuku. I'm glad. I don't want to see you hurt. End flashback. Hamari. I'm sorry, Izuku. Fubuki. She's not the same Hamari as before. Hamari. Take back what you said. I won't forgive anyone who speaks ill of my captain and my boyfriend. Fubuki. I only said it because of how weak you are. Hamari, if you want me to take it back, you'll have to show me I'm wrong. Hamari takes out her phone and shows an image of Izuku in chibi form and quickly punches, but Fubuki covers herself with her spear, but the force of the blow pushes her back. This is the ability of Captain Uzen's slave. Suddenly, a portal opens behind her, and Hamari comes out. Kyoka. Surprised, it's the celestial bird of Tenka. Tenka. It's not as strong as mine, but it's not bad. Back in the fight, Fubuki. Hamari throws several quick punches, but the older blue-haired girl covers herself with her spear. This ability, it's Homer's python. She steps back, but Hamari strikes a pose with her arms like clock hands, surprising everyone. Hamari. Golden Hour stops time and runs against her mother, kicking her. I'll say it one more time, retract. Tenka. Don't you think Hamari is acting a bit strange? Kyoka. A little. Tobara. Just when she was in that desperate situation, that's when her true powers awakened. How interesting. Closing parenthesis. Hamari. The green-haired lightning reappears and she runs against her mother. I can't forgive you for insulting my loved ones. Fubuki. I take back what I said a moment ago, so come at me with all your strength. Hamari punches the spear and they start to struggle. Hamari. Alright, I am not going to lose. She falls unconscious in her mother's arms. Fubuki. This must be her limit, but you were able to show me your power, Hamari. Yakiho. I'm happy for Hamari. Maya. If Yakiho had intervened, she wouldn't have shown us this. She strokes her younger sister's head. Try to be more considerate next time. Fubuki and Maya had decided to cooperate, so Yakiho, who had decided to help Hamari, chose to give up, and thus the Azuma banquet ended, and the next leader of the Azuma family was Fubuki. Tobara. Treating the wounds. Now that the exciting part is over, I quieted down a bit. Now I've finished the preparations to heal her. Izuku. Surprised, can you use the ability of a captain? It's incredible. Hamari. Rubbing her arm, but right now I can't do it. Yakiho. Excited, the golden hour. Starts playing with her sister's arms. That was a good pose, Hamari. Something like this, and like this, Hamari. Just when I thought I could fully use my learning ability. Kyoka. Don't worry, Hamari. You've become a little stronger. With more training, you'll be able to overcome the compatibility barrier. Tobara. It's like Captain Uzen said, with enough training, you'll find the answer to unleash your potential. Puts a hand on Hamari's shoulder. You're already a true Azuma. Hamari. Hamari. She says that now. Tobara. For the sake of the Azuma, you must have many daughters. Hamari. Blushing, huh? Tobara. Points at the green-haired guy. Look. Here is a man, grabs him by the arm. I will even give them a lesson on how to make babies. Let's go. Izuku. Nervous. Wait. No, me. Homer. Here comes the tyrant grandma. Azuma too. We just have to turn the other way. Fubuki. Mother. Tobara. Huh, Fubuki. Could you please be quiet? Tobara. Annoyed. What did you say? Fubuki. Fubuki. Until now, no one in the Azuma family has been able to oppose you, mother, but all the descendants of the family do not have enough strength to oppose you, so their discontent with the family has been increasing. This has only created a terrible environment for raising mentally healthy children. Besides, how can you call it a healthy organization if we force girls who aren't even related to the military to fight? For the simple excuse of not wanting to see your children die before you, and then you go around wandering in a school uniform. You should have matured by now, but it seems you haven't even thought about it. At that moment, a very uncomfortable atmosphere was created. Tobara. She charges at Fubuki. Look who you're talking to. Fubuki immobilizes her on the ground with the handle of her spear. Fubuki. The new leader of the family. It's me. If you were still the same as when you were the commander, you could have handled that attack. You've gotten old. You're too old for this now. It's time for you to retire, mother. Tobara. Fubuki. Damn, smiles, you've gotten strong. Fubuki. From now on, I will lead the Azuma family. Tobara. Do what you want. Fubuki. Well, until now, the Azuma have focused on strength, but from now on, I'm going to change that and build a new Azuma family. Smiles, from now on, please get along a little better. Azuma too. I see. Fubuki. You all, just as you are quite tenacious in training, you should also be in getting along better. Homare sticks out her tongue. I hope we can continue to get along, Captain Azumo. Tenka. Smiles, me too. Fubuki. Captain Uzen, I apologize for the things. Kyoka. You did it to be able to wake Hamari, right? But if you say it seriously, it would be a pleasure for you to put me to the test. Fubuki. I really appreciate it, that you trained Hamari to reach this point. Intertwines her hands with Kyoka. The Azuma won't forget this debt. Looks at the green-haired guy and approaches him. In the fight, Hamari mentioned that you were her boyfriend, is that true? Izuku. Nervous and blushing, well, why yes, I am her boyfriend, Miss Fubuki. Fubuki. Yes, it's very cute, take care of him, Hamari. Alright. Hamari can stay a little longer, there are things we need to review. Hamari. Nervous, why you just became the boss and is already giving orders. 10th Squad Base, Hot Springs. Ren. Bathing, just remembering it makes me furious, the reward I had to give to Midoriya Izuku. Flashback. The reward of the out-of-control slave chapter. Ren. My body moves on its own, throws herself over the legs of the green-haired guy. My abdomen too. Are you going to pet it? Izuku. Nervous and scared, it's not over yet. I'll finish this as quickly as possible. Starts to caress the commander from her head to her intimacy. Ren. Blushing, it's just a beast. End flashback. Ren. Getting dressed. Next time I'll have to teach Midoriya Izuku, who is the pet and who is the owner. Grabs a dog leash. I'll put this on. I am the commander of the anti-demon Corps Yamashiro Ren. I will make sure to educate him well. Back to the Azuma mansion. Yakiho. The bathroom in this house is fabulous. Today was a good day. Flashback. Yakiho. With a mocking smile. Wow. I didn't know that little Hamari already had a boyfriend. Hamari. Blushing and looking away. And what's wrong with that? Are you jealous? Yakiho. Ha. I'll find an even better man at any moment. Hamari. I don't think so. Hey. I've been thinking about something. When we were kids, you always bothered me, but don't tell me, was that to protect me from Homare? Yakiho. Of course not, it's just that you're a very troublesome little sister. Hamari. Thanks. Yakiho looks at her confused. Oni-chan keeps walking, leaving a frozen blue-haired girl behind. End flashback. Yakiho. With a smile from ear to ear. Maya. You are in a very good mood, Yakiho. Yakiho. Jumps in surprise. Maya. Maya. It's been a long time. Why don't you wash your sister's back? Yakiho. What? A giant hand of water grabs her and pulls her out of the water to wash her older sister's back. Maya. You have no right to check yourself. Yakiho. Annoyed. It's not fair that you use your ability. In another part of the mansion. Homare. I still can't lose to Hamari. Starts taking off her clothes. I'll stay with her boyfriend and she'll lose him. Homare's imagination. Homare. Sitting on top of the green-haired guy. I'm going to steal him. Back to reality. Homare. Although, this is a bit embarrassing. Opens the door to the room they had given to the green-haired guy. Suddenly, I have to do it. Upon looking inside, she saw that there was no one inside. Hamari and company went with Fubuki to our special dimension. They said they would go train a little more. Homare. Tobara-sama. The mentioned one was wearing a blue high school swimsuit. Tobara. Size. And I came to bother Midoriya Izuku. How boring. Homare. What? Has the body of a girl. Tobara Azuma. Ability. Ephemeral of the old times. Can absorb the vital energy of other beings. Tobara has been absorbing the energy of flowers to always stay young. It is also possible for her to accumulate vital energy to then transfer it to other beings to accelerate their growth or to speed up their regeneration. Homer. A worthy ability for a monster. Tobara. I feel like you're thinking of something very rude. Homer. Nervous? No. How could you think that? On the island. Fubuki. That's it. At the banquet I realized Hamari's weaknesses, especially that you focus a lot on frontal attacks. Hamari. I will make sure to train. Izuku. Thank you very much for your teachings, Fubuki-san. Fubuki. It's fine, grabs the green-haired boy's chains. Let's continue. Now try that transformation. Izu. Hi. Ah. The green-haired boy starts to change shape. Hamari. It can't be. Did the loan activate? Fubuki. Since we're here, I could try it too. Hamari. Wait a moment. Until now I have been using the loan with Izuku to train, but the reward, will we do it together? The green-haired guy starts to change into a larger, muscular form with 2 horns on his head. Hamari. Her body starts to become rigid. My body feels heavy, so this is the loan. He could do it without my consent. Fubuki. Show me your ability. Izuku. Do I not need to hold back, Hamari? Hamari. Takes a fighting stance. Of course not. The green-haired boy lunges at the younger blue-haired girl. Izuku. My strength and speed have decreased a bit, but Hamari kicks him in the head but it bounces back. Hamari. A bullet. Fubuki. It's like rubber. Fixes his gaze on a huge rock. Why don't you try jumping and destroying that rock? Izuku. Understood. Starts to charge strength in his legs and yellow lightning begins to appear. The green-haired guy jumps into the sky from a great height. Wow. Hamari. Surprised, so high. Suddenly the green-haired guy's arms stretch and he strikes the rock several times, destroying it. Fubuki. Now try to apply force to your arm only at the last moment. The green-haired guy does as asked and his arm stretches again, creating a crater in the ground. The ability to control the elasticity of your body could have interesting effects. Izuku. I'm exhausted. For some reason I want to eat something sweet. Time skip. The next day. In a cave. Tenka. And that was what happened all this time. Aoba. Wow, I hope you let me be the godmother of your baby. Tenka. Smiling, of course, Aoba. Aoba. Smiling. Tenka. You have been helping us a lot. If we had been discovered, we would have been in danger. Tenka. Shaking hands. It's not necessary to thank me. Aoba. Still, thank you. Tenka. Dear friend. In the afternoon at the beach. Shushu. Summer has arrived. Izuku. In reality, summer is already coming to an end. Shushu. Summer for me starts here. Kyoka. Let's make the most of the day off we got to have some fun. Tenka. It's a shame about Hamari-chan. Why didn't she come? Izuku. Sweating a lot. Flashback. The green-haired boy had woken up first and got up to prepare breakfast and take it to the blue-haired girl. Izuku. Puts the breakfast on the side table and starts to gently shake the girl to wake her up. Wake up, Hamari. I brought you breakfast. Hamari. Sleepy. Good morning Zuzu, and thanks for the breakfast. Izuku. Hands over the breakfast. Here, enjoy. I'm going to prepare mine. See you later. Hamari. Goodbye. Eats a piece of pancake. It's very good. In the kitchen dining room. In the kitchen were Yakiho, Tenka, Kyoka, Tobara, and Fubuki. Izuku. Good morning everyone. Everyone. Good morning Izuku. Izu. Guy. Fubuki. And where is Hamari? Izuku. In her room. I brought her breakfast. Tobara. With a mocking smile. And why did you bring her breakfast, kid? Izuku. With a slight blush. I brought it for her effort in yesterday's training. Hehe. Tobara. Yeah. Tenka. Yakiho-chan. Didn't you sleep last night? You look tired. And it was true. The middle sister had very pronounced dark circles and was nodding off over her breakfast. Yakiho. Don't make me talk, Captain. Don't make me talk. Tenka. Hehe. Kyoka. Izuku. Today we have a day off and we're going to the beach. I already mentioned it to Shushu and Nei. Could you ask Hamari if she wants to go? Izuku. It's okay. She leaves. Tenka. Gets up from the chair. I'm going to go somewhere first. We'll see each other there later. Fubuki. Captain Izumo. You shouldn't be walking much during your pregnancy. By the way, how far along are you? Tenka. Don't worry, I'm almost 8 months along. Fubuki. I understand, be careful. Tenka. Yes, she leaves through a portal to a cave. With the green-haired guy. Izuku. Enters the girl's room. Hamari, we've been given the day off. Kyoka says yes. He stops talking upon seeing Hamari lying on the floor with the breakfast tray and the broken plate. Hamari. What happened? Why are you lying on the floor? Hamari. Embarrassed, I got out of bed to put on some clothes, but my legs gave out and I fell to the floor. I feel them numb. Izuku. Embarrassed, I'm sorry. Let me help you. He lifts her off the floor and puts her on the bed. I'll tell Kyoka that you're not feeling well and I'll stay with you. Hamari. Shakes her hands. No, no. Go to the beach with the others, we rarely get free time. Izuku. But, Hamari. You can't refuse. Izuku. Sighs. Fine, but I'll make it up to you. Hamari. Yes, that's fine. End of flashback. Izuku. Nervous, she said she wasn't feeling well, that's why she didn't come. Tenka. I see. Izu helped me put the towel and the umbrella on the sand. Izuku. Yes, he goes with Tenka. Nay. With a float, I finished inflating my life jacket. Kyoka. Grabs Nei's hand. Then, let's go swimming. Nei. Shushu. Grabs the green-haired boy's arm. Let's play in the water. Izuku. Izuku. Wait, Shu, are you okay staying here sitting? Tenka. Tenka. Don't worry Izu, go have fun. Shushu. Let's go. Izuku. They spent the whole day playing in the water, playing with a beach ball, splashing water on each other. At some point, Tenka joined them. Izuku. In the showers. Haha. It was a very fun day. Being at the beach reminded me of when I had to clean mine to inherit the OFA. Suddenly someone covers his eyes. Who am I? Izuku. Smiles. I don't know. Maybe a blonde girl with beautiful green eyes. Shushu. Blushing. You figured me out right away. Izuku. What's wrong? Shushu. Smiles. Concentrated paradigm shift. I will make my chest bigger. Presses her chest against the green-haired boy's chest. I was waiting for you to come out, but you took too long. Izuku. Shu, you don't need to do this. I like you just the way you are, and I don't care about the size of your breasts, you should know that. Shushu. Embarrassed. I'm sorry, it's just. I thought you would like it, you know. Izuku. Nervous. Maybe, at another time. Shushu. It's okay. Time skip. Izuku. Kyoka. We're going to use the celestial transformation. Kyoka. About that technique consumes a lot of energy. It would be better to consider it a last resort. It would be better to perfect the basics. Izuku. But. Kyoka. In my opinion, it's not that I lost to Fubuki-san due to a lack of training. Rather, I think I experienced so much power that I was afraid I couldn't handle it. She climbs onto the back of the green-haired guy. That's why we need to train until moving in your celestial form isn't so difficult for you. Izuku. Understood. Kyoka. Right now, I'm interested in increasing the variations with long-range attacks. Izuku. Long-range. Kyoka. Those thunder gods have wings, so we need ways to deal with flying enemies. Izuku. I see, with the OFA, I can create large air waves that could damage her. Kyoka. Yes, but I have an idea I want to try, but it will take some getting used to. They start running at great speed on the beach sand and Kyoka notices they are going faster than before. Are you using the OFA? Izuku. No, I'm not using it. I think we've made progress in our training. Kyoka. With her hand on her chin. I don't really think we've changed that much. Izuku. Lately, I've transformed a lot with Hamari. I've felt a bit lighter. Could it be that my muscles retain that speed? Kyoka. Don't tell me that by using the loan, my own form becomes stronger. Time skip. Izuku. Through the loan, your form becomes stronger. Kyoka. Kyoka. Brushing the green-haired boy's teeth. It seems so, and all the other forms will become stronger if you keep practicing. Now the loan has become more important, but. Izuku. In that case, we should try more loans. Kyoka. Surprised and a little annoyed. Maybe. Now we can see the green-haired boy doing push-ups on the beach. Time skip. Ren. Today, we are here to take turns, with Izuku Midoriya. Kyoka. Surprised what? Ren. Izuku Midoriya. Lie down over there. The green-haired boy lies on the ground. Each captain sat on top of the green-haired boy. Chitara normally looks and sits heavily on the green-haired boy's stomach. Belle uncomfortable. Yakumo showing from under her skirt. Tenka very affectionate with Izuku. Barbara formally. Fubuki sitting in a pose, and Ren hurting the green-haired boy. Outside the dream, Kyoka. Breathes heavily and sees that she is in the hostel by the beach, gets up to walk a bit. I am selfish. I still want him just for myself. In the distance, she could see how the green-haired boy was kicking the air. Izuku. Izuku. Surprised Kyoka. What are you doing awake? Kyoka. I couldn't sleep so I went out to walk for a while to get some fresh air. Izuku. Well, it's also good to see you. Kyoka. Izuku. It's about the loan. I definitely hate it. Kyoka. Surprised. Izuku. Except for emergencies. I would like to keep fighting by your side, Kyoka, like we always have. I think it would be better if I keep fighting with you, Kyoka, and I will help you with your dream of becoming the next commander. Kyoka. Starts to shed some tears. Izuku. Kyoka, are you okay? Did I say something wrong? Kyoka. No. It's just that I don't deserve you. Izuku. What are you talking about? Kyoka. Izuku. I'm just being selfish. I know we decided to share you, but I'm afraid they'll take you away from me. I don't want to lose you. Izuku. Hugs her. Kyoka. You will never lose me. I will always be with you. I will never abandon you. Kyoka. Returns the hug. Thank you for everything, Izuku. I love you. Izuku. I love you too, Kyoka. Kyoka. Smiles. Since we're here, let's train a new tactic. The green-haired one transforms and she grabs the chain. This chain was made from my power. Izuku has gotten used to it. We can surely extend the necessary distance. She stretches the chain and wraps it around some bamboo sticks. Izuku. They both pull the chains in different directions, breaking the bamboo in the process. We can apply it in many ways. Izuku. Yes. Meanwhile, in the sky over the city. Kusetsu. Flying over the city. So this is your world. Smiles. I'm coming for you beautiful people. Producer. I will confirm the time for your interview and photo session tomorrow and send it to you. Actress. Please, first I will take a shower. The woman calmly enters the shower. Wow, but you are beautiful. Actress. Scared. Who's there? Suddenly Kusetsu starts to appear from the bathroom wall. Kusetsu. The first candidate in the interviews to be my prey. The actress tries to escape but the goddess shoots her with an arrow shaped like a feather, hitting her in the neck and knocking her out. If you make a scene, Shikoku-ne will get angry, looks at the woman's face and licks her lips. Well, let's continue collecting beauties. The next day, 7th Squad Base. Nay. Oni-chan, now that I remember, you said that in your world, they have a quirk at 4 years old. Both the 7th and 6th squads, who found out about the pregnancy and of course heard Nay, some of the trusted ones already knew how the quirk process worked in Izuku's world. Nay. I remember the time you were kidnapped and you told us about what they did to those girls. Shuki, what would happen if the baby had a quirk or power from this world? The silence was clear. Tenka, even though he wanted to put on a face of annoyance, couldn't, because it was harmful for the baby, but the room was filled with a murderous aura, and Izuku was emanating it. He used to be very nervous or shy when it came to risque things or any relationship, but when it was about villains, he had to get serious. However, despite the fact that Nei didn't have bad intentions in mentioning that, Izuku released a bit of the OFA and, above all, showed a side never seen before. Izuku. If anyone dares to touch my son, daughter to experiment with him, her. I would have to kill whoever dares to harm him, her. It is true that a hero has a code of not killing unless the threat is greater and for society, but Izuku was not in his world. Here the laws were different. Therefore he would do whatever it takes to protect his girlfriends and his son, daughter, but above all, he would kill anyone who dared to touch his baby and Tenka, because if the baby develops a quirk or a different power, he would be the target not only of enemies but also of people who want to exploit his power. Nay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Izuku deactivates the OFA and crouches down to Nei's height. Nei-chan, it's okay. I'm not upset about what you said. Nei. Really, for real. Izuku smiles, of course, Nei-chan. Nei hugs the green-haired boy. I love you, Oni-chan. Izuku returns the hug. I love you too, Nei. All of this was seen by all the women present in the anti-demon corps, who had smiles for the green-haired boy, and each had a different thought. Tenka caressing her belly. I can't wait for you to be born so you can meet your father, my baby. Kyoka smiling. Izuku is going to be a good father. Shushu smiling. It seems that Izuku is going to be a better father than his own. Yakiho with a small smile. Maybe he's not a bad guy after all. Hamari smiling. It seems that Zuzu is going to be an overprotective father. Sahara Z's. Izuku sees that all the girls are looking at him with a smile and gets a little nervous. What's happening? All Sahara. Nothing. Zuzu, Izuku, Midoriya. Suddenly, Tenka and Kyoka's phones started ringing and they went to answer it. Izuku. A single sound means it's an emergency. Their phones start ringing 2 more times. It was 3. Kyoka. This signal. The Thunder Gods. Time skip. 10th Squad Base. Izuku walking through the hallways. Where was the bathroom? In a corner far down the hallway, he could see the captain of the 8th Squad looking at him. Do you need something? As the captain approaches, she moves away from him. It was the captain of the 8th Squad, right? When he looked back, he could see the same woman, but this time with a frown, scaring the protagonist a little. Does she hate me? The green-haired boy continued walking down the large hallway until someone grabbed him from an alley. Izuku surprised. Yakumo-san. Yakumo. Hello, Slave-chan, let's do the loan again. Izuku. I don't think it's necessary, Yakumo-san. If it's not, I'm sure Kyoka would be upset. Yakumo. But how are we going to use it in an emergency if we haven't gotten used to it yet? I know. Let's go to a hot spring in Hokkaido. I'll guide you. Izuku. Blushing. And no, it's not necessary, Yakumo-san. Yakumo. Of course, grabs the green-haired boy's hand and places it on her thigh under her skirt. I'll make sure to give you your reward. Izuku squirms and runs away. I'm sorry, but I'm going to the bathroom. Yakumo. Don't run away. Starts chasing him. 10 minutes later, Izuku coming out of the bathroom and sighs. I finally managed to get away from Yakumo-san. Tenka. Hello Izuku. Huh, oh Tenka, are you going to the conference room? Tenka. Yes, let's go together. Takes the green-haired boy's hand. Izuku. With a slight blush. Yes, let's go, but Tenka, you're almost in the last month. You don't plan to participate, do you? Tenka smiles and kisses him on the cheek. Don't worry, I won't participate, but I'm still a captain, so I have to be here. Izuku. Understood. Conference room. In the room were all the captains of the anti-demon corps except Ren. Jinna. Ren-sama is contacting us from Washington. Ren. Let me explain why I called you so suddenly. In recent days, multiple disappearances of women have been reported in the Yokohama area. The police are currently investigating it. Suddenly, a hologram of Kusetsu appears, but it seems they captured this girl on a security camera. Bell. The Thunder Gods. Tatara. It's the first time I've seen one of that kind. Ren. It seems to be moving stealthily between the buildings. That caught the attention of 3 people. Q10 Izu. Is it moving through the buildings? Izuku. Serious, that was Yuno-san's power. Did they steal her ability or something? Tenka. So she is using her power freely to kidnap people. Fubuki. If she is one of the 8 Thunder Gods, the anti-demon body will intervene. Bell. Whenever a Shuki crosses into our world, it ends up causing a commotion. Kyoka. And what are we waiting for? We need to take care of the Shuki as soon as possible. Ren. To take care of her, we will send a special force to our world to help the police. There is a Kunado in Yokohama. I will leave this matter to your squad. Mira. Understood. Ren. Right now we are a bit short-staffed, so I decided to send a small squad to take care of this. Mira. And you chose me, smiles, it won't be necessary. I can kick their butts by myself. Tatara. With a sparkle in her eyes, how cool. Jinna. Fangirl mode, kya. Mira-sama is so cool. Ren. We don't know the number of enemies, besides you, take another captain to help you. Yakumo. Raises her hand, me. Yakumo-san is ready. Mira. What will happen if you unleash your wind in Yokohama? Starts spinning her hat with a finger, if you want to join me. I'll only leave you behind, throws her hat in the direction of Kyoka. Grabs the hat, if that's what you want. Mayuga. The doors will be unguarded. Do you really think it's okay for another captain to accompany her? Ren. Only the captains will go, the others can continue with their normal training. Tenka. That's true, I don't see a problem. Mira. We'll leave as soon as the conference is over. Kyoka. Stop acting like you're the boss in everything. Izuku. Laughs nervously, hee, serious, we will face each other this time in our world, looks at the hologram of the goddess, if we defeat her, she can tell us where Aoba-san's sisters are. In Yokohama, a mansion can be seen, and inside, the goddess could be seen with 2 humanoid shuki. Kusetsu. We have to keep this one too. One of the shuki throws a web at a woman and starts hanging her from the ceiling like the other 6 women, haha. It's almost time to finish the preparations, licks his lips, we can't let them do whatever they want. The next day, Azuma too. This girl is definitely the culprit. On a screen, Kusetsu can be seen flying over the city. With the police's skills, we were able to track one of the victims. We believe the victims are still alive. Azuma. In the worst case, we will know their exact position by tomorrow night, and we should also find the culprit there. Kyoka. Basically, they want our help to rescue the hostages. Mira. Let the police handle evacuating the area. Azuma too. Once we know their location, we will contact them, they leave. Mira. Even so, it's very problematic that they can pass through walls and fly. Kyoka. That ability belonged to a humanoid shuki that the Thunder Gods captured, maybe a way to steal the abilities of their victims, that would explain the kidnappings. Mira. Looks at the report, although according to the information from the victims, they don't seem to have very powerful abilities. She notices that the green-haired guy is very serious looking at one of the reports. Kyoka and Mira continued gathering information, waiting until the police contacted them. Time skip. We can see the team riding on a cable car. Izuku. Excited, this is the first time I'm getting on one of these. Kyoka. Smiling, me too. Mira. Make sure to pay attention to the area. Kyoka. Gives a candy to the green-haired boy, here, Izuku. Izuku. Takes the candy, thank you very much. Kyoka. Here, Mira. Mira. Takes the candy, why do you always carry sweets with you? You picked up Ryu-san's habit. Izuku. How long have you known each other? Mira. Since we joined the Anti-Demon Corps, she was very well known in Okinawa. I always thought she was the strongest even without using my ability. Kyoka. By the way, I have defeated you just using our fists. Mira. And you still say that your ability is not strong. We became captains almost at the same time, and we were assigned to the most dangerous areas within Mado. Izuku. So you are rivals, the two stand up and face each other, Mira. The one who will have the commander position, will be me. Kyoka. It won't be me. Izuku. Here we go again, smiles, it reminds me of when I fought against Kachan and Todoroki to be the #1 hero, haha. Time skip. In a restaurant. Kyoka. This is really good, Mira. Mira. I knew you would like strong flavors, looks at the green-haired boy, by the way, guy. Izuku. Eating, huh? Mira. Wipes the green-haired boy's face with a cloth. The reason I chose Kyoka for this mission was not to prove who was better. I did it because I thought Kyoka would be the right one to deal with this enemy. It's true that I want to be the commander, but I don't intend to use any dirty methods to achieve it. If you want Kyoka to win, you can't be weaklings. The most important thing is her life. That is the motto of the Anti-Demon Corps, do you understand? Izuku. Yes. Time skip. Izuku. This place is very peaceful and cheerful, it's a nice place. Mira. Yes. I also like Amy. That's why I can't forgive them. Those who take away innocence. Apartment showers. Mira. Do you want me to wash your back? Kyoka. What's wrong with you? Mira. Lately, it seems to me that you and Tenka have been doing something. Anyone would notice if they looked closely. How you talk with your eyes, something must have happened. Kyoka. It's true that something happened, but I still can't talk to you about it. Mira. Kyoka. When the time is right, I will make sure to tell you. Mira. If you need my help, it would be better if you say so. Kyoka. Yes, with the green-haired one. Izuku was asleep but wakes up a little disoriented. Izuku. It's true, where in Yokohama looks to his side and sees no one. Where is Kyoka? Gets up and walks towards the bathroom, but the door starts to open, and the blonde girl comes out with her robe open. Izu am I. Aha, she wants to drown me at the bottom of the sea. The blonde girl blushes and covers herself with the robe. Izuku. Starts to run. I'm sorry. I think I better sleep in another room. Mira. You can't just change rooms like that. You can stay. Sweating buckets. It's not a big deal. Izuku. Frozen. Why yes. Gets back into bed. Good night. Mira-sama. Mira. Goes to the other room. Why yes, good night boy. How embarrassing. Kyoka comes out of the bathroom wearing a tank top and shorts and gets into the same bed as the green-haired guy. Izuku. Noticing. What are you doing, Kyoka? Kyoka. With a slight blush. I thought we could sleep together. Does that bother you? Izuku. No. I was just surprised, that's all. Kyoka. It's okay. She gives him a kiss. Good night, Izuku. She rests her head on the green-haired boy's chest. Izuku. Blushing. Good night, Kyoka. The next day, the police contacted us to give us the location of a mansion on the outskirts of Yokohama. Kyoka. This is their hideout. Mira. They are pretending to be powerful beings. Kyoka. Here they come. Suddenly, a muscular humanoid Shuki appears. Mira. They were watching. Kyoka. It's a strong one. Mira. Who are you telling that to? With my ability, as soon as they get close, it will be their end. The Shuki tries to hit her, but the blonde girl easily dodges. That hit wasn't so bad, but there's something you're missing, and that's spirit. She punches the Shuki in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and sending him flying. Those weak punches won't reach me. Izuku. Surprised. Does she only use her fists? So Mira-san is good at hand-to-hand combat. Kyoka. Mira. Suddenly, the Shuki that used to belong to Yuno appears with a sword, and one of the hostages is pointing a sword at his neck. I thought you had something better planned, but it seems I overestimated you. The Shuki throws his sword at the blonde girl, piercing her chest. Izuku. Shocked. Mira-san. He was about to launch an attack, but the silver-haired girl stops him. Kyoka. Calm down, Izuku, just keep watching. The green-haired boy looked and saw how Mira started to fade, confusing the broccoli. Izuku. Did she disappear? Suddenly, Mira appears and kicks the Shuki in the arm, causing him to release the hostage. He rubs his eyes. What? Mira-san. Kyoka. Don't worry, we can leave it to Mira. In the distance, the other Shuki could be seen waking up. We will take care of this Shuki. The Shuki turns into a ball heading towards Kyoka, who was ready with her katana, but suddenly the body of the Shuki changed to have spikes, but the silver-haired girl starts cutting it with her katana, splitting it in half. Izuku. Are you sure, Kyoka? It doesn't need our help. The silver-haired girl looks at the blonde girl. Mira. She begins to be surrounded by a yellow aura, and they have the guts to use a hostage. The strengthening that Mira undergoes is not due to her own power. In the 2nd Squadron's headquarters, while Mira fights, there is someone holding a flag, and that someone is the vice captain of the 2nd Squadron, Zaha Megumi. She became a delinquent seeking respect, but when she saw Mira undefeated and covered in the blood of her enemies, she became Mira's standard bearer, and from that pride and self-esteem arose Megumi's ability. By holding her flag, Mira becomes stronger. It is an ability that allows her to strengthen a specific person. But the true ability of Mira. The Shuki increases his musculature while in front of Mira until a voice catches the attention of those present. All the hostages are safe now. As they were leaving the mansion, several Miras appeared holding the hostages. We couldn't find the main target. Mira 3. First, we need to secure the hostages. Suddenly, Shuki was surrounded by a bunch of Miras. All. This is your end. They all started attacking Shuki with their fists, killing him. Massacre. Scarlet Regiment. Kyoka. They all become stronger thanks to the reinforcement. I'm still not used to seeing it. Izuku. Incredible. Mira. Well, after all, I am a captain. Let's inspect the place. They all started searching throughout the mansion. We didn't find the culprit. Kyoka. We couldn't find any clues either. Mira. Well, it would be better to leave the search to the police. Kyoka. I guess we have no choice. Mira. Kyoka, go get those wounds checked. Kyoka. It's nothing. Izuku. But the enemies weren't normal. Shuki. If you have time, you should check yourself just in case. Mira. That's true. What if they poisoned you with something, silly? Kyoka. Smiles. You worry too much. Mira. I'm going to submit my report. Leaves. Kyoka. It seems there are no cameras. I should start the reward. Undoes the transformation of the green-haired one. Izuku. Kyoka, are you not hurt anywhere else? Sees that she doesn't answer. Kyoka. Kyoka. She starts to take off her boots and lifts her skirt, just in case. Maybe you should check. This is your reward. Izuku. Blushing. Everything looks very good. There are no injuries. The silver-haired girl leans in. Kyoka. And what about here? Izuku. There's nothing wrong. Kyoka. Izuku, this is our world, and just outside is, and yet you're making me undress. She is completely naked. Izuku. I'm sorry, but it's beautiful. Kyoka. She turns bright red. Quick, check for injuries. He really thinks my body is beautiful. Mira. Entering. It's time to go. Sees the whole scene turning to stone. Closes the door again and starts to tremble. What was Kyoka doing? She wasn't with another woman. She was with a man. But she was naked. Don't tell me that. Are they already engaged? Then Kyoka. Have they already consummated their relationship? But this guy, wasn't he with Tenka? Time skip. We can see the green-haired guy looking out the window of his room. Mira. Arriving. Kyoka will be back in a few moments. They are doing a quick checkup on her now. Izuku. Yes, it makes me feel more at ease. Mira. Hey, by the way, are you and Kyoka dating? Izuku. Surprised. Well, why yes, but our relationship is a little complicated. Mira. So you are dating. What do you mean by your relationship being complicated? Izuku. Well, I can't tell you. I'm going to lie down for a bit. Leaves. Mira. Sits on an armchair. So they are dating, but can they really reach that point? With the green-haired one. Izuku. Lying in bed. I guess I should take the opportunity to rest. The green-haired one starts to close his eyes, but suddenly someone appears next to him. Kusetsu. Hello, little broccoli. Izuku. Was going to get up, but one of the white-haired girl's feathers paralyzes him. The kidnapper. I can't move my body. I can't speak either. Kusetsu. It's useless. You can't move. It's the beautiful ability of a goddess. I am Kusetsu. Izuku. So it's from the thunder gods. Closing parenthesis. Kusetsu. When I returned to my nest, my friends had already been defeated and my prey had been stolen. Did my plans fail? I would like to take revenge, but Shikoku-ne forbade me from fighting, but upon seeing you I felt that I had to follow you. Izuku. Me. Closing parenthesis. Kusetsu. Midoriya. Izuku. I heard that Shikoku-ne is interested in you, so at least, let me take you as a souvenir. With her finger she makes the green-haired boy stand up, but first help me with an experiment. I guess I have to settle for you. Izuku. Experiment. Closing parenthesis. Kusetsu. Before taking one of my prey, it seemed like I was in the middle of their reproductive activities. She grabs the boy's head so he can look her in the eyes. Does it really feel that good? I'm curious. She kisses the green-haired boy on the mouth while he squeezes her butt. Izuku. My tongue and my hands, they're moving on their own. Closing parenthesis. Kusetsu. Pushes the green-haired guy on the bed. This is good. What will happen to a person if they reproduce with a goddess? Leans over the green-haired guy. Do you want to try it? The goddess kisses him again. The saliva of a goddess. Make sure to drink it all. I'll let you move a little. Starts taking off her clothes. Now you must use your tongue to serve your goddess. hurry up. Izuku. One for all, small rays start to appear. Mira-san. The goddess covers her mouth. Kusetsu. Little broccoli, don't make Rui. Suddenly the door flies open revealing a blonde girl. Huh. Mira. Who is it? Looks at the green-haired one. Are you okay? Izuku. I feel a little weak but I'm fine. She. It's one of the thunder gods. Mira. The goddess started to cross the wall but the blonde girl runs after her. Good. Both rush out of the building outside. Do you think you can escape, you damn thing? She kicks the goddess in one of her sides. Kusetsu. How dare you? Grabs the blonde girl's leg and throws her to kick me. Mira. From a distance, she could see that she was going to fall where the helicopters land. The helipad. Lands on her feet. Kusetsu. Falling from the sky, there's always a first time. Divine punishment. The two start to struggle, creating a crater in the ground and flying off in different directions. Damn. Closing parenthesis. Mira. Massacre Scarlet Regiment starts to create a large number of copies. This is divine punishment. Kusetsu. Is that their ability? So that's how they took my warehouse. I don't care. I'll just have to take them all down beautifully. Throws his feathers at all the copies, taking out some of them and creating a cloud of dust, but suddenly from there, Mira appears running in his direction. It doesn't matter how many there are crosses his arms, they will never defeat me in the sky. With both arms, he splits Mira into several parts. Mira. It's my victory. The blonde girl punches her in the face, but as she punches, she slips, and the goddess kicks her, sending her to the ground. Kusetsu. The goddess pulls out some cards. Facing you is not a simple execution, it would be a real fight. She releases all those cards into the sky. Mira. What are those cards? Kusetsu. And they forbade me from fighting. They told me that before fighting I should flee. So on one of the cards, several Shuki could be seen. I will release these guys in the city. Get out, everyone. Suddenly, Shuki started to emerge from the cards, beginning to chase the citizens and finally a huge Shuki. Mira. Shocked. You wretch. Kusetsu. Smiles. How many will you be able to save? Thank you. Shikoku ne. Flashback. Shikoku. Kusetsu. I will give you the Shuki deck I made. With these cards, you can summon the Shuki I sealed in them. When they are inside the cards, they can't do anything, but once they come out, they will regain all their power. Kusetsu. That's incredible. Shikoku. Also, I made sure to include 4 very strong Shuki. These should be difficult to defeat even for those girls. You even recovered some Shuki that had been defeated. This one can hunt living beings and spit webs, and this one is a giant. It's very tough. Kusetsu. Hugs her. This is the best. I love you. Shikoku ne. Shikoku. Hee, it's to protect you. End flashback. Kusetsu. Dancing in the sky. Ha ha ha. I released those Shuki in Yokohama. Sees that she jumped to be at the same height as her. Huh. Mira. I will show you that I can save them all. When Mira uses her power, she can choose between strengthening herself or producing a large number of clones. Mira. I won't let anyone die. Massacre Scarlet Regiment creates a large number of clones. Kusetsu. Surprised. What? Mira. I have to surpass my own limit. Go protect the citizens. All. Yes, all of Mira's clones scattered throughout Yokohama, defeating the Shuki, protecting and helping the citizens. At one moment, the enormous Shuki began to charge a powerful beam from its mouth towards a building, but it was stopped by a kick from Mira. But now the Shuki is aiming at her. Mira. They are stronger than normal. Plus. Kyoka. I won't give up. Suddenly the silver-haired girl arrives, slashing the huge Shuki by the eye. Mira. Surprised. Kyoka. Kyoka. I thought I would take care of as many as I could. It seems I was right, and I was just thinking about what I should do. Mira. Looking at the huge Shuki. Once you come to that, meet up with the others at that hotel. We need to evacuate towards the area near the port. Kyoka. Understood. Kusetsu. Well, they are really protecting them. Mira. For a moment I thought I wouldn't be able to control all of them. I'm glad I had this ability, and now. Kusetsu. See you. Next time I'll take care of punishing them. Walking away. Mira. What? Kusetsu. Stops and looks at the blonde girl. Huh. Mira. A god running away from me. That's not beautiful at all. Kusetsu. Annoyed, fine. If that's what you want, I'll give you your punishment right now. Mira. I can't let her escape. Kusetsu. You've already used up all your power, and you can't clone yourself anymore. How do you plan to defeat a god now? Mira. Jumps to punch her. I'll use my own power. Kusetsu. Smiles. This girl doesn't learn. The punch was a feint and she kicks her in the side. Ah. A trap. Mira. Behind her, 2 feathers appeared which she stopped with her hands. Feathers. So she can throw them and control them. The goddess kicks her away from her. Kusetsu. It's over. Throws her feathers in Mira's direction. You can't defend yourself. Mira. I must still have something more strength. Creates a clone propelling herself upwards. Kusetsu. What? Mira. This is your end. Punches her in the chest. Little memory. Shikoku. Humans can use their emotions to unleash a power beyond our expectations. Kusetsu. It's like Shikoku ne said. Mira. Grabs her by the head. I'll show you what happens. They start falling to the ground when you make a ruckus in Yokohama. Kusetsu. Gritting her teeth. It's over. Enough. Before crashing face first into the ground, she supports her arm and removes Mira from her back. With this form, the goddess begins to change into a different form. I will make sure to punish you. Mira. Even if it changes shape, the original and a clone run towards the goddess. There's only so much I can do. Closing parenthesis. Kusetsu. So the clones that were fighting the Shuki are back. Mira. They were clones I made by concentrating on the quantity. They may not be that strong but they will be useful. Closing parenthesis. Kusetsu. When I'm like this, clenches his fist and hits both copies. My power. It's on another level. In front of him, the original Mira appears preparing a punch that won't work again. But the blonde girl lands the punch on his face and continues hitting him several times. She's fast. I can't get slippery in time. The blonde girl throws another punch but the goddess doesn't move. Not bad. The white-haired girl gives a warning hit sending her flying. Mira. Her strength has also increased. Kusetsu. I'm sure what I felt was your true body. The blonde girl is a clone to distract her but I'm not interested in your clones. She dodges the clone and punches the blonde girl in the stomach. Divine punishment. The blonde girl spits a large amount of blood but Mira starts to fade. Huh. Was this also a clone? How could it be? The real Mira appears behind her and she and a clone punch her where her heart is. Ah. The blonde girl thought she had killed her but the white-haired girl punches the original, sending her flying far away. If you had more clones, you could have taken the life of a god. Mira. Gu. Kusetsu. But you have already used a large part of your power saving everyone. That was the price you paid. Can you understand it? Mira. You were mistaken. God. She takes off her jacket. I will not only save everyone. I will also defeat you. That is what I have decided. Kusetsu. Smiles. Kusetsu. I am Kusetsu, one of the 8 thunder gods. Mira. I am Kamienton. Look, captain of the 2nd squad of the anti-demon corps. Kusetsu. You are beautiful. Look. Mira. I will show you the soul of the anti-demon corps. Kusetsu. The two charge at each other. With the couple. Kyoka. Are you fully recovered? Izuku. I'm better now. Kyoka. Kyoka. It seems that Mira's clones have finished off all the Shuki and everyone is fine. Izuku. Last time Mira saved me. It's my turn to go help her. The two were paralyzed when they saw Kusetsu absorbing Mira through her stomach. Kusetsu. She finishes absorbing Mira and observes the newcomers. Are you also from the anti-demon forces? You arrived just in time. I just absorbed Mira, so I'm already full. This annoyed the green-haired one, so he lunged at her. The silver-haired one tries to slash her with her katana, but the goddess grabs the tip of the katana with her hand. What a beautiful power. Very worthy of a captain. Kyoka. Annoyed. Damn you. Kusetsu. Now bow before my beauty. She kicks the green-haired one, sending him flying. Kyoka. Chaotic cherry blossoms. The silver-haired one starts slashing the air with her katana, but is easily caught by the goddess. Kusetsu. Do you see? She punches the girl, sending her flying. You can't do anything to me. Kyoka. Incredible. Did she even stop my storm of attacks? Izuku. Smash. The green-haired one tries to hit her, but the goddess dodges and delivers a strong blow to his chest. Kusetsu. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can fight against a god using those attacks? The other thunder gods are much stronger than me when they use all their power. Just so you know, although, well, it won't be long before I am just as strong as them. Climbs on top of the green-haired one. In any case, what I'm saying is simple. All of you are still alive only because Shikoku-ne acts with caution. It's you, right, Midoriya Izuku? Not long ago you dared to reject my beautiful offer. Pulls down the top part, but how about we try again, both in our current forms? Izuku. No way. Kusetsu. Smiles. I'll do it gently. Leans in to kiss him but is sent flying by a kick. Aoba. I will attack with all my strength. Anyone who tries to get close to my Izuki. Izuku. Surprised. Aoba. Kusetsu. Another one. Aoba. Izuku. I can feel that Koko and Noun are still alive. Both of them are inside that bitch. Izuku. Are the absorbed people still alive? Then that means Mira, Kyoka. We need to get Mira out of there. For that, we first have to defeat Kusetsu. Kusetsu. Will they be able to say that again, after seeing this trick? Suddenly, the goddess started to clone herself. I absorbed Mira into my body, and thanks to that, I can also use her ability. The goddess had created a large number of clones. Ruuuuajaa. Takes out a card. Destroying this city will be enough to make the name of God known, and for that, I have the perfect card. Throws the card into the sky and a portal starts to open with the head of a gigantic Shuki coming out. Izuku. What the hell is going on with that Shuki? Aoba. Izuku, don't let yourself be intimidated. Kusetsu. It seems Mira made a mistake trying to stop me. Kyoka. Picks up the visor hat from the ground. Look, you weren't wrong. It would have been more dangerous to let you escape. Kusetsu. C1, of course, although on the other hand. Kusetsu. C2, I ended up absorbed and I gained a bunch of clones. Kyoka. Puts on the visor hat. Our fight, the true fight of the anti-demon forces, starts now. At the base of the 10th Squadron. Jinna. We have finished preparations to send reinforcements to Yokohama. We are sending our entire elite force. Behind Kyoka, Fubuki appeared and in the distance in the air, you could see Tobara and Maya in some hands. However, it seems that the situation in Yokohama is worsening. Ren. I'm aware. Stands up from his seat. I will also help. I will use my power to provide support from Washington. Back in the battle, Kyoka. I'll tell you again, Kusetsu. Kusetsu. I will subdue them with the army of a god. Ku. You will fall here and now. With Tobara and Maya. Tobara. Hey, I'm the commander of the anti-demon forces. Here I am, come at me all at once. The blue-haired girl catches the attention of the clones. Kusetsu. C3, Commander. Kusetsu. C4, then she is more important than all the others. Now it's worth attacking. All the clones head towards the commander. Maya. Looks like they took the bait. Tobara. And luckily there are no cars nearby. Go down on the bridge. The older sister lowers her hands to the bridge. Washington, D.C. The infinite universe that brings everything into existence, by putting a skill in both eyes, can increase its power by releasing it. The commander launches a powerful attack towards Japan. President. Was that shot aimed directly at Japan? Ren. Yes, but I didn't hit any planes on the way, so don't worry. President. What great power, and it doesn't even seem like she struggled to use it. Ren. Smiles. My subordinates took care of the rest. We will continue with the meeting. Yamashiro. Ren is the personification of the world's response. Back in Japan, Kusetsu sees how the green-haired guy doesn't take his eyes off the Shuki. Are you that interested in that Shuki up there? Well, for your information, it has a pretty horrifying ability. Its ability is suddenly the commander's attack hits the Shuki in the face. Izu. Ow. Fubuki. That must have been the commander. It seems she used a long-range attack from the United States. Kyoka. Smiles. It seems it was easy to hit thanks to its size. The gigantic Shuki starts to melt. With the ex-matriarch. Tobara. There are too many. Buy me some time. Maya. Understood. A large number of feathers are heading towards the two, but Maya uses her enormous hands to protect herself. Limbs of the wrathful god. Those feather projectiles are very powerful. they destroyed the hands in an instant. But it doesn't matter. I will just keep growing more hands and fulfill my duty as a shield. Kusetsu C4 waves goodbye. End of divine punishment. Maya's hands were completely pierced, and when they broke, the two Azuma could be seen without a scratch, but Maya looked tired. You still resist. Kusetsu C6 but I wonder for how long. 10 more seconds of divine rain, for the grand finale. Tobara points a finger at the sky. It's time. Kusetsu C3 is it. Tobara. That's enough, Maya. I can absorb it now. Frozen Star of the East starts absorbing the vitality of all the goddess's clones. Ha ha ha. Gives her granddaughter a slap on the butt. It seems I've regained the touch of my best times. With the others, they were all facing all of Kusetsu's clones. Kusetsu. The movements of the clones still need improvement. It seems it will take some time before I can use them well. Suddenly Aoba appears in front of her preparing a punch. I am the real one. And I won't be easy to defeat. Punches the silver-haired girl in the stomach. Aoba. Izuku. Aoba. The green-haired boy runs towards the goddess, but some clones get in the way, but they are easily defeated by Kyoka with her katana. Kyoka. How does she have so much power? Cuts Kusetsu in half, but she turns to smoke. Another clone. Suddenly Kusetsu emerges from the ground. Kusetsu, oh, I'm right here. Digs her claws into the side of the green-haired one. Izuku, aha. Kusetsu, oh, being hidden among clones is better than dissolving. Aoba. Emanating an aura of death. What are you doing to her? Sends her hair in the direction of the goddess to Izuki. Wraps the white-haired girl with her hair and lifts her to the sky. I will use all my power. Starts charging a powerful beam from her mouth towards the goddess. I did it. Is shocked to see the woman alive but with some wounds. Kusetsu, oh, badly injured. Are you also a captain? Aoba. Falls to the ground weakly. KHH. Fubuki. With her spear tries to attack, but the goddess sends her feathers, forcing her to dodge. Upon reaching the ground she had to dodge a blow from one of the clones that had emerged from the ground. She is hiding her clones even underground. Did she start setting traps? With the green-haired one. Kusetsu, oh, I will take care of their reinforcements once I finish with you. Starts to regenerate her wounds. I still have plenty of strength to fight. Kyoka. Izuku, it's time to use the Celestial Ascension. Izuku, I don't think we have another option. Kyoka. Then use it properly. Izuku, yes. Suddenly, the green-haired boy's body began to be surrounded by a white light. Kusetsu, oh, smiles, so it's a new secret technique. In the distance, Tobara. Seeing the ray of light emanating from the green-haired boy, oh, Midoriya Izuku. Maya. I like him, he has great potential. Tobara. Smirking pervertedly, it's good that Himari is his girlfriend. Just need to bring him into the family and use him as reinforcement. I will teach him everything in detail, in many ways. Maya. Here come more enemies. Back with the protagonist. Pick goes here. Izuku, look, Mira-san, I will save you. Kyoka synchronized with the Celestial Ascension. Kyoka. How many mountain peaks have collapsed upon the mountain of the moon? And then, alongside her words, she turned off the limiter in her brain. This was the new technique that Kyoka had developed to fight against the 8 thunder gods. It enhances her movements for a short period of time. Kusetsu, oh, smiles, not bad. I also have a technique to show. Come to me. Beautiful Majesty, the goddess created a mound of arms, a million punishments. Kyoka. Did she only multiply her arms? The 3 launch an attack, leaving all 3 quite badly injured. Kusetsu, oh, I was trying to land a hit, but they were dodged by them. Did a goddess dodge my attack? I thought it was a precise hit. I won't let my guard down again. Hides behind several clones. I'll finish them off with more clones. Attack. His clones do not listen to him. What's happening? I said attack. Suddenly one of his clones punches him in the face. Seeing the clone, he could see Mira's face showing him the middle finger. What? Mira. Kyoka. No wonder your clones are so weak. It seems that you failed to completely absorb Mira. Jumps off the back of the green-haired guy. It's now or never. Izuku. Wraps the protagonist's chain around her katana. Kusetsu. Don't say nonsense. So what if I haven't completely absorbed her? It's just a matter of time before I do. After all, I am a goddess. A goddess is beautiful. Izuku EC closes eyes. Kyoka. I give you my body. Suddenly the green-haired one disappears, leaving only his chain. Aoba. Shocked. Did Izuku disappear? No. The sword. Izuku is inside the sword. Kyoka begins to charge power, causing the sword to start glowing and some neon green rays to emerge. The goddess lunges at her, and at that moment, she opens her eyes. Kyoka. Long sword of the slave. The silver-haired one slashes through the air, causing the green-haired one to burst out at high speed, piercing the goddess's chest and rescuing the three women inside. Kyoka launched a definitive attack, with Izuku inside her sword. This technique is the long sword of the slave, a definitive technique resulting from synchronization with the celestial ascension, that uses the power of the slave and Kyoka's martial arts. Izuku EC checks if they are breathing. Both are breathing. Aoba. Sighs. What a relief. Kyoka. The goddess tried to escape but the silver-haired girl ties her up with her chain. If you try to escape or use your ability, I will cut you into pieces. Kusetsu's body started to swell, transforming into an egg. Huh. Is it a form of defense? Egg. Rururururu. From inside, it launches some tentacles towards the silver-haired girl. Izuku EC, be careful, Kyoka. Kyoka. So now you try to absorb me. Cuts the egg in half that started to fade before everyone's eyes. Then. It's time to submit. Looks at the green-haired one. Well done. After so much training we were able to achieve it, Izuku. Izuku EC smiles. You're right, Kyoka. In the distance he could see how Aoba was carrying her sisters on her shoulders. It's true. What will happen to Aoba and the others now? Aoba. Looks at the green-haired one and smiles. See you soon, Izuki. Runs away at great speed with Yuno and Koko on her shoulders. Fubuki. Arriving, it seems they finally dealt with that goddess in the sky. She sees her mother and daughter, heal the wounded and take care of the report on the attack of the 8 Thunder Gods. I will go patrol the surroundings just in case. Maya. I will take care of the report. Tobara. Raises thumb and I will heal everyone. Luckily I'm full of energy right now. Izuku EC, it's true. Now with Tobara-san here, looks at the light-haired person who is almost conscious. We can heal everyone right away. Suddenly feels dizzy and touches his head. Damn. I'm starting to feel dizzy. I think I'm going to faint. Falls to the ground unconscious. Kyoka. Sees that the green-haired person has suddenly fallen to the ground and worries Izuku. What's wrong with you? Wake up. Tobara. Calm down. Captain Uzen approaches the green-haired person. He's fine, he's just unconscious. Kyoka. Sighs. What a relief. Time skip. The green-haired guy started to open his eyes, somewhat disoriented in a bed, and upon looking to his side, he saw a woman with long white hair and several horns on her head, completely naked. Kusetsu. Good morning, little broccoli. Izuku. Surprised Kusetsu. Kusetsu. Calm down, we are not in reality, we are. Yoichi. You are inside the core of One for All. Izuku. Surprised first. Yoichi. And I am not the only 9th one. Next to the first bearer, the other bearers started to appear. Izuku. Surprised all the bearers, he sees that the core of OFA is no longer a dark place and has become the base of the 7th squad. First, what happened to the core because it is different? He looks at the goddess, and how is it that Kusetsu is here inside? Kusetsu. Raises her hand energetically. I can answer that question. Everyone pays attention to the goddess. Well, now that I lost my body, I used the power I had left to appear here. Izuku. Confused power. Kusetsu. Smiles. Don't you remember? I made you drink the nectar of the gods. Izuku. Remember what happened at the hotel, the thing that time. Closing parenthesis. Daigoro. Looks at the goddess. Well, you can't stay here, you can go away from the core. Kusetsu. Serious, we gods cannot disappear so easily, although now that I've lost my physical body, I can't fight or interfere with the outside world. Looks at the green-haired one and the bearers. That's why we can only get along. Izuku. The green-haired one started to disappear. Huh. Kusetsu. Leans against the back of the green-haired one and whispers in his ear, it seems you're about to wake up. Well, anyway, now we can see each other at any time. Thank me for it. This beautiful goddess will live inside you from now on. The green-haired one disappears completely. Daigoro. At least it changed the core. it's not so dark anymore. Everyone looks at him with a drop of sweat. Out of Izuku's mind. Izuku. Opening his eyes in his bedroom. Should I really be thankful for this? Rubs his eyes. Where am I? Nay. Happy in the dorms of the 7th squad, Oni-chan. Izuku. Surprised. Nei-chan. How long have I been asleep? Nei. You've been asleep for 2 days. Izuku. 2 days. Nei. Yes, you fainted after the battle in Yokohama. Izuku. So they brought me here. Nei. That's right. We've already healed your wounds and you show no other anomalies. The captain is currently at the main base with Captain Kamienton and the others giving her report on what happened in Yokohama. Izuku. Sighs. Then I'm going to train for a while. Nei. Grabs the green-haired boy by the shoulders and sits him back down on the bed. You can't. You have to rest at least for today. Walks towards the door. I'll prepare the food. I'll also have a bath ready for you. Izuku. Smiles. Thank you. Time skip to the bath. Izuku. Starts to take off his clothes. Well, if I can't train, it's better that I take a bath. Suddenly a purple portal appears, and the captains of the 2nd, 6th, and 7th squads make their presence known. Kyoka. Smiles. I'm glad you woke up, Izuku. No wonder my body started moving on its own. Izuku. It's true. I didn't receive the reward for fainting. Tenka. Approaches the green-haired boy. How do you feel, Izuku. I feel much better now. Mira. What a coincidence. I feel the same. Pets the boy's head. I was told it was you who saved me. Thank you for that. Izuku. With a slight blush. Thank you, Mira-san. But it was also thanks to everyone's help. Kyoka. It's true. We achieved this victory thanks to the cooperation of all the anti-demon forces, not to mention that you kept resisting even when you were absorbed. Mira. Scratches her cheek. I just shouted, absorb me if you can. Kyoka. I understand. Well, now that we've finished talking about that, suddenly hugs the boy. I have to reward him. Wait outside. Tenka. I also want to reward him. Kyoka. Alright. Tenka starts to take off her clothes. Mira. Blushing and nervous. I could also help them. After all, he saved me. Kyoka. Don't do it if you don't want to. Mira. Surprised. What? Kyoka. It seems that once again we'll have to do it in the bathroom. Mira. Like a tomato. What? In the bathroom. Starts to tremble. It can't be. But we haven't even changed diaries yet. Looks at Tenka, who is also taking off her clothes. More like, what the hell is going on with Tenka? I'm sure she's doing it of her own free will. She doesn't even look nervous. Sees how the 3 of them enter the bathroom. Now I'm so embarrassed that I can't take off my clothes. At this rate, I'm going to break my promise. Inside the bathroom. Izuku. Serious girls, I have something very important to tell you. Kyoka. What is it? Izuku told them that Kusetsu is now inside the core of his power with the other bearers. Tenka. The goddess is now inside you, although from what you say, it doesn't seem like she's going to harm you. Kyoka. What you say is very important. Izuku, are you completely sure? Izuku. Yes, I was just with the others. Tenka. And how did they take it? Izuku. I don't know, I just started to wake up when they appeared. Suddenly the figure of a woman appeared over the water. Kusetsu. Floating over the water. Well, I've already become friends with Nana. Izuku. Surprised. Aha. Runs out of the water. Kyoka. What's wrong, Izuku? Why are you shouting? Tenka. Are you okay? Izuku. Points at the water. Kusetsu is floating in the water. The two look at the water and see nothing. Kyoka. There's nothing in the water. You must be okay. Yoichi. I'm sorry, 9th, but we can't hold her in here. The only one who can is Nana, who is happy not to be the only woman. So we've told the others she can come out of the OFA core to be with you, and she came out as fast as possible. Izuku. Agitated. Don't do this to me first. Yoichi. Good luck. 9th disappears. Tenka. Approaches the green-haired guy who is surrounded by a depressing aura. Is everything okay, Izuku. It seems that Kusetsu can now come out of the OFA core. Hehe. Kusetsu. Floating next to the green-haired guy. Now we can talk more often, little broccoli. Izuku. Crying comically. What luck I have. Several days later. Childbirth is that moment every woman goes through to bring a baby into the world. Whether it's a boy or a girl, but of course, sometimes in a woman's life, when she is a month away or has completed the month of childbirth, complications can arise during labor, life-threatening risks, and of course, there is also a detail that happens during labor. Sometimes a cesarean section is needed to get the baby out of the mother's womb, due to complications when pushing, or rarely, a month before, the woman's water breaks early, and of course, that is happening to Tenka at that moment, but she never expected the world of pain she would have to go through. Tenka. It hurts. Yakiho. Miss, what's happening? Sahara. Tenka-sama, what's going on? Tenka. It seems the baby wants to come out and see the world. Starts breathing with difficulty due to the pain. Shushu. Oh my god, her water broke. Kyoka and Himari. Is the baby coming? Izuku. Sometimes I imagine things, but that's what I heard, very agitated, forgetting a special detail. Kusetsu. Floating with a pout, you reproduce with her and you rejected me. Izuku. This is not the time for your nonsense. Kusetsu, the goddess disappears. Yakiho. Someone can calm him, keeping an eye on his captain and getting annoyed at an agitated mutant broccoli. Sahara. I'll take care of it. She gives the protagonist a bitch slap and knocks him down. Izuku. On the ground, ouch. Kyoka. Alright, calm down, monkeys. Tenka. Can you use your ability? Trying to calm the situation. Tenka. I can't, the pain is very horrible. I always imagined I would give birth. But I never thought it would be so painful. The lemon-haired girl was known for her kindness and calmness, but she never expected the pain to be this strong. Fubuki. Welcome to motherhood, appearing out of nowhere. Himari and Yakiho. Mom. What are you doing here? Surprised by her appearance. Fubuki. We will talk later, time is gold. In the headquarters of the Supreme Commander, there are doctors, but we must leave quickly. Time skip. At the headquarters of the Supreme Commander, after the news, of course discreet for the captains of the Anti-Demon Corps, they were outside the emergency room. Izuku couldn't enter even if he wanted to, not out of nerves, but due to strict medical orders. That annoyed him, but doctors are doctors. He was walking back and forth, tense, nervous, and of course, all the girls were waiting, and some were even worried. Video goes here. After a while, everyone could finally pass. Of course, all the girls, captains, and commanders went first, as they wanted to let the protagonist go last to create a bit of suspense and excitement. The protagonist, nervous, sweating a little and swallowing hard, noticed that as he passed, everyone looked at him with big smiles, but the one that was magnetic was Tenka, who was carrying a beautiful baby girl with green hair. Interestingly, she had Tenka's hairstyle, but instead of being lime green, it was yellow. Tenka. Smiling, come, Izu, our baby, she would say as the protagonist approached. Izuku. Is perfect. I was very happy, shedding light tears of joy to carefully hold the baby. The other girls. Ah. Tenka. I'll tell you something, Izu, I've already thought of the name for our daughter. Do you want to know what it is? Izuku. Really, what is it? Tenka. Inko, little Inko. Upon saying that, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock, as did the eyes of his girlfriends and Tenka's squad, since Izuku had told them a bit more about his life in his world, about Eri and Inko, but for Tenka to say that. Tenka. I know we don't know when you'll return to your world, and when you told us about your mother, I noticed that sadness in your eyes. So, in honor of our future mother-in-law, whom I hope to meet one day, I want her to be named after your mother. Suddenly, all the girls were surprised to see the following. The protagonist, who was holding the baby, began to shed a sea of tears, surprising everyone, including the Supreme Commander, since they had seen men cry in many ways. But those ways were somewhat different, because only women had powers, forgetting that men have feelings, and yes, Izuku cried like never before, and it was the first time they all saw him. Tenka. Sorry Izuku, I didn't mean to. The lemon-haired girl was slightly agitated to see her boyfriend shedding so many tears, thinking that she had opened a very sensitive wound. Izuku. No Tenka. Solo, you took me by surprise. Inko. Like my mother. It's perfect, my little Inko, I promise to love you all my life, and I won't let anything happen to you, showing a radiant smile even with tears falling. Showing a big radiant smile, which caused a massive blush not only to his girlfriends, but to all the females present in the room, especially seeing how the green-haired guy gently placed his hand on his baby's head, softly caressing it and kissing her forehead, which gave all the females a heart attack, but double when they saw how the baby smiled and instinctively her little hands gently grabbed the green-haired guy's hand, which almost sent all the females to join in the infirmary beds due to an overdose of overwhelming cuteness. Maybe the green-haired guy won't be able to see his mother soon, but the fact that his girlfriend Tenka did that for him made him happier than ever, and he imagined how his mother would cry that her granddaughter was named after her. He could already picture the flood in her apartment. It has been a month since little Inko was born. Tenka had to stay a few days in the hospital due to having a premature birth. During that time, she was visited by Izuku and the members of the 7th Squad and her own. Additionally, the commander also went to visit her. At this moment, we can see the green-haired boy in her room playing with the baby. Izuku starts to tickle the little one's belly. Do you like being tickled, Inko? Inko starts to laugh. Izuku smiles. I assure you that your grandmother would be thrilled to meet you, little one. Kusetsu, your little one is very cute, broccoli. Izuku, this is the first time I agree with you, Kusetsu. Kusetsu pouts. You were mean. Izuku disappears. Izuku, haha. Suddenly a portal opens in the room. Hello Tenka. Tenka puts a finger to her mouth telling her to be quiet. Let's go. Izu grabs the free hand of the green-haired boy and they reach a cave. Aoba smiles. Finally, you made it. Izuku, with Inko in his arms. Girls, it's so nice to see you. Aoba approaches the green-haired boy. I told you we would see each other soon. Izuku sees the little green-haired girl. Aw. But how cute she is. Can I hold her? The green-haired boy nods and carefully hands her over. What's her name? Tenka. Her name is Inko. Aoba. Aoba. It's a very pretty name. Izuku. And how have you all been this whole time? Aoba. Well, it's thanks to Tenka who took care of the rest after the battle. Tenka looks at Yuno. I saw a report about an enemy who had the power to hide. I immediately understood that this enemy was perhaps one of Aoba's companions. Aoba. And she was absolutely right. After that, she brought us supplies, food, fashion magazines, a console with video games. Izuku. Wow, I didn't know that. Tenka. It's because that way there would be fewer risks if she was discovered. Aoba. And I thank you, Tenka. Izuku smiles. I'm glad you are well. Suddenly someone taps him on the shoulder. Koko. We wanted to thank you for saving us, Izuki. Yuno. Thank you for what you did. Izuku scratches the back of his head. And no need to thank me, it's what a hero does. Aoba. Tenka, do you have a minute? They move away. Do the anti-demon forces already know about me? Tenka. Well, we are still dealing with the threat of the 8 Thunder Gods and the Shuki and their new modus operandi for appearing. We have too much to investigate, so for now, there is no problem. Aoba. I guess they can no longer just stand by with their arms crossed. With the green-haired guy. Izuku. Do you feel okay? Koko. I'm a bit dizzy, but physically I'm fine. Yuno. Although it's starting to pass. Izuku. She looks at them. It's likely that I can help you with that. Yuno and Koko. Huh. The green-haired guy started giving Yuno a massage. Yuno. Blushing. Why, you're really good at giving massages. Koko starts massaging the smaller woman's body. Oh, wow. Izuku. Massaging. I don't know why, but I can understand very well the properties and sensitive points of their bodies. I'm done. Koko stands up. Now I feel like new. Izuku smiles. I'm glad to hear that. Tenka. Arriving. Izu, we have to go. The commander just organized a meeting. Izuku. That's fine, but what do we do with Inko? Tenka. Don't worry, we can take her with us. Time skip. 10th Squad Base. Yakumo. Using the cell phone. After all those onus suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. People are terrified from what happened the other day. Kyoka. I'm surprised you're using that thing so calmly. Bell. I feel like we'll be a bit busy from now on calming people down. It's going to be hard work. Ren. It's true. I hope you help me relieve my stress after that. Bell. Bell. Scared, huh? Tatara. The commander will definitely be busy. Mayuga. I can't even imagine how much. Ren. Look, you did a good job protecting the civilians. Thanks to that, you avoided panic. Mira. We are the anti-demon forces, that's our job. Fubuki. However, we know that we are at a disadvantage when we fight and protect people at the same time. Yakumo. The best thing would be to do it in Mado, that way we could use all our power. Kyoka. Commander, we should be the ones to attack now. Suddenly, little Inko started crying in her father's arms. Izuku. I'm sorry, I'm going to go out and see what's wrong. He leaves the room. Ren. Now that the population is in greater danger, it's natural that we have to change our way of acting, but we can't take it lightly. We still don't know much about the enemy territory, that's why. I declared a state of emergency in Mado. Bell. What does that mean? Ren. That we will prepare to deal with the threat of the 8 Thunder Gods, of course with the support of the Alliance. Tenka. I understand, that way people can be reassured. Kyoka. Serious state of emergency. The next day, 7th Squad. Can we take care of Inko? Tenka. Yes, Izu and I have to go buy things for Inko, like toys and other things she needs. Kyoka. But one of you can't stay to take care of her. Izuku. I'm sorry Kyoka, but I'm excited to go buy these things. Tenka. And don't worry, we won't take long. Opens a portal, see you two leave. Kyoka. Sighs. Those two goes to the kitchen and sees Shushu feeding the little green-haired girl. It seems you are good with kids, Shushu. Shushu. Yes, I really like babies. When Izuku arrives and sees that Inko is having a lot of fun with me, I'm sure he will want to have one with me. He. Kyoka. Holds the baby. You are heavy, little one. They really feed you well. The little one looks at her with a smile. You really do look a lot like your father. You even have his eyes. Nay. Captain, can I hold her? Kyoka. Sure, take her. Nay. Hands the baby to the little one. Be careful not to drop her. Nay. Yes. Holds the baby. Hello. I'm Nay, little Inko. The green-haired girl smiles at her. The captain smiled at me. Do you think she likes me? Kyoka. Smiles. Of course she likes you. Nay. Suddenly the baby starts crying, alarming everyone. What's wrong, Nay? Nay. I don't know, she just started crying all of a sudden. Hamari. Maybe she's hungry. Shushu. But I just fed her. Kyoka. Could her diaper be dirty? The silver-haired girl picks her up and checks the diaper. Huh. It's clean. Shushu. Captain, let me handle her. The blonde girl takes her and starts making funny faces, making her stop crying for a moment, but she starts crying again. I don't know what else to do. Hee. Kyoka. Do I suppose you need one of your parents? Hamari. Let me try this. She picks up the blue-haired one and starts to take her to the crib in the room of the green-haired one. Upon putting her inside, the younger Azuma began to sing a lullaby to help her sleep, achieving it and surprising the others. Rest, little one. She leaves the room quietly, and upon exiting, she could see that they were watching her closely, making her a bit nervous. What's wrong? Kyoka. Smiling. I didn't know you could sing, Hamari. Nay. Hamari-san sings very well. Shushu. Surrounded by a depressing aura. I lost. Hamari. Embarrassed. And no, it's not that great. Would Zuzu like how I sing? With the green-haired one. Tenka. What do you think of this outfit for Inko? Izu sees that the green-haired one is distracted. Izu. Still no response. Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku. What's going on? Tenka. No, what's wrong with you? I've been calling you for a while and you weren't responding. Izuku. I'm sorry. I'm just a little distracted. Tenka. What is it that worries you? Izuku. Agitated. I'm not worried about anything. I'm fine. Tenka. Izu, I know you and I can tell when you're worried. Can you tell me? Izuku. Sighs. It's just that I'm worried about Inko. Do you think we did the right thing leaving her with Kyoka and the others? Tenka. Don't worry, Kyo-chan and the others will be fine, don't worry. Izuku. It's okay, I don't know why I was worried. At the 7th Squad base. Shushu. Little Inko, where are you? Hamari. Shushu, calm down. You're not going to achieve anything like this. Shushu. Then you calm down too. Kyoka. Both of you, be quiet. We need to find her. You may be wondering how we got to this point, so let's go back 20 minutes. Kyoka. Sees that Shushu is holding the little one in her arms. Is she awake? Shushu. Yes, I went to check on her and found her awake. Kyoka. It's good that she's awake. I'm going to prepare food for us and for her. Shushu. Okay, sets the little one down on a rug on the floor. Stay here, Inko, and take this. Hands her a small ball. Hamari. Are you sure it's okay to give her that? Shushu. Calm down. What harm could a little ball do? At that moment, the ball the little girl was holding slipped from her hands and started rolling out of the kitchen. She began to crawl to get it, but every time she tried to grab it, it started rolling again. Kyoka. The food is ready. Hamari. You can put Inko in her chair. Hamari. Sure, Captain. The blue-haired girl went to get the little one, but when she arrived where she was supposed to be, she saw that no one was there. Aha! Kyoka. Hamari, what's wrong? Hamari. Inko is not on the rug. When she said that, the others started to sweat nervously. The three. What? Present time. Kyoka. I can't believe we lost her. Let's split up to find her. Nay. You come with me. The three. Right. The four separated to find the little green-haired one. With Shushu. Shushu. Looking around the green-haired one's room. This has all happened because of me. I have to find her before Izuku arrives. Imagination. Shushu. Izuku. I can't believe you lost my daughter. I can no longer trust you, Tsuruga. Out of her imagination. Shushu. I have to find her as soon as possible. Starts searching everywhere desperately. With Hamari. Hamari. Searching the garage. I told Shu it wasn't a good idea to give her that ball. I don't think she went outside, right? Hamari's imagination. Tenka. Crying. How could you let her go outside? Cries on the shoulder of the green-haired guy. Izuku. With a cold look. And I was thinking about having kids with you. I better leave. Out of her imagination. Hamari. I'd better go look outside. Runs out of the base. With Kyoka and Nei. Kyoka. Searching for the inner garden. Tenka is not going to forgive me if I don't find her, and if the thunder gods have kidnapped her. Imagination of Kyoka. Shikoku. Carrying the little green-haired girl. What a cute girl. What a shame if something happens to her. Izuku. Stop, don't do anything to her. Shikoku. Smiling. All right, I won't do anything to her, just with one condition. Kyoka. What condition? Shikoku. Pointing at the green-haired girl with his finger. A trade, the girl from Midoriya. Izuku. Izuku. All right, I'm going with you, but leave my daughter. She walks in the direction of the goddess. Kyoka. Izuku, don't go. There must be another solution. Izuku. Annoyed. The solution would have been to never lose her. Outside of her imagination. Kyoka. With tears in her eyes. I can't allow myself to lose Izuku again. With Nei. Nei. Seeing the little one sleeping next to an armchair. Here you are, Inko. I'd better take you to your crib. The three of them searched the entire base for 2 hours. At this moment, they were all sitting in the dining room, surrounded by a depressing aura for not having found her. Kyoka. Sad. How can I be a captain if I can't find a little girl in my own base? Shushu. Sad. How can I say that I want a child with him if I can't take care of his daughter? Hamari. Sad. My family was right. I am useless. Suddenly a purple portal appears in front of them. Tenka. Carrying some bags. Hi, we have arrived. Kyoka. Nervous. Hello Tenka, how were the shopping? Izuku. We did well, we bought quite a few things. Kyoka. Shushu. Nervous. What a joy that you are here. Hehe. Tenka. Looking for her daughter. And where is Inko? Upon hearing that, the three tensed up. Hamari. She is. Nei. Inko is sleeping in Oni-chan's room. The three. Thank you Nei. Izuku. Well, I'm going to go get her. Kyoka. No need, let her sleep. Izuku. I'm just going to go see her, I'll be right back. Shushu. Climbs onto the green-haired boy's back. Izuku, carry me on your back. Izuku. Maybe later. Shu. He lowers the blonde girl from his back and walks to the room. The three tried to stop him but he managed to get inside. The three. We forgive you, Izuku, Zuzu. Izuku. Carrying Inko, forgive you for what? The three, upon seeing the little one, couldn't help but cry tears of joy at seeing her safe and sound. Kyoka. Takes the crying baby, oh Inko, I'm so happy to see you, I'm never going to let you go. Hamari. Holds the little one, also crying, little one, I'm going to take care of you for the rest of my life. Shushu. Snatches her from the blue-haired girl, crying just like the other two, Inko, I promise I'm never going to lose you again. Suddenly, a murderous aura filled the atmosphere. Upon seeing where it came from, they noticed it was emanating from Tenka. Tenka. Smiling, how is it that you won't lose her again? Time skip. We can see three members of the 7th squad kneeling in front of a light yellow and a light green one. Tenka. You can lift your heads now, they lift them, but it better not happen again. Understood. The three. Understood. Shushu. What I'm asking is how I got to the crib. Nay. I put her in there. I found her sleeping next to the kitchen chair. Hamari. And why didn't you tell us? Nay. Nay. I tried, but. Flashback. Nay. Shushu-san, I found Inko, she is. Shushu. Agitated, don't mess around. Nay, we have to find her. With Hamari. Nay. Hamari-san, Inko was sleeping like this. Hamari. I'm going to go around the bedroom again, I'm sure I didn't look well. Runs out to look for the little one. With Kyoka. Nay. A bit annoyed, Captain Inko. Kyoka. If she's not here, those gods must have kidnapped her. I promise I'm going to deal with them. Nay. With a pout they can find her now. Flashback ends. Hi, Shu, Kyo. I'm sorry, nay. Nay. It's okay. Izuku. Well, I'm going to take a nap, see you later, girls. All. See you later. Tenka. Opens a portal carrying Inko, I'm leaving too, goodbye, leaves. Kyoka. Sighs, I'm not ready to be a mother. Hamari. Me neither. Shushu. Well, I both glare at her, I least of all. They say a father will do anything to protect his family from any danger, right? Well, the thing is, it's true, in Izuku's world, there are many fathers, well, most think about power and others who truly love their family. And more with a superhuman society, they would do whatever it takes to protect their partner or wife with children and well. Kaboom. A loud noise like an explosion was heard at the base of the Supreme Commander, and Izuku was seen being surrounded by black whips on part of his head and mostly on his arms. In front of him were terrified people, and not only were they scared, both the Supreme Commander, the captains, the vice-captains, and their girlfriends, except for the baby who was sleeping like a log despite the noise, looked on with concern and slight fear of the green-haired boy's anger. Izuku. If they come to want to investigate our experiment with my daughter, I will kill them. I don't care if they are from the divination office or the government. If they touch my daughter, I will make them see the same hell, roaring and speaking with a voice of authority and bloodlust. But the question is, how did we get to all this? How did people from the divination office, along with government personnel, provoke not only the anger of the green-haired guy but also be threatened? For that, let's go back a few days. 10th Squad Base. We can see Ren talking to Kyoka about something very, very serious. Kyoka. What? How is it that the divination office and the government are coming in a week? Shocked and nervous at the news already knowing how they are. Ren. Yes. I received a call about 10 hours ago to schedule an appointment without asking me. They are coming to talk about what happened with one of the goddesses of thunder, he would say coldly but with some concern in his voice. Kyoka. But aren't they supposed to come every 6 months? Is there something else? Ren. Yes, I don't know how, but they leaked information about Midoriya Izuku, and they know he comes from another world. Kyoka. Surprised what? But didn't your team erase the data as you suggested after they met Izuku and his power? Ren. I did that, but whoever it is, filtered the information and sent it to the government superiors and the divination office, and that's not the worst part, they know that both Izuku and Tenka have a daughter together. Kyoka. Grabs head, damn, this is bad. Ren. That's right, that's why I'm asking you to warn Izuku and I'll warn Tenka that even if they don't bring the baby, they'll do what is necessary to interrogate them. Kyoka. Stands up. Understood. Time skip. Kyoka and Ren warned about the unexpected visits, angry but calm to keep the baby safe away from them, but above all, to have a backup plan. A week later, 10th Squad Base. The members of the 6th and 7th Squads had just arrived at the entrance of the 10th Squad Base. Kyoka, getting out of the SUV. Izuku, let's go in, sees that the green-haired boy is not responding and touches his shoulder. Izuku. Huh, what's up? Kyoka. Worried, are you okay? Izuku. Fake smile, of course I'm fine, don't worry. Kyoka. Smiles, alright, let's go in. Tenka. Yakiho, you know what you have to do. Yakiho. Yes, Captain. Flashback. Kyoka. Hamari, Shushu, nay, you along with the members of the 6th Squad will be protecting Inko inside the vehicle if something happens. All. Understood, Captain. End flashback. Kyoka. Tenka, hurry up. Tenka. Smiles and hands the baby to Yakiho. Stay with Yakiho. Inko. Mom and Dad will be here very soon. Waves goodbye. See you later. Yakiho. Hamari, let's go. Hamari. Yes, they move away with the SUV parking behind the base. We will be fine here. With the green-haired one. The three entered inside, and upon entering, they found the captains of the other squads with all their members. They also saw some women dressed in suits, and an elderly woman with several young women that the green-haired one recognized. Izuku. Serious, that must be the elderly woman Yuno-san told me about. A black-haired woman with orange eyes approached the green-haired one. Agent. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Mr. Midoriya extends her hand to the green-haired one. Izuku. Shakes her hand likewise. Agent. Releases the boy's hand. Well, Midoriya-san, let me introduce myself. I am Akame Yoshida, head of the government of Japan. We have come here to ask you a few questions. Izuku. Serious, alright. Akame. Over here. Midoriya-san. The green-haired boy started to follow her, being followed by Kyoka and Tenka, but the black-haired girl stops them. I'm sorry, but this is a private meeting. Kyoka. Annoyed, I'm their captain. If I have to wait outside, I will, but I'm going with Izuku. Akame. That's not going to be possible, Captain Uzen. You and Captain Izumo have to go to a different meeting. The silver-haired girl was about to protest again, but the green-haired boy spoke. Izuku. Smiling, it's okay, Kyoka, I'll be fine. Kyoka. Sighs, alright, Izuku. Tenka. Puts a hand on her shoulder. Come on, Kyochin, see you. They leave with the other captains. Akame. The door on the right. Midoriya-san. The green-haired boy enters the interrogation room, and the black-haired girl changes to a serious face looking at her. Agents, alright, while we are with Midoriya-san, you all go look for the girl, understood? Agents. Understood. They leave. Akame enters the room and sits in a chair in front of the green-haired boy. Well, Midoriya-san, you know why we are here. Izuku. I don't know, you tell me. With the agents. While they were interrogating the green-haired boy, the agents from the divination office, who were securing the perimeter, were actually searching for the girl outside using special X-ray equipment to locate her. Agent. Searching and suddenly finds her and smiles. I've got her. Through the communicator, I found her. She's behind the bedroom. Informs, receiving an understood from his teammates. With the protective gear. Nay. Using her ability, 4 are coming from the right and 3 from the left. Yakiho. Damn. Just then the agents arrive. What are you doing here? Agent 5 with a weapon in hand. Raise your hands and hand over the girl. Shushu. We don't plan to give her to anyone. Paradigm shift. Starts to grow. Yakiho. Hands the baby to Nei-chan. Stay in the vehicle and take care of Inko. Nei. With Inko in her arms. Understood. Hamari. Why do they want the baby? Agent 3, we need her. For medical analysis, by orders. Hamari. Whispering, one for all. Blue rays start to appear around her body. The girls defended themselves, defeating 6 out of 7, but they were defeated and knocked out, leaving only Hamari standing with some scratches and wounds. Hamari. Exhausted and breathing heavily. Nei will make it. Couldn't finish because she fell to the ground, knocked out by a tranquilizer that had been given to her in the neck. Nei. Hamari-san. Agent 6 approaching the vehicle. Little girl, give me the baby. Nay. Hugs Inko so they can't take her. I won't give you Oni-chan's daughter. Agent 6 tries to take the baby from Nay. Give her to me, brat. Hits the pink-haired girl in the neck, knocking her out finally. Come here, little one. When I was about to touch the baby, she started crying loudly, but above all, a green glow with yellow rays and neon green touches began to cover her. She cried so loudly that the barracks started to shake. And not only that, her cry was so powerful that Izuku discovered what they were planning to do, and they assumed they would hide the baby and then kidnap her. And of course, the baby unconsciously launched a ball of yellow lightning with neon green. But with such immense power that it sent the agent flying towards the base of the 10th Squadron, crashing through all the walls of the base until reaching the barrier and falling unconscious. The girl, due to the excess, fell asleep on top of Nay. After a while, all the captains, the Supreme Commander, and the members of the divination office arrived at the origin of the disaster, surprised to see everything destroyed and the members of the 6th and 7th Squadrons badly injured and unconscious. Kyoka, worried Hamari, Shushu, Tenka, runs to the vehicle and grabs her daughter. Sweetheart, are you okay? Sees that she is asleep and sighs, thank goodness. Suddenly, the green-haired guy appears, furious. Present day. The green-haired guy started to move slowly towards the terrified head of government. Her agents, also terrified, gathered their courage and began to shoot at him and attack him with their abilities. But the green-haired guy, with the gear shift in his legs, knocked them unconscious at high speed, slamming them against the walls. When he started walking again towards the black-haired girl, something caught his attention and calmed his heart. Inko wakes up. Daddy. Everyone was surprised to hear little Inko say her first word. When they paid attention to the green-haired guy again, he was approaching the girl. Some were afraid he would hurt her, but when they saw him pick her up and start crying, they calmed down. Izuku, crying with a smile, I'm here now, little one. Daddy is here. Inko. Daddy places her little hand on the green-haired guy's cheek. Izuku gently places his hand over the baby's hand. Haha, yes, I'm here, Inko. Everyone was touched by the beautiful moment of father and daughter. Some had small tears in their eyes from the lovely moment. The black-haired one, seeing this moment, began to regret wanting to separate the little one from her parents to investigate with her. The orange-eyed one started walking towards the green-haired guy. He noticed and held the baby tighter to his chest and began to channel his green rays. Akame. Take it easy, Midoriya-san. She bows to the green-haired boy, surprising him and everyone else. I wanted to apologize. I planned all of this. I wanted to kidnap your daughter to investigate your power, and if the little one shows any power. I never stopped to think about how you would feel about losing your daughter. Please forgive me. The green-haired boy was somewhat surprised, but upon hearing the black-haired girl and noticing that her words were sincere, he got up from the ground and stood in front of her. Izuku. Serious Yoshida-san, I don't know if I can forgive you for trying to kidnap my daughter. But, as long as you don't try anything against me and my daughter again, we can reach forgiveness. He smiles gently. All the captains, their girlfriends, even the Supreme Commander had a massive blush upon seeing him. Even the black-haired girl had a slight blush. Akame. Thank you, Midoriya-san. Time skip. Some time later, they all returned to their bases, but let's focus on the 7th unit. Izuku. Worried, how are you girls doing? Shushu. I'm feeling like new. Hamari. I broke several bones in my fingers, but they've healed, so I'm better now. Izuku. Smiles, I'm glad to hear that. Tenka. Carrying Inko, well, we're leaving now. Izuku. Wait, Tenka. What's wrong, Izuku. Could I sleep in your dormitory with you? Tenka. Surprised, yes, you can, but, why do you want to sleep there? Izuku. Looks at Inko and puts a hand on her little head. Today I would like to be close to Inko, that's why. Tenka. Smiles, alright, grab what you need and let's go. Izuku. Yes, the green-haired boy grabs his pajamas and toothbrush and goes with Tenka. Well, goodbye girls. The 4. Goodbye. They see the green-haired boy leave. At the 6th Squadron base. Upon arrival, they put Inko in her crib so she could sleep. Then they went to the kitchen where the green-haired boy prepared food for everyone, and when they finished, everyone went to their rooms to sleep. Izuku. was putting on his pajamas until he feels someone hugging him from behind. Tenka. Tenka. Yes, Izuku. What are you doing? Tenka. Speaking seductively, I don't know, since Inko fell asleep. I thought we could have some fun for a while. Izuku. Nervous D. Do you have condoms? Tenka. Ha ha ha, relax, we're not going to give Inko a little sibling yet, well, unless you want to. Izuku. Swallows hard. What have I gotten myself into? The next day at the 10th Squad base. At this moment, a meeting was taking place with Ren along with all the captains, the vice captains, the other members, and Izuku with his baby and of course, their girlfriends. They were in a meeting about what happened in the failed kidnapping attempt of Inko. Ren. As you all know, I called you here to see this. The purple-haired girl started showing a video from a camera about what happened that day, amazed to see the baby's power. Mira. Wait, how is it possible that the baby has an ability if she hasn't eaten a peach? Confused by that, Fubuki. According to what we remember, in your world, Izuku, you said that quirks awaken at the age of 4, right? And you also mentioned that there was a baby in China who got her quirk at birth, right? Izuku. Indeed, but I am amazed and excited for you, Inko. He spoke seriously at first, then lifted his little girl into the air, who laughed. I didn't know you were a little but powerful one. Some couldn't help but feel a bit of tenderness at the sight of the green-haired boy's actions, even Ren, who was gradually looking at the protagonist differently. Bell. Sorry for interrupting, but didn't you say they have to have a special bond in the little one? Yakumo. According to the analysis, it does show, but, according to you, I mean Izuku, do you have a possible theory about your genes? He would almost say, the slave protagonist, but ends up calling him by his name. Izuku. Well, I remember that my mother's quirk was to attract small things and Mr. Hisashi's was fire breath. Basically, I could have had one of them or a combination, being pyrokinesis. Tatara. I see. Wait, and if you weren't born with that, maybe you inherited something from your mother and your ex-father. She would be about to say something that would trigger a bit of hee-hee chaos, and of course, the protagonist had mentioned his ex-father to them. Izuku. Seriously, like what? Tatara. I mean that if you mix attracting small things and blowing hot fire, in other words, it would be attracting hot things, if I make myself clear, she said with a slight blush. The room became uncomfortable with a huge silence. The protagonist's face was as red as a volcano with steam coming out of his ears, neck, and head, and of course, he didn't faint from holding his baby in his arms, and the other girls, some with era expressions, others with a strong blush on their faces, but the girlfriends had a look that said it all, and that was protagonist's girlfriends. No wonder we fell under his charm, and why other women are interested in him, with a common thought but jealous. But with Ren, who was hiding her face out of embarrassment since she started to be interested in him after getting information about the protagonist, but over time getting to know him, seeing that he is more of a true man and not a beast, and being a father who loves his daughter and girlfriends, made her question many things. Ren. W. Well, let's leave that for later. Explain if you theorized something. Izuku. Now that I remember, the goddess Kusetsu told me this last night when I slept with Tenka in her quarters. Flashback. Izuku and the bearers. What did you say? Kusetsu. What I said. When you were being interrogated, I felt a huge surge of power coming from your baby, which awakened its quirk, or ability. Nana. But isn't it supposed to be that if any woman eats a peach, she gains its power? Kusetsu. That was theory until now regarding the OFA. Yoichi. Could it be that the OFA had something to do with this? Daigoro. If that's the case, explain yourself, kid. Everyone was waiting for the goddess's response. Kusetsu. Well, listen, as I understand it, the OFA is like a sacred torch that passes from generation to generation, right? And that can only be transferred through DNA. No, everyone. Kusetsu. Yes, Kusetsu. Well, continuing, peaches emit an energy that, when ingested, gives random powers to those who consume them. So, if the OFA is an inherited power and has access to previous quirks, in summary, I think you unintentionally used the power to inherit other quirks. That is, Izuku, when you reproduce with your girl, apparently your energy and hers mixed, and since the OFA works like a torch, it must have burned the power that your girlfriend has. Hikage. Wait, so the saying that energy is not destroyed but changes form applies here. Saying that makes everyone open their eyes. Izuku. So, Tenka and I, unconsciously, created a power that is neither a quirk nor a skill. Kusetsu. That's right, little broccoli, since it can't be called that way, I named your baby's power with a short name, Prodigy Power, meaning that whoever you decide to have offspring with will have incredible new powers. This means that if you inherit a part of the Black Whip's power or some other quirk with a girl of a different power, you would be creating a new generation of prodigious powers. Name. Inko Midoriya. Parents. Izuku Midoriya and Tenka Izumo. Prodigious power. Celestial electrokinetics. It is a combination of the lightning that Izuku emits when using the OFA and the sphere coming from Tenka's celestial door power, meaning the baby can control electricity either by using it as armor or by absorbing electricity, whether it comes from devices or produces electricity or from a lightning strike. Due to inheriting her father's genes, that is, a small part of the OFA which was the power boost, it made the baby very powerful. It does not lead to broken bones, it just leaves her exhausted and she falls asleep like a log. End flashback. Everyone in the room had their eyes wide open at what the protagonist had just shared. Others, like Tobara, had eyes like stars thinking about having a new Azuma generation. Their girlfriends couldn't help but think about what the prodigy powers of their children with the green-haired guy would be like, and Ren was drifting off in her mind. Ren. That goddess called it prodigy power. If it's as she says, it could be a great help in the future. Well, let's end the meeting here, and remember that what is discussed here is confidential for those outside, he would say, referring to the person who told him about Izuku and his daughter to the divination office. Time skip. Nay. With a backpack and starts dragging the green-haired guy. We're leaving. Come on, Oni-chan. Izuku. Yes, see you later. Tenka. With Inko in her arms and a bit curious about the situation. Why are they so excited? Kyoka. Smiles. Right now, Izuku is going to accompany Nei to school. Hey, as always. Tenka. Does he always accompany her? Kyoka. Well, this started several months ago. Flashback. Nei. It's time for me to go to school. Kyoka. Be very careful. Izuku. Arriving. That's right. Today you have to go to school. Nei. Yes, I can't wait to see my friends. Izuku. Can I accompany Nei-chan to her school? I would like to get to know the mortal world better. Kyoka. That's fine. Hands her an exit pass. You should also know the other world. Nei. Izuku-san, aren't you very busy? Izuku. You don't need to worry so much about me, Nei-chan. The portal at the base of the 7th squad connects to the Shikoku region in our world. Nei goes to the nearest elementary school. Izuku. Going to school while working with the anti-demon forces must be difficult for you. Nei. It's not that hard because I don't have to go to school every day. The 10th squad is monitoring the territory of the 7th squad right now. Izuku. So I can take a few days off if we take turns. Nei. Besides, Nei was the one who volunteered to join the anti-demon forces, because that way Nei can search for her parents. Izuku. Surprised, huh? Nei. Nei's parents disappeared one day, so they said it was a phenomenon of death. Izuku. Sad. So Nei-chan lost her parents at such a young age. Nei. After this, Nei ate the peach and gained the power of clairvoyance. Nei's feelings must have influenced the ability I obtained. Izuku. I see, that's why the name of your ability. Izuku. Serious. Nei-chan. Nei. Izuku-san, have they told you about this? About how some people find or receive calls from family members who were supposed to have disappeared in some kind of incident? Izuku. Yes, Hamari mentioned it to me recently. There were also several of those cases at the victims' meetings. Nei. That's why Nei can't give up. Izuku. Smiles. I'm sure they're okay. I also have to find a way to see my mother again. Nei. Yes. So, Izuku-san, what did you want to talk to me about? Izuku. It's just that you said you respected my housework. Nei. That's true. Our day-to-day has been easier since you arrived. The people who took care of Nei were always very busy, so they didn't have time to clean. That's why I thought I would take care of that to help them a little. Izuku. Then I'll give you some tips when I have free time. Nay. Surprised really. Wouldn't that be more exhausting for Izuku-san? Izuku. Smiles. I'm already used to it, so I always have a little extra energy. Nay. Smiles and hugs the green-haired boy. Thank you so much, Oni-chan. Izuku. Surprised. Oni-chan. Nay. Pulls away embarrassed. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable, Izuku-san. Izuku. Shakes his hands. It's okay, Nei-chan. I was just surprised. If you want to call me that, it's no problem. Nei. Smiles. Yes. Time skip. 7th squad base. Nei. I've arrived. Kyoka. Welcome, Nei. Izuku. Arriving with a pot in his hands. Hello, Nei-chan. Nei. Drops her backpack on the floor and runs to the green-haired guy. Oni-chan, let me help you set the table. The three. Surprised. Oni-chan. Izuku. Puts the pot on the table. It's okay, Nei-chan. Better go wash your hands because we're going to eat. Nei. Yes. Leaves. Kyoka. Puts a hand on the protagonist's shoulder. You owe me a lot of explanations, Izuku. Izuku. Swallows hard. Damn. End flashback. Tenka. Smiles. Nei-chan really got attached to Izu. Kyoka. Yeah. Izuku. I'm back. Kyoka. Stands up. Good. We agreed to meet with Mira. Izuku. Yes. Time skip. Mira and Kyoka were putting into practice what they learned from the battle against Kusetsu. Mira was more obsessed with this, because she remembered that she had lost against Kusetsu. Mira. On the ground. I failed again in the end. I guess I rushed too much. Izuku. But that was because you were protecting the civilians. Mira. Yes, but as captain, I wanted to give that goddess a good beating. The result is fine, I won't deny it, but that's not enough. Izuku. Even someone as strong as Mira-san can think this way. Mira. Kyoka. Lend me Izuku. Kyoka. With wide open eyes. Mira. I want to learn to use his slave transformation. Kyoka. Don't you remember that last time you failed? Mira. And what does that matter? I've made my decision. I want to get and use any trump card I can obtain. Kyoka. Sighs resigned. You're right. Besides, the other thunder gods are stronger than Kusetsu. Many lives are at risk. Izuku. As I told you once, we need to be stronger. Izuku. Yes. Flashback. Izuku. Hugs her. Kyoka. You will never lose me. I will always be with you. I will never abandon you. Kyoka. Returns the hug. Thank you. Thank you for everything, Izuku. I love you. Izuku. I love you too, Kyoka. End flashback. Kyoka. That time, those were your words, and that's enough for me. Now go and help the rest. Looks as she grabs the chains, causing the green-haired boy to change form into a motorcycle. Mira. Gets on and starts the motorcycle. Don't you feel anything strange? Izuku. Not at all. The speed feels perfect. Mira. Who would have thought you could enjoy the air on a motorcycle? The power feels really good. Now, let's see what you're made of. The sound of Izuku's engine made the nearby Shuki come out of the ground, holding their heads. Izuku. Where did they come from? Mira. It seems this sound doesn't please the Shuki very much. Roast them. The green-haired one unleashed a great flame from his mouth that burned most of the Shuki, but one Shuki lunges at them, cut them into pieces. The green-haired one cuts the Shuki into several parts with his wheels in one blow. How do you feel now? Izuku. Calm down, Mira-san. I can still keep going. Mira. Yay. Let's keep patrolling our territory. Izuku. Yes. Time skip. Base of the second squad. Mira. The green-haired one undoes the transformation. You held up well all the way here. Izuku. Breathing heavily. It seems we can use that sound to attract enemies. Mira. And the strength and sustainability were pretty good. Opens the garage door. Go in there. Izuku. Into that car. Mira. Yes, it seems the reward is about to start. They both get inside the car, and well, they are drinking some sodas. Is this supposed to be the reward? Izuku. Well, it might be a date in his car, maybe. Mira. Blushing. A date. Takes a sip of her drink. Hoff. Then I worried for nothing. Hands her soda to the green-haired boy. Here. Izuku. Huh. Thank you very much. Takes it and takes a sip. Why did she give me her juice? Mira. Realizes and blushes like a tomato. Wait. That was an indirect kiss. So it has already started. Takes her soda back from the green-haired boy. Gee, give me. I want to drink too. Looks at her drink and takes a sip. It seems like it will be harder than I thought. Jaw. This is nothing. Starts to take off the top part. Cuckoo. It seems we are not done yet. Izuku. Are you okay? Mira. It will be a piece of cake. Do I really have to do this? She removes the bandages, exposing her breasts. Showing my naked skin. To a man. She looks at the green-haired guy, and they share an awkward silence. Izuku. Come here, I'm going to kiss you. They both lean in to kiss. Well, we've reached this point. They press their lips together in a kiss. With all this, you have to take responsibility. The blonde girl starts licking the protagonist's body. God, this is incredible. I think I'm getting dizzy from so much embarrassment. All killing, she unconsciously used her ability, creating 3 clones. Mira, C2, now that we're here, I'll use my power. Izuku. What? Mira, C3, if something happens, I can make a clone of myself take my place. The original Mira and her clones started kissing the body of the green-haired guy. What Izuku remembered at that moment was the trio with Tenka and Kyoka in the hot springs. Izuku. With his face between Mira's breasts, but this is beyond that. With spiral eyes, I feel like I'm going to drown in Mira-san's body. Time skip tonight. Kyoka offers a towel to the protagonist. You must be tired, you were together for a long time. Izuku. I'm sorry, but I was passed out for like an hour. Kyoka. Do you think you'll have time to train with me tomorrow? Looks at the green-haired boy with a sad face. Izuku. Smiles and intertwines his hands. Of course we can train together tomorrow. Kyoka. We have to keep getting stronger. Kyoka. Smiles with a blush. Thank you so much, love. Izuku. Blushing from what his girlfriend said. Why, you're welcome. In the world of bnha. In the support studio of UA. The entire Class A, All Might, Gran Torino, the top heroes, the 3 greats, Melissa and David Shield were all gathered next to Mei Hatsume and Power Loader and the Bakugos. Everyone was there to say goodbye and wish good luck to a green-haired boy and a small white-haired girl with a little horn. But let's go back in time to when the green-haired boy was absorbed. 2 weeks after Izuku disappeared, the green-haired boy's classmates and Aizawa explained everything that happened to Director Nezu and the top heroes, commenting on what happened with the villain who entered UA, and how one of the students was absorbed by a portal. Nezu. Serious. I'm sorry about young Midoriya, but has anyone mentioned this to Mrs. Midoriya? Aizawa. With his head down. No, Director, but I'll take care of telling him. Nezu. Aizawa. Lift your head. What happened wasn't your fault. Aizawa. Lifts his head, annoyed. Of course it was my fault. Clenching his fists in frustration. If I hadn't fallen so easily, Izuku wouldn't have been absorbed. Nezu. I understand, Aizawa, but remember that there is still a ray of hope when we interrogate the villain. Aizawa. I understand. Leaves Midoriya's house. The black-haired man would have arrived at the apartment complex where the green-haired boy's mother lives. He would ring the doorbell, which is opened by a short woman with green hair. Inko. Surprised. Oh, you are Izuku's teacher. Do you need any authorization for something? Aizawa. With a lump in his throat. Mrs. Midoriya, can we talk inside? Inko. Huh, okay. The two would enter the apartment. Aizawa, upon looking at the living room, could see a little girl with white hair watching television, who, when she noticed the vagabond, waved at him, and he returned the gesture. Inko. Sit down, I'm going to bring something to drink. The black-haired one nodded and sat in one of the dining room chairs, while the green-haired one went into the kitchen and placed 2 cups of tea and some pastries on a tray, then returned to the dining room, sitting on a sofa across from Aizawa. Inko. So, what is it that you need, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa. Mrs. Midoriya, your son, Izuku. The black-haired one began to tell her everything that happened 2 weeks ago with that villain and how the protagonist was absorbed. Inko. Crying. No, sniff, it can't be. Sniff, my baby, the older green-haired one began to cry inconsolably upon learning what happened to her son. Eri approaches the green-haired girl. Grandma, something happened to my dad. Inko wipes her tears. It's okay, sweetheart, your dad is surely fine. Aizawa, Mrs. Midoriya, I would ask you to be strong for Eri. I promise you that we will find your son. Inko, now calmer, I trust you to bring my son back. The black-haired man nods. 2 months later, Tartarus. In a cell was the villain who entered Ua in front of Director Nezu, Aizawa, and All Might, who did not look very happy. Nezu, it's a pleasure to meet you, villain Dex. Dex mockingly asked me why they would be here. Toshinori, annoyed, you know very well, bastard. Nezu, calm down Toshinori. Mr. Dex, we would kindly ask you to tell us where I sent student Izuku Midoriya. Dex, I figured you were coming for that, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for you to be here. Aizawa, annoyed, answer already. Dex sighs, fine. I already told his classmates that it would be impossible for them to find their friend, and now I'm telling you, that boy is not coming back. Nezu, seriously Dex, what was that portal that absorbed him? Dex, it was a universal portal. My quirk allows me to create portals, but when I create a portal like that, I can become unconscious because it consumes a lot of energy. Nezu, well, we are leaving. They leave. 1 week later, in the conference room, Nezu and the other teachers were in a meeting, discussing what the villain told them, but suddenly the door is opened by a pink-haired girl with a big smile. Nezu, what's going on, Miss Hatsume? May, smiling, Mr. Director, I want you to look at this. The girl handed him a blueprint of a portal class. Nezu, Miss, what is this? May, it's a baby that creates portals to other universes, and I started designing it a while ago, but Powerloader Sensei told me that we didn't have the necessary materials to build it and that other universes don't exist. Nay, smiles, thank you very much, student Hatsume, this could be very helpful. Toshinori, I can ask David Shield for help, Director. Nezu, very well Toshinori. 7 months later, during all this time, Director Nezu, with the help of David Shield, was able to buy the necessary materials for May's baby. After so many failed attempts and explosions in the support studio, they were able to finish building the portal, notifying everyone. May, welcome. Enjoy appreciating my baby number 128. Everyone is surprised with their eyes wide open upon seeing the portal. Katsuki, TKS, thank goodness you finally finished it, octopus hair. Nezu, smiles, do you think it's functional, Hatsume? May, I'm 50% sure it's functional. Director, this made everyone sweat a drop. Momo, but that portal will be able to find Midoriya-san. May, don't worry, I forgot your name, but we just need someone with the same DNA as Midoriya to enter. Todoroki, so the only person who can go is Inko. Me. Everyone turned to look at the newly arrived green-haired woman. I will go for my son. Toshinori, Mrs. Midoriya, you can't go. And if it's a dangerous place, it would be better for the top hero to go. Inko, I know, All Might, but you've heard it, only someone with the same DNA as my son can pass, so I'm going to get my baby. Eri, I'm going too. I want to see my daddy again. Nezu, I'm sorry, little Eri, but even though you see young Midoriya as your father, you and he do not share blood ties. May, well, as long as she holds Mrs. Midoriya's hand tightly, she can go with her. Toshinori, sighs, it's clear she's his mother, they have the same determination. Nezu, all right, prepare the most relevant things, Mrs. Midoriya, tomorrow we will open the portal. Inko, all right, Director. Present day, Mitsuki approaches her friend and gives her a hug. Be careful, Inko, and bring Izuku back. Inko corresponds to the hug. Thank you Mitsuki, and yes, I will be careful. Najire hugs Eri. Be very careful, Eri-chan, and when you come back, I want you to tell me what that place was like. Eri, I will tell you everything. Najire nay. Toshinori, I still think that we should go instead of you, Mrs. Midoriya, along with little Eri. Aizawa, you know very well that only someone with the same DNA as Izuku can pass through the portal to find him. Nezu, Besides, we shouldn't worry. Power Loader put a special multiversal tracker, thanks to Miss Hatsume Mei. Mei. And you told me that the multiverse didn't exist, Loader-sensei, but still, I hope everything goes well. Power Loader. I've never seen you so nervous and tense, Hatsume, but at least you invented something useful. Inko. I know you worry about me, but if that villain sent my baby to another world, Eri and I will go. Eri. He may not be my biological dad, but I want to see my dad again. Toshinori. Sai's defeated. Ah. All right. Luckily, since you will be holding hands, nothing will happen to you. David. We have the coordinates that match Mrs. Midoriya's DNA, it's time. Inko. Sighs and grabs Eri's hand while holding her suitcase with the other. Let's go, Eri. Eri. Also with a suitcase. Yes, Grandma. David. Opens the portal. It's ready, you can go through. Inko. Smiles. See you later. Everyone. Goodbye, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko. Everyone could see how the two entered the portal. When they were fully inside, the portal closed. Nezu. Good luck. In the world of Mato. A portal was opening, and out came a green-haired girl and a white-haired girl who were a bit scared upon seeing the place. Inko. Izuku ended up in this place. Shakes her head. Come on, Eri, we have to find your father. Eri. Smiles. Yes. The two females started to walk through the strange place for them, a bit alert in case any danger came. Eri. Tightens the green-haired woman's hand. Grandma, I don't like this place. Inko. It's okay, sweetheart, everything will be fine. At the base of the second squadron. Megumi. Captain, a portal has opened 15 kilometers from here. Citizens may have crossed over. Mira. Calmly. It's okay, Megumi. I'll take care of it. Goes to the garage, gets in the all-terrain vehicle, and leaves at high speed. With the grandmother and granddaughter. They were walking calmly, but suddenly the ground starts to shake, alarming both females. Eri. Scared. Grandma, what's happening? Inko. Scared? I don't know, darling. A huge Shuki emerged from the ground, frightening the two of them, and they started to run. In a moment of distraction, Inko tripped and fell to the ground as the Shuki approached. Inko. Eri, please run. Run. Eri. Tries to lift her grandmother. I'm not going to leave you here, Grandma. When the Shuki was close enough, it was about to crush them, but a few women with blonde hair arrived just in time to rescue them. Mira. You can be calm now. I am Kamuten Mira, captain of the second squad of the Anti-Demon Corps. I will protect you. Mira and her copies started to punch the Shuki, finishing them off, but more began to appear from the ground. Mira. TCH, they are a nuisance. The blonde created more clones and sent them against the Shuki. After a while, the Shuki stopped appearing, and she approached the green-haired woman and Eri. Mira. Approaches. Are you okay? Notices the woman's hair. It has the same color as Izuku's hair. Inko. Yes, thank you very much. Eri. Smiles. Thank you, miss. Mira. Looks away because of how cute the girl is. She is as adorable as Inko. Inko. Remembers why she is here. Ah. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Mira. Looks at the green-haired boy. Yes. What do you need? Inko. You wouldn't happen to know Izuku Midoriya, would you? Mira. Eyes widen. Base of the 7th squad. Kyoka. Come on, Izuku. Izuku EC. Yes. The green-haired boy began to attack several Shukas that appeared in front of them, using them as punching bags. Izuku. Reverts the transformation. It still tires me out to use the celestial transformation. Kyoka. Smiles. But you last longer every time. Izuku. She approaches the green-haired boy and starts kissing him passionately. You know, at first this kind of reward bothered me a little, but now it makes me happy. Izuku. Blushing. Don't say those things, Kyo. Suddenly, an SUV parks near the couple, surprising them with how fast it came, and out comes a blonde woman, red as a tomato. Kyoka. Mira. What's wrong? Mira. And nothing, Kyoka. Izuku. Mira, are you okay? You're very. Inko. Izuku. The green-haired boy opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing that voice. Izuku. Sniff. Is that you? Sniff. Izuku. Mom. Starts to tear up and approaches his mother to hug her. Mom. Sniff. What are you doing here? How sniff did you get here? Inko. Crying and returning the hug. It doesn't matter anymore, we have you back here. Izuku. How do we have? Suddenly a white figure jumps out of the vehicle and onto his father Eri. Eri. Crying, I missed you so much, Dad. Izuku. Crying but with a smile, I missed you too, my little one. All of this was observed by the two captains. Kyoka. Surprised, is she? Mira. Smiling, yes, she is his mother and his daughter. Time skip. Everyone had entered the base to be more comfortable meeting the other members of the 7th squad. Hamari. Captain, who are they? Kyoka. Nervous well. Inko. Makes a small bow. I am Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mom. Eri. Behind her father because she was a little nervous. And I am Eri Midoriya, I am my daddy's daughter. All three. What? After a long explanation, everyone was seated, but the green-haired boy's girlfriends were a little nervous to meet Izuku's mother. Izuku. And Mom, why are you here? Inko. We are here for you to come back home with us, Izuku. Upon saying that, everyone was surprised, the girlfriends, and strangely, Mira felt her heart start to hurt. Izuku. What do you mean come back home? Inko. Smiling, yes, Izuku, aren't you happy? The protagonist's girlfriends were getting sadder, but their faces changed to one of surprise. Izuku. Looking down, I'm sorry, Mom, but I can't go back home. Inko. Surprised, why not, Izuku? We came for you, so you can see your friends and your life again. Izuku. I'm sorry, but I have very important things here, and I've built a life here too. The girls smiled upon hearing that, so I can't go back with you. Inko. Sighs and smiles. I already knew it would be difficult to change my mind, so, we'll stay here with you. All in Izuku. Inko. Son, you are the only thing I have left besides Eri. I don't want to lose you again. Izuku. Looks at Kyoka. Kyoka, can they stay? Kyoka. Eri. Smiles, please, Miss Kyoka. Kyoka. Attack of cuteness. Oh, of course they can stay, Izuku. Izuku. Hugs Kyoka. Thank you, Kyoka. Blushing, and nothing is happening. After all, she's my mother-in-law. Inko. My baby has a girlfriend. I'm so proud. Shushu. Actually, ma'am, all of us here, except for Captain Kamuden, are his girlfriends. Oh, and Miss Tenka is missing. Inko. Suddenly Inko's happy demeanor turned into an aura of death. Izuku. I don't remember raising a womanizer. Izuku. Nervous. I'm not a womanizer, Mom, it's just that we like each other and they decided to share me. Suddenly, a portal opens, and a lemon-haired woman comes out, carrying a green-haired baby. Tenka. Hi, how are you? Noticing the green-haired woman. Who are you? Inko. Standing up. I'm Inko Midoriya, nice to meet you, miss. Tenka. They say that when you have your future mother-in-law or father-in-law, you have to be mentally and physically prepared for any kind of question, even to know how much you are in love with their son or daughter. And of course, that was happening to 4 girls, of which 3 out of 4 were tense, except for Tenka, who had a big angelic smile, and of course, before they had a big talk. Inko. My daughter-in-law named the baby after me. She was shooting a great attack of tears of joy, but the only one getting wet was the protagonist. Izuku. Mom, calm down, he would say while being completely soaked. Eri. I have a little sister. I have a little sister. I have a little sister, giving a smile so big that it gave a diabetic shock to Izuku's girlfriends and Tenka. Even though she already has her baby, it doesn't change the fact that Eri is adorable. But the question is, how did we get to this? Well. Flashback. After Tenka arrived just at that moment, she smiled big and happily to have in front of her the mother of her boyfriend and the father of her daughter. Tenka. Oh my god, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mrs. Inko. My name is Tenka. Your son told me a lot about you, but, how did you get here? Happy but reacting and realizing that detail. Inko. First, it's a pleasure and nice to meet you, dear, and second, in our world, they created a portal, but for that, they had to pass through a person with the same DNA. That last part surprised everyone present. Eri. Wow, and it really worked, although we were chased by some horrible monsters. Izuku. But you're okay, nothing happened to you. shocked and worried, checking them. Inko. I just fell and scraped myself a little, but it's nothing compared to losing you, my baby, she would say smiling but noticing something in particular, and that baby. The green-haired woman was shocked to see baby Inko in front of her, and the baby looked at her with big, bright eyes, not just at her but also at Eri, and gave them a big smile identical to her father's. Izuku. Oh right, Mom, I want you to calm down and I hope you prepare for what I'm going to tell you. Mom. This is my daughter. She is mine and Tenka's, he would say presenting the baby while Inko was in shock, but Eri had a surprised face and bright eyes upon hearing this. Inko. In shock. Tenka. And the best part, mother-in-law, is that I named our baby after you, little Inko. This is your grandmother, Mrs. Inko. Meet your granddaughter, little Inko, very happy while bringing the older green-haired one closer. Inko, baby, grandma. Grandma, repeating the phrase with a smile. This is how Inko almost killed her son by nearly drowning him in her endless sea of tears. End flashback. Eri. So, my daddy has 4 girlfriends, does that mean that they are all my mommies? She would say innocently and then smile like never before. Puuuuuuuuumm. 3 towers fell hard to the ground, being Kyoka, Hamari, and Shushu, as they were hit by Eri's adorable question and upon being named as her mommies, they fell into hyper-quantum cuteness, except for Tenka, who was immune ever since her daughter called her dear boyfriend Izuku, Daddy. The baby caught her off guard one day. Tenka. Oh, I remember days ago when Inko called me mommy. Flashback. Inko. Mommy. Tenka. Yakiho-chan, can you hold my daughter? Yakiho. Of course. Confused while taking the baby. Sahara. Why do I have the feeling that they saw their captain on the ground with a big silly and happy smile because her baby called her mom. End flashback. Tenka. Bends down to the height of the white-haired girl Eri. If you want, I can be one of your mommies. Eri. Smiles, yes, I would like to, Mom. Tenka. Base of the 10th Squadron. Ren. Would-be report from Barbara. Report from Mira. Upon reading the report, he was left with his eyes wide open in surprise. The mother of Midoriya Izuku appeared from a portal. I have to meet her, sends a message to all the bases of the Anti-Demon Corps. Time skip. Inko. Surprised, this place is beautiful. Izuku. Yes, I felt the same the first time I was here. Inko. But Izuku, there was some incident here recently. I saw people fixing some walls in this place. Izuku. Nervous. We caused those damages, Inko and I'll tell you about it another time. Inko. I hope that's the case, young man. Izuku. Noticing the bag his mother is carrying. Mom, what do you have in that bag? Inko. Smiling, I can only say it's my greatest treasure. The 7th Squad enters the meeting room, meeting the other captains and their members. Ren gets up from his throne and walks towards the older green-haired girl. Ren. It's a pleasure, Mrs. Midoriya. I am Yamashiro Ren, the commander and captain of the 10th Squad of the Anti-Demon Corps. Inko. The pleasure is mine, but dear, there are only women here. Ren. Well, Mrs. Inko, let me explain to you how things are in this world and about the Anti-Demon Corps. And that would be all. Inko. Well, I hope they haven't done anything bad to my baby. The green-haired woman began to emanate an aura of death, managing to intimidate not only all the women but also Ren, as a mother's love like Inko's for her child is great and she will not tolerate anyone hurting her baby. Ren. Calm down, Mrs. Inko, no one has done anything to your son. Right, a bit nervous seeing Inko's gaze. The captains. Nodding, true. Izuku. Nervous, why yeah, Mom, none of them have done anything to me, understood. Inko. Son, you have to know that I worry about you, and I haven't known anything about what you've been doing this past year. I was already surprised to have a new granddaughter. Imagine if I find out that you're engaged to Tenka or one of your girlfriends. Izuku. Blushing, engaged, Tenka. I wouldn't mind, Izu. His girlfriends. Me neither. The green-haired boy was as red as a tomato, steam coming out of his head and ears, but there were some captains somewhat jealous of Tenka. Inko. Dear, where can I sit? She would say looking at the green movie. Ren. Sit here, Mrs. Inko, she offers her seat to the green movie. Inko. Thank you, I think it's time to show my greatest treasure, with a wicked smile. Izuku. Nervous and sweating buckets, no way. The older green movie would take out of her bag a photo album that said in big letters Izuku and a video camera. Izuku. No way, the album, no. Terrified with skin pale as a ghost, he tried to take the album away, but his girlfriends grabbed him and tied him to Kyoka's chair. But what are you doing to me? Tenka. I'm sorry Izu, but I want to see the album. Inko. Yes, but darling, they have to see what you were like as a child. Besides, my granddaughter Inko looks like you when you were a baby. Come on, everyone come closer. All the captains and members of the 6th and 7th squad approached to see the photo album of the green-haired boy. Here is when I was 5 months old and started to crawl. Tenka. He really looked like Inko when he was small, he would say it with a noticeable blush. Fubuki. With a small heart in her eye, how cute. Inko. This was when he tried Katsudon for the first time. Some had a severe nosebleed upon seeing the photo of the small green-haired boy, while others had a strong blush at how cute he looked in that costume. Yakumo. Mrs. Inko, whose costume is he wearing? Inko. Laughs a little, it's a costume of a very famous hero in our world, his name is All Might. Izuku was a big fan of him. His room was full of merchandise of him. Some laughed upon realizing that the green-haired boy was a bit of a nerd while he squirmed in his chair trying to free himself. This was Izuku's first day of school, he was very happy. The hearts of the girls started to beat very fast when they saw how cute he looked. Barbara. Maybe I'm judging him wrong without knowing him, she would think with a smile, glancing at the green-haired boy. Yakumo. What would a child of mine with the little slave be like? He would think with a grin from ear to ear. Inko. Here he was extending his hand to a child who had fallen to the ground. Some had heart-shaped eyes, increasing their interest in the protagonist, imagining them as kids just as cute as Izuku when he was little. After a while, they had finished watching the entire album, but the video camera was still there. Tatara. Mrs. Inko, and that camera. Inko. That's right, there was a video of Izuku when. Izuku. No mom, no, anything but that video, he would say, excited and scared that his mother would show the video that was on that camera, praying to the heavens, but it seems she didn't listen because his mother pressed play on the video. Imagine that Mercelin is Inko and Finn is Izuku. Video goes here. All the females in the room started to laugh lightly at the song and dance of the green-haired baby, while it seemed that the soul of the green-haired one was escaping through his mouth out of embarrassment. Ren. Wiping away some small tears from laughing, haha, I have to say it was very funny. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Inko, I hope we talk more often. Inko. Of course, dear, but you can just call me Inko, that goes for all of you. Everyone nodded. Fubuki. I would like to have a cup of tea at my house with you, Inko, after all, we are family. Inko. Surprised, it would be a pleasure, Fubuki. I suppose you are Himari-chan's mother, right? Fubuki. That's right, and I am very happy that Himari is with her son. Now all that's left is for me to have a grandchild or a child. Himari. Now was the time for the blue movie to be embarrassed. Inko. Haha, I wouldn't reject another granddaughter, I already have 2. That statement puzzled the captains because they knew that little Inko was their granddaughter, but what did she mean by 2? Bell. Excuse me, Inko, but who is your other granddaughter? Inko. Her name is Eri, she's over there. She would point to a corner where Eri, Inko, and Nei had been playing all this time. Eri, darling, come here. Eri, who was coming with Inko in her arms, went to her grandmother. Introduce yourself, my love. Eri. Hello, I'm Eri Midoriya and I'm my daddy's first daughter. Eri and Inko would smile, causing a cuteness attack that generated massive bleeding in the females and some convulsing on the ground with a silly smile. Are you okay? She would ask innocently. Inko. Sweetheart, go play with Inko and Nei again. She nods and leaves. Time skip. When everyone recovered from the cuteness attack, they said goodbye to Inko and agreed to talk another time, and each went back to their bases, but let's focus on the 7th squad. At this moment Inko was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Shushu. Excuse me, Mrs. Inko, he would say a bit nervously. Inko. Smiles, dear, I already said you can just call me Inko or mother-in-law since you are my baby's girlfriend. Shushu. It's okay, I mean Inko, she stutters a little. Inko. Hee, did you want something? Shushu. Well, I wanted to ask if you could help me make dinner. Inko. That's fine, dear, do you know how to cook? Shushu. Not much, but Izuku has been teaching me. Inko. Well, you can cut the vegetables, Shushu-chan. Shushu. Yes, the blonde girl was helping to cut the vegetables, cutting herself several times with the knife but was determined to help her mother-in-law. 1 hour and 30 minutes later. Inko. Everyone come to eat. I would call all the residents of the base. Kyoka. Your food is very good, Inko. Inko. Thank you, dear, but I had help, she would say looking at Shushu. Izuku. Has Shushu been cooking? Shushu. Why yes, but I haven't helped much, I've only cut the vegetables, she would say shaking her hands showing that she had several band-aids. Izuku. He stands up and grabs one of Shushu's hands. Don't say you haven't done anything, those band-aids on your hands are proof that you've helped. He kisses the blonde on the forehead, making her blush and making Hamari and Kyoka jealous. Shushu. She jumps on the green-haired boy and fills him with kisses. Thank you, Izuku, I love you, I love you. Izuku. Blushing, I also. Shu feels a deathly aura behind them. Upon looking he could see it was Kyoka and Hamari. Girls. Kyoka. Jealous, you were too quick, Shushu. Hamari. Jealous, this is the last time, Shushu, I let my guard down. Shushu. Sweating cold. See Captain, Himaren, don't do anything to me. Inside the OFA. The green-haired boy started to open his eyes, astonished to be in the UA. Izuku. What am I doing in the UA? As he focused his gaze, he could see Fubuki in a teacher's outfit and Barbara in graduation attire. Ren. Stop being so distracted, the day is just beginning. She said in the female UA uniform. Izuku. Sweating nervously. Why, you're right, I'm sorry. Suddenly, he is pushed back by the wind of a tornado. Wah. Yakumo. Flying above the green-haired boy. I'm sorry, Kohai. He leaves. Kyoka. Izuku, we have to hurry, we're going to be late, she would say, dragging the green-haired boy into the large building. Izuku. Are we all students? What is happening here? Kusetsu. Also in the female uniform, as I told you a while ago. I can change this place to my liking and do whatever I want. Izuku. So all of this is your doing. And where are the bearers? He would say, excited at first and confused not seeing them. Kusetsu. You should know that they can appear at any moment or not, but according to your memories, it seems you didn't mate with anyone during your student days until you reached Mato. Izuku. Why you? Because you have to see my recollections, Kusetsu. He would say, blushing with embarrassment. Kusetsu. Pouting, I'm bored in here, everyone is very boring except for Nana, so that's what keeps me entertained, smiling, but don't worry, I'll join you, starts to take off the top part of the uniform, exposing her breasts. Let's continue where we left off last time. Izuku. I have to turn this situation around, he would say with a big blush while concentrating and starting to disappear. Kusetsu. Don't escape. She would say with her eyes rolling as she watched the green-haired boy disappear and pouting, moo, but don't leave me like this, Izuku. The green-haired boy would open his sleepy eyes, rubbing them as he looked to his side and saw that Kyoka was no longer there, thinking that she must have already gotten up. Note. The members of the 7th Squad and Tenka, when they started their relationship with Izuku, decided that each week he would sleep with each of his girlfriends in their rooms. Izuku would get up to put on some clothes and, as he headed to the kitchen, he found his mother, girlfriends, and daughters already having breakfast. Izuku. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Izuku. Izu, son, dad. The protagonist would sit between Hamari and Kyoka while having his breakfast, but Izuku couldn't look his girlfriends in the face because he thought he had been unfaithful to them with Kusetsu, realizing a lemon-haired girl about that. Tenka. Izu, what's wrong? She would say, surprised by her boyfriend's attitude. Izuku. And nothing. Nothing's wrong, Tenka. He would say a bit nervously, leaving the lemon-haired girl suspicious. Tenka. Okay, she would say, not very confident. The green-haired boy continued to wander in his mind about what had happened with the goddess, but he couldn't help but ask, a bad decision. Izuku. Girls, what would happen if you found out that I was unfaithful? Silence. Silence was the only thing in the kitchen. All the girls in the room focused their gaze on the green-haired boy, who was starting to get nervous from the looks of his girlfriends that promised pain. Kyoka. Why such a sudden question, Izuku? She would say, confused with an overly kind smile. Izuku. And no, it's not for anything, it was just a little doubt, hee. Tenka. Izuku, I know you very well, what have you done? She would say, showing a death glare. Izuku. And nothing, Tenka, he would say, sweating buckets from nerves. Tenka. Izuku Midoriya, what have you done? She would say, now a bit annoyed and getting up from her seat. Izuku. I almost had a relationship with Kusetsu, he would say quickly out of fear from the lemon-haired girl. Once again, silence filled the kitchen, but the deathly aura dissipated, turning into a lot of laughter from all the girls, leaving the green-haired boy confused. Izuku. Why are you laughing? He would say, confused. Hamari. Haha Zuzu, were you worried about that? She would say, laughing a bit like the others. Izuku. Aren't you upset? Kyoka. Izuku, Kusetsu lives inside you. It was inevitable that he would try to have a relationship with you. Supposedly, he told me that in Yokohama you two almost had a relationship, which bothered me quite a bit, but now it's impossible to stop it, so don't worry, it's fine. Izuku. Sighs in relief. Ah, thank goodness, you take a weight off my shoulders. Tenka. But remember, Izu, if I find out that you are unfaithful, I will cut off what makes you a man. Understood, love? She would say with a grin from ear to ear, scaring the green-haired boy. Izuku. Ununderstood Tenka, he would say, sweating cold and unconsciously covering his lower parts. Time skip. Ren. Good afternoon. I had some free time, so I decided to visit you. Izuku. Commander, surprised. Ren. Noticing that only the green-haired one is there, where is Kyoka? Izuku. With the first squad. Apparently she had matters to attend to with Mayuga-san. Ren. I guess I arrived at a bad time, starts to smell a quite pleasant aroma, were you cooking? Izuku. That's right, he would say to make the commander smile and ask for some of her food. How strange it looks to see the commander eating here in our dormitory. He watches how the purple-haired girl eats, although now that I see it, she's beautiful even while eating, he would say, blushing, but would remember Tenka's threat, shaking his head to get the woman's attention. Ren. Is something wrong? She would say, confused by the boy's behavior. Izuku. No, nothing. Ren. Good, she would finish her food, thank you for the meal. Izuku. You're welcome, how nice, it seems she liked the food. Ren. It was delicious, traditional food reminds me of the season wherein. She would place her hand on the green-haired boy's shoulder, now your reward, sit down. Izuku. Huh, he would say with his eyes rolled back. Ren. I think I said, sit down, he would grab the protagonist by the neck to throw him to the ground. Izuku. Ren-san. What is, he couldn't finish because the commander started to massage his cheeks. Ren. Good boy, the purple-haired girl would start to pet the boy with a big smile, hugging him as if he were a dog. Izuku. What the hell? What is happening? He would think with his eyes rolled back, but suddenly the purple-haired girl stops petting him and pulls away. Ren. No, it feels different, it seems like it doesn't work with you, you're not acting like usual, he would fly away, leaving a confused green-haired boy. Izuku. How? I didn't behave as usual. With Ren. Ren. I have to discipline him, after he enters slave form, if not, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to make him pay for that humiliation, but it doesn't matter, because I will come again. In a cave, on a rock sat one of the members of the Thunder Gods, Joryu, touching her belly. Flashback. Joryu. Why do you enter me? She would say to a Kusetsu piercing her stomach. Kusetsu. Because you are quite big, and your body is very warm. It feels very, very good, she would say with a big smile. End flashback. She would continue touching her stomach while a tear fell down her brown skin. Shikoku. Joryu. They called us, The 8 Thunder Gods are going to meet soon, I would say not very happily. A week later, the purple hair and the white hair would be walking to the entrance of a cave, meeting someone. Shikoku ne, Joryu ne. Joryu. Did you come to welcome us, Jaku? Jaku. It is my duty as the youngest here, the others have already arrived. Shikoku. How is your research going? Jaku. Very well, although I still have many things to discover. In fact, right now I should be working on my research. But I can't because of the filthy anti-demon squad, he would say with annoyance in his voice, starting to walk while being followed by the other 2, arriving at a huge hall. Raren. You're late. Suddenly, from the top of the ceiling, a woman started to descend at high speed, attacking Joryu, but she easily stops her, throwing her away. Naruhime. Well done in responding to my surprise attack. I'm glad to know you haven't rusted. Joryu. You can be sure of that. Now anger gives me more power. Naruhime. Smiles and punches her in the stomach, and that's how a thunder goddess should be. Suddenly from the darkness of the room appeared Ren Yamashiro. Ren. If I may comment, the one who seems rusty here is Shikoku ne. Shikoku. I only acknowledge my mistake. I shouldn't have let Kusetsu go alone. Fukuma. Fukuma. In that case, we must destroy the humans, in their name. Suddenly, a blinding light began to shine on everyone, announcing the presence of the last member of the Thunder Gods. Shikoku. Taikyoku ne. Taikyoku. Sit down, Shikoku. The mentioned obeys. I handed over the command to you because I believed you were capable of doing it, because I cannot distance myself from our mother, but allowing them to destroy a god is an unforgivable mistake. Shikoku. Looks down a bit. I can't forgive myself either. Suddenly a very long sword is plunged into her back, leaving her badly wounded. Taikyoku. For now, stay there and suffer, at least while that wound heals, but at least from now on, don't blame yourself anymore for what happened with Kusetsu. After all, you just received your deserved punishment. Shikoku. Thank you, she would say, lifting her gaze a little. Taikyoku. I hope you can forgive her too. Fu. Yes. Fukuma. I was never really angry with her. Jaku. The only one who got angry here was Taikyoku ne. Time skip. Everyone was sitting at a round table. Taikyoku. Well, I thought that the moment we all gathered would be the moment to launch a total attack, but now, what do you plan to do, Shikoku? Shikoku. The power of the anti-demon forces is greater than I thought. That's why we should skip a step and start with the day of cleansing. That was planned after our attack. Raren and Naruhime looked at her in surprise. After the day of cleansing, we can launch a total attack. Jaku. Our power hasn't stopped growing either. Fukuma. That's true, I'm sure we can crush them. Raren. Slams her fist on the table. Unthinkable. Until when do you plan first to hide without doing anything? Shikoku. Looks away. I'm just being careful. Naruhime. We should take revenge for the fall of our sister. Joryu. I agree with Raren and Naruhime. Jaku. Well, what if we just change both plans? We could start Shikoku ne's strategy and at the same time launch an attack on the anti-demon forces, and for that, we can use the worshippers. The worshippers are people who used to be human, but they abandoned their humanity upon receiving power from the gods. In exchange, they became their pawns and work for them. Jaku. I am sure they will jump for joy if we offer them the best position of a thunder god, although currently, there is only one suitable candidate for that. Shikoku. I know who you are referring to, a former captain of the anti-demon forces. Shimamura Yumeji. Raren. I agree, if she really has power comparable to ours, then let her prove it. Shikoku. Raren, Fukuma, we need to talk. Fukuma. It seems you already have a plan in mind again. Shikoku. I will just lend a little help in her attack. Raren. Smiles. Now we speak the same language. Taikyoku. Smiles. Our mother desires the extermination of 1,000 people in a single day, and our duty is to strive for that day to come. Let's show her the power of the gods. While at the base of the 7th Squadron. Izuku. Do we have to investigate the sky of Mato? Yakumo. Shrugs. Yes, although we've never found anything strange. Kyoka. But now that the 8 Thunder Gods have started to move, something may have changed. Yakumo. Gives a kiss on the cheek to the silver-haired girl. That said, I'll borrow your cute slave. Kyoka, annoyed and tries to hit the bicolor with her katana. Yakumo, running in chibi form. Oh, you're as sensitive as always. Time skip in the sky. Yakumo, on the back of the green-haired one. Alright, time to fly, starts creating a tornado around the green-haired one, clearing the entire sky, and done, that was it. Izuku, incredible, the clouds disappeared. Yakumo, yep, now we'll see if something happens. Kyoka, with binoculars and speaking through a communicator. Higher up, about 4 kilometers to the east, there's a door. Izuku, sees the door in the distance. I guess that's it. Sees it starting to crack. Yakumo, the door is disappearing, you have to go through it. Izuku, are you sure? It might take us to enemy territory. Yakumo, gives a thumbs up. Don't worry, Izuku-chan, here is the great Yakumo-san, everything will be fine. Izuku, smiles calmly. Alright. Starts manifesting his purple lightning to go faster, arriving just in time before it closes, reaching an island as this our dimension. Yakumo, looking at her phone. It seems to be an uninhabited island near Japan. Better land. The green-haired boy complies, and upon touching the ground, he undoes the transformation. Izuku, it seems like there's nothing strange on this island. Yakumo, sitting on a rock. Yes, it seems it was just an ordinary door. Well, at least now we know there's nothing strange in the sky. Takes off her jacket and boots. Now you can tickle me. Izuku, it's fine, Yakumo-san, but, is this really my reward? Yakumo, it's probably because you saw me doing it to Kyoka a while ago. The green-haired one would crouch down and start tickling the feet of the two-colored one, who began to squirm with laughter. Ahahaha. This tickling isn't bad. Glances sideways at the green-haired one. I don't know, but when I'm with him, I feel very happy. Feels that the green-haired one has stopped. That was quite a boost. Izuku, yes, it was fun. Yakumo, now, as a reward, Yakumo-san will pet you. Izuku, no need. Starts to back away. Yakumo, jumps on the green-haired one and wraps her arms around his neck. Oh come on, just let go and enjoy. Suddenly a portal opens next to them. Tenka to the rescue. Yakumo, pulls away from the green-haired one. That was quick. Couldn't they take longer? Tenka, our army has to be good at everything. Yakumo, pulls both into a hug. Great. Then we'll take the opportunity to have fun together. Tenka, the mission is not over yet. Yakumo, pouting. Come on, just for a little while. Would jump on the green-haired guy, falling to the ground, but Tenka would try to pull Yakumo away from her husband. At night, inside the OFA, Izuku sees that he is by the edge of a river. Where am I now? Kusetsu, lying on the grass eating ice cream. Hello broccoli. Izuku, Kusetsu, would run towards where the goddess is. I've been entering the core a lot lately, but this is my chance to gather information. Hey, Kusetsu, can you tell me something about the 8 thunder gods? She would look at him with a frown. For example, their hideout or their powers. Kusetsu averts her gaze. Nope. The green-haired one looks at her with a drop of sweat. What will you do now? Do you want to ask my body directly? Izuku, no thanks. Looks away, blushing. Kusetsu looks at him and sighs. I'll just tell you that a human cannot defeat Taikyoku. If you fight her, you will die. Izuku, Taikyoku. Kusetsu gets up from the grass and listen, if you happen to die. Looks at the green-haired one with a smile. I will accept that outcome. Disappears completely. Izuku looks at the horizon seriously. The 8 thunder gods are as dangerous as I imagined. What the hell could they have in mind? Torture, a word that means many things. In ancient times, this horrific profession was practiced to make war prisoners, an innocent being, or someone suffering from this treatment speak. But of course, over time, torture was considered a method that was less than civilized when it came to obtaining information or making someone talk. But why this topic recently? Well, a truly evil method of torture has been discovered, one so cruel that it would make all your hopes seem extinguished, and that torture is Izuku. Come on Inko, you can do it, Dad is waiting for you. With a big smile, the protagonist makes her wet her panties and breaks her bra. Inko baby. She was taking her first steps since the little one was 5 months old. Many say that babies walk at 1 or 2 years old, but it has been clarified that babies can even learn to walk at just a few months, and that is what was happening. The ultimate torture, seeing the adorableness of a baby taking her first steps, the step to success, the step to glory. The step to the goal. Kyoka. God, what kind of torture are we witnessing? Inko. I'll tell you, dear, it's the steps of the Midoriya. My baby took a year to learn to walk. Sniff, what joy, she was crying with joy while recording. Tenka. Come on, Inko, you can do it step by step. She was on her knees but of course with her arms extended in case her baby fell while trying to take steps. Mira. Sniff, oh God. This is beautiful, a torture but beautiful. I was crying from both joy and of course, I came to visit, coincidentally, to see baby Inko and Eri. Eri. Come on, little sister, you can do it, encouraging her little sister. Shushu. With Eri-chan, we can practice for a future as mothers determined to learn how to be a good mother. Hamari. I agree with you, Shushu also agreeing and clearly taking photos with a camera. Nay. Ah, so cute, saying with a cute smile. And for some time now, Inko baby had started to hold on to anything to lift herself up and begin to take her first steps, but she only did this in the presence of Izuku and Tenka, and now that she had spectators, it was adorable, but sometimes someone appears and watches attentively. While outside the base on a hill, someone watched the tender and moving scene from a distance. Shikoku. Oh my, the human with powers has a baby, and not just her, but also that woman with green hair and the girl with a horn. Their essences indicate that they are important to the human. But, kya, that baby is adorable. Humans are interesting, especially if they are sweet and lovely babies smiling while spying from a distance. And yes, one of the goddesses felt the essence of Kusetsu, and Shikoku went to verify, and indeed, the goddess Kusetsu lay within the protagonist, but of course, without knowing that the goddess ended up discovering something that could either be good. Oh. In that case, cause chaos, but let's return to the baby and her parents. Little Inko was about to reach her father's arms but in a misstep, she tripped and fell to the ground, starting to cry. Izuku. Holding the baby in his arms and trying to calm her. It's okay. It's over, Inko. The baby wouldn't calm down but would unconsciously release a powerful electric shock, electrocuting the green-haired boy. Tenka. Izu, are you okay? The green-haired boy wouldn't respond. He would just pass the baby to the ground with his eyes rolled back. Izu. Hamari. Well, at least Inko has stopped crying, and it was true. The little one started laughing when she saw her father fall to the ground. Tenka. You're a little troublemaker, Inko, haha, she would say playfully while tickling her belly. Kyoka. It would be better if I take Izuku to my room, she would say to lift the green-haired boy off the floor. The next day, Inko. Thank you for accompanying me, guys, she would say looking at her son and Hamari. You might be wondering where they are going. Well, it's very simple. Fubuki agreed to talk with the older green-haired girl at some point, so they are heading to the Azuma mansion since the woman doesn't know where they live, so she asked those two for help. Izuku. Don't worry mom, this way I can spend more time with you. Hamari. Me too, Inko, this way we can get to know each other better. The whole way they had a pleasant conversation, with Hamari talking to Inko to get to know her mother-in-law better. A while later they arrived at the entrance of the mansion, being greeted by Tobara and Fubuki. Inko. Good afternoon, Fubuki, and, she would say, looking at the woman dressed in a school uniform. Tobara. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. I am Tobara Azuma, Hamari's grandmother, she would say, leaving the green-haired woman blank because that woman looked like a high school girl. Fubuki. Inko. My mother's ability allows her to absorb the vitality of living beings, which is why she can look young, but she is actually 56 years old. Inko. I understand now, nice to meet you, she made a small bow. Tobara. Likewise, but don't stay there, let's go inside. The five of them entered the mansion. The older green-haired girl looked around the large hallway in amazement, arriving at a grand hall where she found Yakiho, Maya, and Homer sitting at a large table. Yakiho, upon seeing her sister, quickly got up to stand in front of her. Yakiho. Hamari, you finally decided to come home. I'm going to help you organize your. Hamari. Why, Yakiho, I just came to accompany Zuzu's mother, so when we're done, I'll leave again, she would say, leaving her sister stunned and comically crying. Izuku. Yakiho loves her sister a lot, but he would remember the middle sister's room. I think it's a bit exaggerated. Fubuki. Since you're here, we thought we could all eat together and get to know each other better, Inko, she would say in her mature tone. Inko. Of course, Fubuki, if it's not a bother, of course. Tobara. It's no bother, please sit over here, he would say, pointing to some free seats. Everyone would sit in their seats starting to chat among themselves except for Homer, who kept shifting his gaze from Izuku to Himari, looking at the blue-haired girl with disdain. After a while, they brought several trays on carts with food. Everyone Homer. Enjoy your meal mmh. Everyone would start eating, savoring the food prepared by the Azuma family's chefs. Himari. It's been a while since I had this food, but I prefer your cooking. Zuzu, she would say, grabbing her boyfriend's hand under the table. Izuku. Thank you, Himari, he would say, quite blushing. Tobara. So, when will you give me a great-grandchild? He would say with a sly smile, making the two young ones blush. Fubuki. I'm also curious, she would say with a small smile hiding her jealousy. Izuku. Maybe, it might be too soon for a child. Himari. Why yes, that's true, whispering, although I wouldn't mind being a mother. Time skip. Training Island. After finishing eating, the matriarch of the family asked for a match against the green-haired boy on the island that was used for the banquet. Izuku. Fubuki-san, why did you ask me for a match? He would say a bit confused. Fubuki. On the day of the Azuma banquet, Himari used your power, and I found it interesting that she could push me back, so I want to see what the potential of the owner of that ability is. Izuku. If that's the case, then I don't have to hold back, right? He would say with a determined look. Fubuki. That's right, you don't have to hold back with me, Izuku, throw your sunset. The blue-haired girl would make her spear appear. Izuku. Understood, whispering, one for all, full cowling 50%, lightning would start to appear on the green-haired boy's body, here I go. Izuku would launch himself against the blue-haired girl, protecting himself from the blow with his spear, pushing the green-haired boy away. Fubuki would start to spin her spear to attack the protagonist, dodging all the attacks with the danger sensor, moving away from the woman. Fubuki. Not bad, Izuku, but this can't be all your potential, right? Izuku. You're right, Fubuki, now I'm going to get serious. 70%. The green-haired guy would attack the woman again, but this time she didn't have time to cover herself with her spear, being thrown back by a blow from the boy. The blue-haired girl would get up with a serious look at the green-haired guy, sending a chill down his spine. The blue-haired girl would extend her spear to attack the green-haired guy. Fubuki. Now I'm going to get serious, she would say, giving a serious look that deepened her blue eyes. This time the blue-haired guy would launch first, finding the green-haired guy and hitting him with his spear, causing him to crash into several trees. The protagonist would get up with several cuts, manifesting the whips to try to snatch the spear from him, but the blue-haired guy would slam him against the ground several times. Fubuki. Approaching, seriously, is this the potential of the man who was with my daughter? I expected more from your powers, but it's clear that men are worth nothing, he would say, trying to provoke the green-haired guy, succeeding in doing so, even though it hurt him to say this to the boy. Izuku. Getting up, this is not all I have. 90%. The OFA's lightning would be more violent as his hair starts to stand on end. SMAAASH, he would throw a punch into the air, causing the blue-haired guy to crash into some trees. The blue-haired one, upon getting up, had some scratches and torn clothes from the blow of the green-haired one. He was going to charge at him again but realized that the boy's arm was purple, thinking it was broken. Fubuki. It would be best to leave the confrontation for another time. Time skip. Fubuki. My mother has already healed your arm and relieved some of the fatigue in your body, so you should be feeling better. Izuku. Yes, thank you very much. Fubuki. Izuku, I wanted to apologize for what I said during our confrontation. I didn't mean it seriously, she would say, a bit embarrassed. Izuku. It's okay, Fubuki-san. I know you said it to provoke me, so you don't have to feel bad, he would say with a smile. Fubuki. Thank you, Now let me reward you. She would sit on top of a nervous green-haired guy. Izuku. What are you going to do? Nervous. Fubuki. Don't worry, I'm going to give you a massage in the Azuma style, she would say as she starts to massage the protagonist's body. How are you finding the massage? Izuku. Sleepy, it feels really good, Fubuki, although I think I'm starting to feel a bit sleepy, would fall into the arms of Morpheus. Fubuki. Smiles, rest, darling, would give him a kiss on the forehead and leave the room. 3 hours later, the green-haired boy would start to wake up but realized that he had someone on top of him. As he cleared his vision, he could see Homer wearing only panties. Izuku. Why is there always someone who wants to violate me? Would think of a specific goddess. Homer. Smiles, be quiet. I'm going to show you that I'm better than Hamari at this. The green-haired guy would get up, grabbing her by the wrists. Finally, you're in the mood, feels a weight lifted seeing the green-haired guy leave the room. Izuku. I'm sorry, I remembered that my mom needed me, goodbye. Runs out while the girl covers her chest. You're useless. Homer. The girl, upon recognizing the voice, started to sweat cold and could only look at the person. What? Master Tobara. Tobara. Puts her in a hold while stretching his arm and applying pressure with his foot on the girl's head. You're an idiot, if you're going to violate, do it right. Homer. On the ground, I'm sorry. With the green-haired boy. The boy was wandering aimlessly through the halls of the mansion until he ran into one of his girlfriends. Hamari. Hey, weren't you asleep? Izuku. Yes, but I thought about taking a bath. Hamari. Well, if you want, we can take a bath together. Izuku. Oh okay, let's go. The two headed towards the baths, and upon arriving, they started to undress and cover themselves with towels before entering the bath. Hamari. Zuzu, let me scrub your back, she would say with a slight blush. Izuku. Of course, I'll wash your back later, Hamari. Hamari. How's your arm? My mom said you broke it during the fight, she said worriedly. Izuku. It's better now. Tobar-sama healed it and relieved some of the fatigue I had in my body, and thank you for worrying about me, love, he would say, blushing the blue-haired girl by calling her love. Hamari. Blushing, thank you, Zuzu. Fubuki. Wow, I didn't know there was someone inside, she would say, surprised by the couple. Hamari. Mom, what are you doing in here? Fubuki. I also wanted to take a shower. Hamari, are you upset? Izuku. No, Fubuki, I'm already getting out, he would say, trying to escape because the woman was only wearing a towel around her body, but the older blue-haired woman grabs him by the shoulders. Fubuki. Calm down, it's okay, whispering, if it's you, I don't mind you looking at me, she would say, leaving the boy as red as a tomato. Hamari. Mom, stop it, can't you see you're making him uncomfortable? She would say, embarrassed. Fubuki. Really, are you uncomfortable? Izuku, she would say, speaking seductively in the green-haired boy's ear. Izuku. No, not at all, he would say, shaking his head. Fubuki. Well, time to take a bath, she would say while dragging the green-haired boy back into the water under the watchful eye of the youngest Azuma. Let me finish what Hamari didn't finish. Hamari. That's enough, Mom, leave Izuku alone, he's my boyfriend, don't you understand? She would say, already losing her temper. Fubuki. Hamari. Hamari. Nothing, Mom, we're leaving, she would say, grabbing the green-haired boy's hand, leaving a surprised and somewhat depressed blue-haired girl behind. Fubuki. Looking at the ground, why did I have to fall in love with him? With the couple. Izuku. Don't you think you were too harsh, Hamari? Hamari. I'm sorry but I don't know what my mother is trying to do and that's why it bothers me, she would say, clenching her fists with her gaze down. Izuku. It's okay, don't worry, come on, let's go to the room to sleep. The next day, Tobara. I hope she comes at another time, Mrs. Inko. Inko. Yes, it was a pleasure, Tobara. Hamari. Looks around searching for her mother. Tobara-sama, where is my mother? Tobara. She left early to return to her base, Hamari. Hamari. Oh, I understand now. Inko. Well, goodbye, Tobara. So the three of them started walking to reach the portal back to their base. Upon arriving, they were greeted by Kyoka and Nei. Kyoka. Welcome, guys. Inko. Hello, dear, how was your day with Eri? Kyoka. Tense and no, it went well, Inko hehe. Inko. I'm glad, nay. Hello Oni-chan, hello Hamari-san. Izuku. Hello nay, Hamari. Hello, she would say with little enthusiasm. Kyoka. Hamari. Hamari. I'm sorry, Captain, but I'm going to my room, she would say to distance herself and enter her room. Kyoka. Concerned Izuku, did something happen? Izuku. Sighs well. Izuku. Did Fubuki-san fall in love with me, but how did this happen? Kyoka. Let's say that. I think your personality and your nervous, shy, sweet, and gentlemanly side won her over. No matter how jealous she was, she knew that the relationship between Hamari and her mother was currently in crisis. Izuku. Seriously, I can't even believe it myself. Well, my mother raised me well. But for Fubuki, to fall in love with me, but what about her husband? Kyoka. It was an arranged marriage. Tobara-sama in her time used inhumane methods to have a good generation of Azuma, and well. Fubuki did not love the man who got her pregnant, and then in an incident in Mato, he was killed by a Shuki, leaving Fubuki with her daughters and trying to do the best for them, sighing sadly, remembering the reason why Hamari wanted to be in the 7th Squadron. Izuku. Wherever I go, there are families that think more about power than about someone's happiness, and since Fubuki never loved, thinking seriously, understanding that, his girlfriend's mother fell in love with him. Kyoka. Yes, I'm even surprised that you made another woman fall in love with you. She looked at him with a smile that scared the protagonist. Izuku. Wait Kyo, I didn't mean to make her fall in love with me, things just happened. He said nervously in response to his girlfriend's smile. In that, he sees that she calms down and sighs. Kyoka. I know, and it can't be helped, because, you are special, Izuku. You care about us, you take care of us a lot, you love us for who we are, and above all, you are there when we need you. She approached to hug him and kiss him. Something that the protagonist responded to by slightly increasing the passionate kiss and then with a bit of tongue. Izuku. I need to talk to Hamari about this and have her talk to her mother, although. Kyo, I want to ask you something. What would happen if Fubuki joined our relationship? He would say seriously about what he mentioned while looking at his girlfriend. Kyoka. You don't like seeing others suffer, right, love? Assuming that Inko told them that Izuku cares more about others both physically and emotionally than about himself. Izuku. I know, and to be honest, Fubuki is a beautiful woman. I thought what she was doing was just to provoke me, but with what you told me, I don't know what to do if she were to tell me that she is in love with me, and how this would affect things, he said, half serious and nervous, still hugging his girlfriend. Kyoka. I should talk to Tenka, Shushu, and then to Hamari if things get complicated. She still felt selfish, but she loves Izuku, and she knows well that she wants to help Hamari since she sees her as a little sister, and they need to resolve this between Hamari and her mother, not knowing that Fubuki was not the only woman in love with our protagonist. The two didn't know that there was a green-haired girl listening to everything they were talking about and decided to help a little with the situation, starting with the younger blue-haired girl beginning to knock on her door. Hamari. Inside the room speaking with little enthusiasm, go away, I don't want to talk to anyone. Inko. Hamari, dear, it's Inko, would you let me in? The older green-haired woman received no response, so she decided to leave, but the door opened revealing the girl, Hamari. Hamari. You can come in, Mrs. Inko, she said, allowing the older woman to enter. Inko. Thank you, she would say while entering and sitting on the bed, indicating that she sits next to her. Darling, tell me what's wrong, since we got back I've noticed you've been down, did something happen yesterday? Hamari. And nothing happened yesterday, it's okay, she would say a bit nervously, shaking her hands. Inko. Hamari, I may not know you well, but I can tell when someone is lying and feeling sad, so you can trust me, darling, she would say in a sweet voice, making the amber-eyed girl hesitate whether to tell the woman or not, deciding to share it. Hamari. Sighs, it's okay, you see, last night I ran into Zuzu in the hallways and we decided to take a bath together, we talked for a while until my mother arrived where we were. I started to get annoyed when I saw her trying, I don't know, to seduce him. I really don't understand what's going on in my mother's head, she would say, looking at the ground. Inko. But is that a reason to be like this? Hamari. I spoke to her quite harshly at that moment and I felt bad for having spoken to her like that. This morning I wanted to apologize to her, but when Tobara-sama told me that she left early for her base, I started to feel worse than before, she would say, clenching her fists on her knee. Inko. You can still apologize, darling, I'll be here when you decide to do it. The older green-haired girl would get out of bed, but before leaving, the blue-haired girl stops her. Hamari. It could be right now, she would say with her gaze raised, to go apologize to my mother. Inko. I'll wait for you outside, darling. She would leave the room, letting the girl get ready. An hour and a half later, the blue-haired girl and the green-haired woman headed towards the 9th Squadron's base. They were silent the whole way until they reached the door of Fubuki and her squad. The blue-haired girl was a bit nervous, but Inko gave her a few pats on the back, encouraging her to ring the bell. Maya. Yes, who is it? Closing square bracket. Hamari. Maya, it's Hamari. Would you let us in? She would say, stuttering at first. Maya. Understood. After a while, the girl would open the door, letting both of them in. Hamari, what brings you here? Hamari. I wanted to apologize to mother for something that happened yesterday at the mansion. Maya. Let's see if you can do it. When she arrived this morning, the first thing she did was lock herself in her room, asking that no one disturb her, and she still hasn't come out. If you need help, let me know. Inko. They really are mother and daughter, she would think to herself upon seeing that they did the same thing as soon as they arrived at their base. Don't worry, dear, we'll take care of it. The two women headed to the matriarch's room, deciding to knock on the door. Fubuki. Maya, I told you I didn't want to see anyone today, she would say from inside her room. Hamari. Mother, it's Hamari, I wanted to talk to you. They stood at the door for a while without receiving a response until the door opened, revealing Fubuki. Fubuki. Let's talk in the dining room. Meanwhile, with the 7th squad. Kyoka. And that would be all. Do you have any problems? The silver-haired girl would say to Tenka and Shushu, bringing them up to date on the issues. Tenka. I'm not surprised that Izu fell in love with another woman, but, for me, it's not a problem that Fubuki joins our relationship. Kyochin, she would say, smiling as always. Shushu. Me neither, but how do you think Hamari will take it? She would say, worried about her friend. Kyoka. I'll take care of Hamari, she would say to get up and walk towards the younger Azuma's room. Hamari, it's Kyoka, can I come in? She stood in front of the door for a good while in silence under the attentive gaze of the blonde-haired girls. Hamari. I'm going to enter. She would open the door, surprised not to see her vice-captain. When did she leave? Shushu. I don't know, Captain. Tenka. Now that I think about it, where is my mother-in-law? And it was true, the protagonist's mother had also disappeared like the blue-haired girl. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were sitting in front of the matriarch of the Azuma family, who did not look like she usually did. Her hair was messy, her face reflected that she hadn't slept all night, and she wasn't wearing her anti-demon uniform but a white tank top and shorts. Fubuki. Why have you come, Hamari? She would say quite seriously. Hamari. I wanted to apologize for what happened yesterday, mother, she would say quite nervously due to her mother's gaze. Fubuki. I forgive you, Hamari, you may leave now, she would say, intensifying her gaze. Hamari. But mother. Fubuki. I'm sorry for getting in the way of your relationship with Midoriya. Hamari, so you can go now. Hamari. But, Inko. Honey, can you step out for a moment? I want to talk to your mother alone. The blue-haired girl was going to protest but decided to comply and left the room, leaving the mothers alone. Fubuki. Relaxes her gaze and takes a sip of tea. Inko, what do you need? Inko. Fubuki, I'm going to be as direct as possible. Do you like my son? She would say with the same seriousness that the matriarch had exuded before. Fubuki. Unexpectedly, her calm face changed to that of a tomato. What did you say, Inko? Inko. Starts to exude an aura of authority. Fubuki, be honest with me. Fubuki. For the first time, the blue-haired girl felt intimidated and sighed. Inko. I don't know how it happened, but the first time I met your son, he caught my attention. At first, I just thought he was cute and sweet, but over time, I fell in love with Izuku. I truly felt envious of my daughter for being in a relationship with him. When I saw that your son had a polyamorous relationship with other captains, I thought I would have a chance to win him over and be with him, but yesterday I realized that it's impossible for me to be with him because now I feel like I would be stealing my daughter's boyfriend. She would end up looking embarrassed and sad. What she didn't know was that Himari was listening to everything and couldn't help but cry a little out of guilt. Inko. Fubuki, I know that your relationship with my son would be quite unusual, but I would accept it, and I'm sure my son could come to love you too, she said, showing a smile in an attempt to cheer her up. Fubuki. Thank you, Inko, but there are still the captains Uzen and Izumo, and most importantly, my daughter. Suddenly, the youngest of the Azuma entered and hugged her mother while still crying, surprising her mother, Himari. Himari. I'm sorry Sniff, I didn't know Sniff how you felt. Mom Sniff, please forgive me, she said while continuing to cry. Fubuki. She would return the hug while a few traitorous tears fell from her eyes. It's okay, sweetheart Sniff, you should forgive me for all these years. I am very proud of you, Himari, she said while the blue-haired girl cried harder under the attentive gaze of the green-haired girl who smiled. Himari. Mom, I have no problem sharing Zuzu with you, she would say, surprising both women. Fubuki. Are you sure, daughter? Himari. Yes, I'm very sure, you just have to convince the captain. Fubuki. I love you, daughter, she would hug her tighter. Inko. Well, it's better that you get ready, Fubuki, she would say with a small smile. Fubuki. You're right, Inko, I'm going to get ready, she would head to her room but stopped immediately. Himari, do you want to take a bath together? Himari. Yes mom, she would say to wipe away small tears and go to her mother, leaving the green movie in the living room. Maya. It's good that they were able to cheer up my mother, Mrs. Inko, thank you very much, she would say with a small smile. Inko. You're welcome, dear. Maya. Now I'm going to have to call her grandma, she would say laughing a little. Inko. Hee, laughing nervously. Base of the 7th Squadron. Izuku. Do you still not know where my mother and Himari are? He would say a little worried. Kyoka. We only know that they took the vehicle, they must have gone somewhere. Suddenly they hear the door of the base opening, it must be them. Everyone headed to the entrance of the base, meeting Himari, Inko, and Fubuki. The latter was wearing a gray shirt and dark blue jeans, making the green-haired boy blush a little upon seeing her. Izuku. Mom, where? Inko. Izuku. I'll explain later. She walks over to the others and whispers, it would be better if we leave them alone, she said so that everyone nodded and left the blue-haired woman and the protagonist. Fubuki. Izuku, do you want to go somewhere in the mortal world? She said calmly, but inside she was nervous. Time skip. The couple was walking in silence, not in an uncomfortable silence but in a pleasant one for both. Then the blue-eyed girl decided to break the ice. Fubuki. So Izuku, how is your arm? Izuku. It's better now. Yesterday it was still hurting, but this morning I didn't feel any pain, he said, moving his arm without any trouble. Fubuki. I'm glad to hear that. And how is fatherhood treating you, Izuku? Izuku. Well, at first it was a bit difficult, but little by little I've gained experience and it's not so complicated anymore. Besides, I have help from the others, he said with a smile. They kept talking for a while until they stopped at the entrance of a well-known restaurant for the green-haired guy. Izuku. Oh no, Fubuki. Let's go in, she would say as a waiter opened the door for them. Izuku. It's fine, let's go. The two would enter the restaurant while a waiter gave them a table and handed each of them a menu. Waiter. Do you know what you would like to order, gentlemen? He would say kindly. Izuku. Aye, Fubuki. You can get me a miso soup and him a katsudon, please, the woman would say calmly. Waiter. Thank you miss, we will bring your order in a moment. He leaves. Izuku. Thank you Fubuki, he would say a bit embarrassed. Fubuki. You relax, darling, it's nothing, she would say with a small smile. The two would continue chatting until their food arrived, starting to eat it. After finishing, They each paid for their meals since the blue-haired girl wanted to pay for both, but the green-haired boy refused. They began to leave the restaurant hand in hand, unconsciously starting to walk aimlessly, getting lost in each other's company, arriving at the entrance of the beach. Fubuki. I think this is the moment she would suddenly hesitate, confusing the green-haired boy. Izuku. Is something wrong, Fubuki? Fubuki. Takes a deep breath. Izuku Midoriya. I must confess to you that I fell in love with you. It may sound crazy that I, a woman much older than you, mother of 3 daughters, matriarch of the Azumas, would fall in love with you. Sounds a bit crazy. But, since I can remember, my mother arranged a loveless marriage. That man who was the father of my daughters only desired me for my body. I never felt love, or affection, and when he passed away in a shooting incident. I never paid attention to it. I focused on raising my daughters. I never experienced love, nor affection or anything, until you appeared. You were like a ray of light in my life. I had never seen her so happy and smiling like never before. I felt a little jealous at first, but, over time this year, it made me feel that I wanted to get to know you. I wanted to know more about you, and that I fell in love with you, and even though you are my daughter's boyfriend, it doesn't stop me from being able to fall in love, but I hurt my daughter and I wondered, why did I fall in love with my daughter's boyfriend? I just wanted you to know, and I'm sorry for always being a bother in everything, but for the first time I feel this beautiful feeling, love. The green-haired guy was surprised by such a situation. One of the most beautiful women from the anti-demon body had just confessed to him, saying that she was in love with him. He already knew, but the surprise couldn't wait, so the boy decided to speak. Izuku. Fubuki, I admit that you are a very beautiful woman, and I feel very grateful that a person like you feels this way about me. You know that I have a strange relationship with Himari and the others, so if you don't mind sharing with me, I could reciprocate your feelings, he would say with one of his smiles. The blue-haired one couldn't hold back and smiled widely with several tears of happiness while pulling the green-haired one into a hug, burying his head between her breasts. Fubuki. I don't mind sharing you, Izuku. Thank you for accepting this woman's feelings, she would say while continuing to hug him. Izuku. Returns the hug. It's no problem, Fubuki. I promise to make her very happy. The two would start to bring their faces closer, joining their lips in a loving kiss. Under the sunset on the beach, a new woman joins the relationship of our dear green-haired one. Monday. After Fubuki became Izuku's new girlfriend, the others accepted her. The next day, the entire 7th squad was present except for Kyoka, who had to go talk to the commander. Tenka and Fubuki were hugging the green-haired boy from behind while they chatted with each other. Suddenly, Nei felt something coming in the direction of their base. Nei. With her eyes closed, it's a bunch of Shuki, and she visualized a person, quite tall with a helmet and armor, accompanied by 2 worshippers, one of the thunder gods. Everyone present rushed out of the base at high speed while Nei went to inform the commander of the situation. Upon exiting, they observed how the Shuki were trying to break the barrier, starting to crack it. Fubuki. Those thunder gods, she would say, annoyed while making her spear appear. Izuku. Himari, are you ready? Himari. Yes. Izu, him. One for all. Both would launch themselves with full cowling to face the Shuki. In the distance from the base. Jaku. Annoyed, those damn humans. How is it possible that they are taking down my Shuki so easily? Looks at one of her followers. This follower has an ability that can rejuvenate a person for an entire week. If he uses his ability on some of the anti-demon body members, we will have time to prepare for the Shikoku Nei plan. You, come closer and use your ability on the anti-demon body. Worshipper. Understood. Jaku-sama. The ex-human would approach the fight and begin to charge his attack. With the anti-demon body. Tenka. We have already dealt with all the Shuki, but looks around, the goddess is nowhere to be seen. Fubuki. It's true, it seems she has escaped, he would say with a hint of annoyance. Izuku. Yes, the danger sensor started to alarm the green-haired boy, watch out. 2 minutes earlier. Worshipper. Fire. As he fully charges his ability, he launches a large bolt towards the anti-demon body. Present time. The green-haired guy with his whips would grab his girlfriends by the waist, pulling them away from the attack. When he was also going to pull away, but he didn't have time because the lightning struck him directly, sending him crashing against the bedroom barrier. Girlfriends. Izuku, Zuzu, Izu. Worried. With Jaku. Jaku. We can leave now. I hope Shikoku-ne doesn't find out that I gave the human she likes a heads up. She would disappear in a portal with his worshippers behind him. With the green-haired guy. The green-haired guy's girlfriends ran towards where he had been crashed. Upon arriving, they could only see Izuku's clothes on the ground above a lump. Tenka. And no, it can't be Izu, she would say with a choked voice, not seeing her daughter's father. Hamari. Zuzuzu, it can't be, Mew Mew, she was unable to say that word. Fubuki. I would hug my daughter to calm her down, but she was still a bit upset. Yesterday she became his girlfriend, but he had already lost her. At that moment, she noticed the bulge in the green-haired guy's clothes that started to move. From it appeared a green-haired boy no more than 5 or 6 years old with 4 freckles on each cheek. He focused his gaze on the women in front of him, not knowing who they were, and when he didn't see his mother, he started to cry, alarming the women. Fubuki picked him up to calm him down. Fubuki. SSHSSH, it's okay, Izuku, calm down, she tried to soothe him, but it was no use, he kept crying rivers. Hamari. What happened? How did Zuzu turn into a child? She would say, half surprised and half shocked. The cries of the green-haired child grew louder, reaching an older green-haired woman who was in the kitchen. Upon hearing the cries and knowing who it was, she started running towards the exit, finding the scene of the women trying to calm her son. Inko. She grabs Fubuki by the arms. Honey, I'm here now, you can calm down, she would say sweetly, managing to calm the child. Izuku, child mommy, upon seeing his mother, he would start crying again while hugging her. Inko. Gigi's son, Fubuki, what happened to my son? She would say while hugging the little green-haired boy. Fubuki. Well, you see. Time skip. Now we can see how little Izuku was drawing with some crayons next to Eri, while the women were sitting and talking about the situation with the green-haired boy. Inko. Let me understand. My son pushed you away from a bolt of energy that was aimed at all of you, including Izuku, but it only hit him, turning him into a child. All. Yes, that's right. Inko. And you don't know how long it will be like this. Tenka. Mother-in-law, I'm sorry, but we don't know if it will return to normal, she would say with a hint of sadness, but at that moment, the little green-haired boy got up from the table to go to her. What's wrong, Izu? Izuku, child, I made you a drawing. Tenka Oni-chan, he would say a bit nervously while extending the drawing, causing a sugar rush. Tenka. Thank you. Izu, she would take the drawing and upon seeing it, she was touched to see that it was them holding hands in a meadow with flowers. It's very beautiful, Izu. Fubuki. Come here, Izuku, she would say sweetly, pointing for him to sit on her lap. Izuku, child, yes. Miss Fubuki, he would say as he sat on her lap while she stroked his hair. Shushu. You are very adorable, Izuku. I want to squeeze those cheeks. And as he said, he started to squeeze his little cheeks. Izuku, child, Shushu Oni-chan, don't squeeze my cheeks, he would say, not liking his cheeks to be touched. Inko. Shushu, dear, just let it go, can't you see he doesn't like it? Shushu. But Inko, I can't help it. And he's still my boy. She didn't finish because Hamari covered her mouth. Hamari. Whispering, what do you think you're doing, Shushu? We can't say he's our boyfriend because if they hear us we could go to jail, silly. Shushu. Translation, okay let go of me, Hamari. Hamari. Sorry, Shushu, hehe, nervously laughing. Shushu. I almost ran out of breath, she would say, catching her breath. Kyoka. Entering the dining room, I'm back. Fubuki. Welcome back, Captain Uzen, the willing woman would greet cordially. Kyoka. Hi Fubu. She wouldn't finish speaking upon seeing a child in the woman's lap. Since when has Inko grown so much? Hamari. Well, you see, Captain, hehe. Shushu. Little boss, it's not an ink. That confused the silver-haired girl. Tenka. With a mischievous smile, come on, darling. Why don't you introduce yourself? Izuku, child, it's okay. Tenkane, he would get down from the woman's lap to walk towards the silver-haired girl and tug at her skirt to get her attention. And nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya, miss, he would say, causing the silver-haired girl to widen her eyes. Kyoka. What? She would scream in surprise at such a revelation, causing the green-haired boy to get scared and run towards the closest one, which is Himari. Izuku, child, hi Himari Oni-san. I did something bad for her to yell at me, he would say while hugging a leg of the blue-haired girl with small tears. Himari bends down to hug the green-haired boy. See, calm down, Zuzu, I'm sure the captain didn't do it on purpose. Kyoka, embarrassed and approaches the green-haired boy. I'm sorry, master. I mean Izuku, for yelling at you, she would say, almost calling him master, as she usually does with the green-haired boy. I'm Kyoka Uzen. Nice to meet you, she would introduce herself just like the boy did before. Izuku, child, nice to meet you, miss, he separates from the hug to approach Kyoka. Do you want to draw with me? He would say with a small smile. Kyoka. Of course, let's draw, she would step away to do what the Shota asked. Fubuki. I think now that Captain Uzen has arrived, we should inform the commander and the other squadrons, she would say given the situation. Tenka. You're right, Fubuki-san, I'll take care of it, she would say to open a portal to the entrance of the 10th squad. Time skip. Ren. It's good to see you all here for. I don't really know why. Tenka told me to let you know, she didn't give me more explanations, just that it was something very important, she would say a bit irritated. Mira. I hope it's not any nonsense, Tenka, she would say, looking at the lemon-haired girl. Tenka. I promise it's not nonsense, look, it's very important, she would say with one of her usual smiles. Jinna. From the other side of the door. Wait, don't get too far away, little one. Izuku, child, I'm here. He would say, slamming the door open. Some, upon seeing the green-haired boy, were surprised with a big blush, others had a major nosebleed while wearing a silly smile. And look, she was frozen like a statue upon seeing the little green-haired boy. Tenka. Wiping his nose, it turned out better than I thought. Flashback. Inko. Here he is. She would say happily upon finding him. Tenka. What's up, mother-in-law? Sees what she has in her hands. What is that? Inko. This, dear, is All Might's costume from when Izuku was little. I'm sure it will make him very happy. Tenka. Mother-in-law, I have an idea, whispers her plan in the woman's ear, receiving a nod. Thank you, Inko. End flashback. Tenka. I love you so much, mother-in-law. At that moment, the green-haired boy would approach her. Izuku, child, Tenkane, I did it just like you told me. That caught the attention of the others. Tenka. Yes, silence. Izu. Ren. Approaches the green-haired boy and crouches down. Tell me, Izuku, what did Tenka tell you? Izuku, child, she told me to suddenly enter the room with this costume and assured me that I would surprise everyone, he would say innocently, causing them to look at the lemon-haired girl disapprovingly. Ren. Picks him up. Come with me. Izuku sits on his throne. So what happened, Tenka? Tenka. It's okay. The lemon-haired one began to narrate what happened with one of the thunder gods several hours ago and what happened with the little green-haired one. Tenka. That would be all. Ren. Okay. She would be confused seeing how the green-haired one was trying to grab something. What are you doing, Izuku? Izuku, child, I'm playing with the lady with the horns, he would say to go back to playing. Tatara. Which lady with horns? She would say, confused. Kyoka. I think she refers to the goddess Kusetsu. Tatara, she would say, surprising the others. Kusetsu. Playing with the green-haired boy, this must have been one of Jakuin's worshippers, but, my little broccoli is so cute, come on, Izuku, bet you can't catch me. She would start to float away from the green-haired boy. Izuku, child, he would get off the commander's seat to chase the goddess. I'll catch you, Kusetsu-ne. He would start to chase her under the watchful eyes of the others. Fubuki. It's very cute to see him play, even though we can't see his friend. Ren. After clarifying everything that happened, all that's left is, who will stay to take care of him, she would say, drawing the attention of all the captains. Kyoka. It's clear that he will stay with me and my squad. After all, he is my subordinate, she would say with a smile. Mira. She would get up from the chair. Wait, Kyoka. Don't think that just because he's your slave or boyfriend, you're going to take care of him. I can play with him anytime with my clones. Yakumo. I want to take care of the little slave. Everyone looks at her with a frown, and she would pout moo, I can also take care of someone. While everyone continued discussing who would go with the green-haired guy, a lemon-haired girl would quietly get up and go to the green-haired guy. Tenka. Creates a portal, let's go. Izu takes his little hand. Tatara. Notices the captain of the 6th squad taking the green-haired guy, hey. Miss Tenka is taking Izuku. Everyone turned their gaze to the lemon-haired girl. Tenka. Bye-bye was about to close the portal but Izuku let go of her hand and started running. Izu, where are you going? She would run again to catch him, but Mira, one of her clones, would prevent her from grabbing the green-haired boy. Mira. Now let's go, Izuku. She would be about to leave but would be blown away by a tornado from Yakumo, taking out her clones. Yakumo. With Izuku in her arms, let's go, little slave. The bicolor would start running with the green-haired boy out of the room. All. Yakumo. They would run after the bicolor. With Yakumo and little Izuku. The bicolor kept running without stopping at any moment, reaching a door and entering. Upon looking, she realized she had entered the hot springs of the 10th squad. Yakumo. Izuku, don't you want to take a little bath? She would say with a mischievous smile. Izuku, child, yes. He would start to take off the All Might costume, and as he took it off, he ran and jumped into the water. Yakumo, nay, the water is really nice. Hurry up, Yakumo. I'm coming, she would take off her clothes to imitate the green-haired boy. It really is great. Izuku, child, here, take this, Yakumo, nay, he would start splashing water at the bicolor girl. Yakumo. Oh yes, if you want it this way, then you'll regret it. She would create a small tornado swirling the water towards the green-haired boy. They played in the water for a while until they got tired. Haha, that was really fun, Izuku. There was no response. Izuku. When she looked, she noticed that the green-haired boy was no longer there. Where are you? With the green-haired one. Tatara. Thank goodness I was able to save you from Yakumo. Izuku, he would say while putting the costume back on after drying it. Come on, let's go. The red-haired girl would come out of the bathroom with the little green-haired one heading towards the exit, but she didn't expect Kyoka and Tenka to be at the entrance. Tatara. Oh crap, Kyoka. Tatara, give me Izuku right now, she would say seriously with her uniform disheveled. Tatara. I'm sorry, sister, but I can't give you Izuku, he would say starting to back away but didn't expect a door to open under his feet. Kyoka. Where did you send her? She would ask her friend. Tenka. Don't worry, she's still here at the base, she would say without concerns. With Tatara. Yakumo. Where are you, Izuku? Where have you gone? She would continue searching desperately until a portal opened and someone fell out. Tatara. Soaked. Why did you have to send me into the water? Yakumo. Mischievous smile. Wow, Konomi-chan, you came straight to me, hehe. Tatara. No, Yakumo starts heading to the shore. Yakumo. You won't escape, Konomi-chan, says as he jumps on the red-haired girl, starting to grope her intimate parts. With Izuku. Kyoka. We better get out of here, Tenka, warned Fubuki. Tenka. Yes, leaves through a portal. Izuku, child, Miss Kyoka, we're leaving, he would say with a bit of sleepiness. Kyoka. Yes, we're leaving, Izuku. When Tenka and Fubuki come, we can go, she would say sweetly, getting a nod from the Shota. About 10 minutes passed and the lemon girl was still not showing up. How long does it take, don't you think, Izuku? Izuku. She would turn around only to see 2 clones of Mira taking a sleeping Izuku away. Mira. She starts to chase after her. Mira, too, try to catch us, Kyoka. She would say while continuing to run. Mira, 3, come get us, future commander. The other clone would say, mocking the silver-haired girl. Kyoka. Annoyed, I'm going to cut you into pieces. She would see the 2 clones enter a room and was surprised to see a bunch of targets. Do you think this is going to stop me? With her katana, she would start cutting all the clones, beginning to get tired. I'm not going to let them take Izuku. She would fall to the ground completely exhausted. As she saw the silver-haired girl fall to the ground, the clones began to disappear, leaving only the exhausted silver-haired girl. Mira. I did it. Now I have you for myself, Izuku. She would say, jumping with the green-haired boy in her arms. Izuku, child, half asleep, what did you say, Miss Mira? He would say sweetly, causing the blonde girl to stop and look away. Mira. Why does he have to be so adorable? She would say, blushing and looking away, and nothing, just keep sleeping. Tenka. I found you, Mira. Mira. Damn, how did he escape so fast? Would run away from the lemon-haired guy while cursing her luck. Ren. Give me Izuku Midoriya, look. The commander was flying straight towards Mira. Mira. The clown has caught up to me. She suddenly hesitated, looking for a place to go. I've used my ability too much, I can't create clones. All except Kyoka. Give us Izuku. They all jumped on Mira, causing the green-haired guy to fly against a wall. Izuku, child, he would start touching his head only to see that he had some blood and begin to cry. Wooa. They all started to surround him and try to calm him down, while others went to get bandages to treat the wound on his head. Time skip. Ren. Wrapping the green-haired boy's head with a bandage. Well, after everything that has happened today, the only thing we can do is leave him to his mother from the beginning. Kyoka. It would be better if Izuku doesn't see him until the wound on his head heals, she would say, looking angrily at the other captains. So what do we do? Bell. And what if, she said, drawing the attention of the others, what if we let him decide? That was the only thing they hadn't done. Tenka. Izu. Darling, she would call his attention. Who do you want to take care of you? Everyone looked at the green-haired boy, waiting for his decision. Izuku, child, I want to be with Miss Ren. Everyone was surprised that the green-haired boy wanted to be with the purple-haired girl. She was also surprised. Some thought he would choose Kyoka or Tenka, not Ren. Kyoka. Sighs. All right, Commander, you stay with Izuku. I'm leaving now. The others. Me too, they would say, discouraged. Ren. What do you want to do, Izuku? He would shake his head, not knowing what to do. Do you want to go play with my dogs? Izuku, child, with stars in his eyes. Yes, puppies. He would run out to the garden. Ren. Haha. At night, the purple-haired girl was in her room totally asleep until someone knocked on her door, waking her up. Ren. Whatever, Jinna, just to have her sign something. She'll see, he would say with annoyance as he opened the door and was surprised to see the little green-haired boy. Izuku, is something wrong? Izuku, child, I had a nightmare. Can I sleep with you? He would say sweetly. Ren was going to refuse but saw that the child was trembling, sighing with exhaustion. All right, you can sleep with me. Izuku, child, thank you, Miss Ren. He would run inside to get into the bed with the purple-haired girl. Good night. Ren. Good night, Izuku. Narrator. The purple-haired girl and Izuku had been spending time together these last few days. Ren was starting to grow fonder of the little green-haired boy, until one day she was surprised by what the green-haired boy said, starting as a joke. Sunday. Ren. Carving the back of the green-haired boy. Hey Izuku, do you like someone? Izuku, child, I like everyone, he would say innocently. Ren. No, I mean, do you like someone special? Izuku, child, I don't know, for me you're special, he would say, causing the purple-haired girl to be surprised. Ren. What do you mean special? She would say with a noticeable blush. Izuku, child, yes, when I grow up I want to be there to protect you, Miss Ren, he would say with a determined smile. Ren. This isn't true, he's just a kid, he doesn't know what he's saying. Come on Izuku, it's time to sleep. Izuku. Yes, today we can sleep together again. Ren. Yes, we will sleep together. The next day, the purple-haired one began to wake up and, as he started to move, he heard some moans and thought it was little Izuku but. Izuku. Let me sleep a little longer, love, he would say unconsciously. Ren. With his eyes wide open. What? Izuku. Wakes up suddenly. What's happening? He looks at the commander and then at himself, realizing he was naked. Both. Narrator narrates. Since the green-haired one returned to normal, the girls felt a mix of joy because the protagonist was back to normal and sadness for no longer seeing the cute little broccoli Shota. Of course, Before moving on to the most important part and how almost all the females were massacred by Inko, let's, first recount the events. First, Izuku thought that he had slept with Ren, and she, embarrassed and somewhat annoyed, clarifies what happened, but deep down, no matter how embarrassed she was, she had, let's say, a view of the protagonist's well-built body and of course the protagonist's weapon, but, she missed that little green-haired boy she had grown fond of, and luckily and mysteriously, the all-might suit that little Izuku had was intact. Secondly, after clarifying everything, the girlfriends were worried that Ren had done something to the green-haired boy after what happened upon waking up, but it seems that Ren couldn't look the green-haired boy in the face for a certain amount of time, not too long but not too short either. The third thing is, Izuku seems to remember nothing of what happened, but, well, let's just say he has a small bruise on his forehead from a few days ago, and of course, when Inko found out, no matter how much they tried to cover it up with makeup and the protagonist's hair. Let's just say that neither the captain nor even Ren escaped from the longest sermon of 6 hours, all sitting in Seiza, the position of sitting on the floor with your knees on the ground like in every anime, and of course, everyone apologizing to Inko with a common thought, that Inko seems like a great commander. And of course, without Inko or Izuku knowing, Ren secretly recorded the best moments he had with the little broccoli, but, imagining a small purple-haired boy with green highlights and adorable freckles, let's just say another woman has fallen in love, although she will be denying it for a short time. Present day, the green-haired boy got out of bed, and of course, without waking Fubuki, since when integrating into their polygamous relationship, they had to inform the matriarch of the Azuma about the detail, which she accepted, and of course, the protagonist was going to take a nice bath but. Izuku, it's been a year and a half since I've been in this world, and to be honest, I can't complain, smiling while undressing and looking at himself in the mirror, but noticing something. Kusetsu. What's up, little broccoli? Are you going to pose for me and Nana? He would say playfully. Nana. Blushing with embarrassment. Izuku. It's not that, Kusetsu, it's just that my hair grew back again. It's funny, during all this time it didn't grow much. Looking at his hair, which didn't grow much but not too little either. Kusetsu. You know, Izuku, I think that even though you have nice, soft, and silky hair, you should consider a new style, she would say, giving a suggestion and making the green-haired boy raise an eyebrow. Izuku. Are you saying I should cut my hair and get a new haircut? He would say to see how the goddess nods. Since he can remember, he has always had the same hair and hairstyle that never changed, he would only get it cut, or even cut it himself. One day, he had to learn to cut it himself so he wouldn't depend on others if they were busy. But, Kusetsu is right, so the protagonist thinks it's about time to change his look, a new style, something he has always liked. Since he can remember, he has always wanted to know what it's like to have different hairstyles or short hair, but due to his past and the low self-esteem that the green-haired boy experienced, he was afraid of what others would say and so on. But that is all in the past, so the green-haired boy would follow the goddess's advice, cut his hair, and give himself a new style, a new look, and a new Izuku. Time skip. Shushu. Enters the kitchen yawning. Good morning. Hamari. Good morning to you too, Shushu, she would say while helping Inko with breakfast. Inko. Good morning, dear, sit down, breakfast is ready. Shushu. Thank you, Inko, your food is amazing. She would sit down to start having breakfast but would realize that it's just the three of them and, where is everyone else? Hamari. My mother returned to her base, the captain has gone to accompany Nae and Eri to school, and I don't know where Zuzu has gone, I would simply say. At that moment a portal opened with a silly smile while carrying little Inko. Miss Tenka, what do you pa? She couldn't finish because her face turned into a tomato. A few hours earlier, Tenka. Surprised, you want to cut your hair. Izuku. More than cutting my hair, I want to change the style, he would say a bit embarrassed while scratching the back of his head. Tenka. I see, I support you Izu, and you asked me if I knew any hairdressers, right? He would say, getting a nod from the green-haired boy. Well, I know a really good one, so let's go. He would open a portal arriving at the door of the hair salon. I'm going to buy something for breakfast, see you later Izu. He leaves. Izuku. Yes, see you. The boy would enter the establishment. Hello, good morning. Barber. Good brother, what can I do for you? A man with a dark complexion would say. Izuku. Hi, I just wanted to change my hair if it's not a bother, he would say a bit nervously. Barber. Relax bro, sit over here and you can call me Andy, he would say, now known as Andy. Izuku. Okay Andy, he would sit where he was asked. Andy. It's time to work some magic, he would say to start cutting the green-haired guy's hair. 45 minutes later. Andy. We are done brother, he would say while handing a mirror to the protagonist. Izuku. Well, it doesn't look that bad, thanks Andy, I would appreciate it. Andy. No problem, dude, but you'd better go because your woman is waiting for you. Izuku. You're right, see you later, he would say goodbye to the dark-haired guy to go with the lemon movie Tenka. I'm here, what do you think? Tenka. Seriously, let me see. She wouldn't finish speaking and would be completely frozen. Izuku. Tenka, are you okay? He would try to wake her up. Andy. Brother, I think you broke her haha. Currently. Inko. Wow, I didn't know you were going to cut your hair, son. You look very handsome, she would say sweetly. Tenka. I agree with Inko. Izu, it looks very good on you, she would say after waking up. Izuku. Thanks to both of you, he would notice that Shushu and Hamari hadn't said anything at any moment. Are you okay? Hamari. Before he looked cute with his curls, but now he looks extremely sexy, she would think in her mind without taking her eyes off the green-haired boy. Shushu. The blonde girl kept looking at the green-haired boy repeating the same word like a scratched record, handsome, handsome, handsome. Kyoka. We have arrived, she would say arriving at the same time as Fubuki and they would enter the dining room, freezing upon seeing the green-haired boy. Fubuki. Wow Izuku, I love your new hairstyle, darling, she would say while unconsciously biting her lower lip. Izuku. Blushing thank you very much. Time skip. Shushu. Izuku. She would say running to where the green-haired boy was. Izuku. What's wrong, Shu? He would say confused by the behavior of one of his girlfriends. Shushu. Look what I got, showing the video game they often play. Izuku. Wow, the new Street Savior, is it already on sale? Shushu. Let's take advantage of the fact that there's no work so we can play in my room. Izuku. Okay, let me prepare something to eat while we play, wait for me there, leaves. Shushu. Good, runs to her room and takes off all her clothes. Let's see, what clothes should I wear to receive him? Let's start with the underwear. She was wearing a black lingerie set, why don't you come closer and see a little more? Now she was wearing a polka dot bra and panties, or should I take advantage of my features? We can almost never be alone, I can't miss this opportunity even though. Flashback. Izuku. Shu, you don't need to do this. I like you just the way you are, and I don't care about the size of your breasts, you should know that. Shushu. Embarrassed, I'm sorry, it's just. I thought you would like it, you know. Izuku. Nervous maybe, at another time. Shushu. It's okay. End flashback. Shushu. So I better be myself and enjoy my time with him. Yes, that's what I'll do. Time skip. You can see how Izuku's character knocks out Shushu's character. Izuku. I won, he would say while raising his arms. Shushu. Frustrated, they changed the abilities. Let's play again. Izuku. Sure, Shu, if you want to keep losing, he would say with a playful smile. Shushu. Ha ha ha, you're very cheerful today, Izuku, she would say while continuing to laugh. Izuku. It's just that I feel very comfortable here. If I tell you, this room brings me good memories, he would say smiling, although some are better than others, he would say referring to the time when the blonde girl was blackmailing him. Shushu. Why you're right, she would grab her phone and be surprised. Look, Izuku. Do you want to go to a cafe with me? They're doing a collaboration with this game. Izuku. Yes, I would like to, but I don't think we have permission to go out, he would say while scratching his cheek. Shushu. She brings the phone closer to his face. Read this carefully, the cafe is in Kauchi. Izuku. Ah, that's right, it's close to the dorm. Shushu. So, shall we go? She would say with a big smile. Izuku. Haha, alright, let's go. In the mortal world, Shushu. I've been here several times, so just follow me. Izuku. Understood, but he grabs the hand of the blonde girl, surprising her. You look very beautiful today, Shu, he would say with a sweet smile. Shushu. Thank you, Izuku, we can't always go out to our dimension. Do you want me to choose clothes for you next time? She would say while intertwining her fingers with the green-haired boy's hand. Izuku. Yes, I would love that. They would continue chatting until a crowd of people caught their attention. Did something happen? As they got closer, they could see a cat on top of a very high railing. Izuku. Ah, a cat. He started looking around, seeing that there were a lot of people. He could easily rescue it, but there are too many people. At that moment someone grabs his hand. Shushu. It's complicated to control my power here, so you rescue the cat, okay. Izuku. Serious, alright. Shushu. We'll have to leave as soon as we rescue it. Everyone will surely be scared when they see me in my giant form. His body starts to grow while the green-haired boy is in his hands. Izuku. I got it. He would grab the cat from the railing and Shushu would lower them while shrinking back to his normal height. You're okay now, little one. Strangely, the kitten started rubbing against the green-haired boy and he began to pet it. You're very cute. Shushu. UFF, I found it, transforming for a short time. I think I saw it. I saw a new way to use my ability. Izuku. Are you ready, Shushu? We already rescued the cat. Now we can go to that cafe, he would say with his typical smile. Shushu. Yes, let's go. She would grab the green-haired boy's arm to run out, but they didn't know someone was following them. Everything is going very well. They are seen sitting in the restaurant seats. I always hoped that I would find true excitement in Motto. Now they are seen in a clothing store, but in reality, he is in front of me. I love you, Izuku. Izuku. I love you too, Shu, he would say as he put one of the bags on the ground to kiss the blonde girl, not knowing that something or someone entered it. Haha. This day was really fun. We better go back to Motto. Shushu. Yes, let's go. She would say while resting her head on the green-haired boy's shoulder. Time skip. Inko. Hello kids, how was the cafe? She would say while setting the table for dinner. Izuku. It was good, Mom, I'm going to the bathroom for a moment. He leaves the bags on the ground. Kyoka. Did you also go shopping for clothes? She would say while looking at the bags. Shushu. Yes, we were passing by, Captain. Suddenly the bag that the green-haired guy was carrying started to move violently, confusing everyone. What's happening? She opened the bag for something to jump into her face, scaring her. Aha. Everyone, upon closely seeing what jumped into the blonde girl's face, could see the same kitten they had rescued a couple of hours ago. They tried to grab it, but the feline wouldn't let them, getting cornered in a corner by the women until. Izuku. What is everyone doing in that corner? The cat, upon hearing that voice, ran to the green-haired guy, starting to rub against his legs while purring. Wow, you're the one from this afternoon. What are you doing here? The boy would pick it up to lift it. Kyoka. Izuku and that cat, she would say with several doubts. Izuku. Well, you see. Post-chapter. In a cave. Fukuma could be seen in his Yamashiro Ren form dancing. Raren. You really like that form, don't you? Fukuma, the man would say with a tone of annoyance. Fukuma. It's the most beautiful form I've seen so far, he would say before changing into the form of Varvara Pilipenka, although this one isn't bad either. Raren. There's nothing good or bad in someone defeated, he would say while closing his eyes. At that moment the goddess Shikoku appeared looking not in a good mood. Are you still upset about what happened to that human? Shikoku. I wouldn't say anything, I would just look away. Raren. You killed the worshipper who turned him into a child and beat up Jakuen for doing it, so why are you still upset, Shikoku? Shikoku. I'm upset, because I couldn't see the human as a child. Raren, understand that. Think about how adorable he must have been, she would say, upset and then with regret sighs. What does it matter? The worshippers are already ready to begin their attack, she would say so that Raren lets out a wicked smile. Raren. Well, it's better to attack at the same time. The moment has come for us to take action. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.